Good morning. Oh, good. Everybody's awake. Seeing that board members are now present, I hereby call the May 2023 meeting of the State Board of Education to order at 8:31 a.m. And I'd like to commence by saluting the flag. Member Escobedo, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Hands over heart, ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome board members, staff, and members of the public who are attending this board meeting in person. I encourage everyone in the boardroom to wear masks. Masks are available in the back of the room if you need one. We have had reported exposures in the last two board meetings, but no reported transmissions. So our safety strategies are working, and we thank you for your consideration. I'd also like to announce that we will be without two board members for this meeting, Board Member McQuillan and Board Member Patillo-Brownson. We'll also be without Board Member Escobedo on Friday. For the consent calendars, the proposed waiver consent items are W1 through W11, and the proposed regular consent items are items 4 through 8. There is one public hearing on the agenda. Item 13, Time Community, will be a public hearing to consider revocation of the charter if we so decide today. Changes in the agenda will include reopening item 1 later this morning to hear from State Superintendent Tony Thurmond, and again this afternoon to take action on the preliminary report of Actions Draft March 2023 meeting minutes, to take up revisions to the terms of the 2 March 2023 appointments to Advisory Commission on Special Education, and to report on our liaison assignments. We will move item 12, presentation of the California State Plan for Career Technical Education, from tomorrow to this afternoon, after item 10. Public comment will be accepted either in person or by phone. Members of the public wishing to call for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur for each item. Public comment may be provided by dialing the phone number, entering a participant access code, and then following each of the operator's prompts. Upon dialing in, callers will be added to a caller queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. We'll also ask callers to please turn down the speaker volume of their computers if they are following the live webcast to avoid an echoing effect. Members of the public wishing to provide public comment in person should sign in using the binder at the table just outside the room. The binder is on the table with separate pages for each item number. This will help ensure that staff is able to track the in-person speakers for a particular item. Public comment is limited to 1 minute for each speaker. Where speakers require interpretation, 2 minutes will be provided. Item 14 is the general public comment item, during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the board's agenda. And so we're now going to open up with item 1, which is our State Board Projects and Priorities item. The superintendent will give his report later this morning, and I will give a short report now before we proceed with the rest of the agenda. And this is the month of May, which is a joyful month in many ways, in addition to coming close to the end of the school year and everyone looking forward to summer vacation. May is when we celebrate all the wonderful, hardworking people in our public education system. So I want to start today by thanking California's teachers, counselors, administrators, school nurses, school librarians, school psychologists, support staff, nutrition workers, and everyone else who make our schools a joyful, pleasurable place to learn. And we appreciate you. May is also when we learn a little bit more about the state's financial projections and how those impact the proposed budget for the next fiscal year. This is when we release what's called the May Revise to the budget. And last week, Governor Newsom did release that revision to the January budget and talked about the uncertainties and the risks that are affecting our financial picture. Those uncertainties include the change in the tax filing deadline to October, I'm taking advantage of it. I don't know about you, which means that they don't know how much tax money is coming in. Instability in the banking sector, higher interest rates, and a possible fallout from the debt limit impasse in Congress. So these together can lead to a projected shortfall of $32 billion from the earlier projected revenues. Again, this is estimated because there are so many things to yet be known. Fortunately, the governor and the legislature have managed the state's resources over these last 4 years very intelligently and very carefully. And because of that careful planning, the governor is able to raise the cost of living increase for schools to 8.22% from what was projected in January, continue the state's investments in the whole child initiatives we have been part of, and limit downward funding adjustments to only school programs funded by one-time money. Some other budget highlights include that we have continued funding for universal transitional kindergarten, which is coming online. And one of the interesting things is that in response to surveys this year, about a third of districts said they're going to reach full enrollment and access faster than the legislative deadline, including our 4 largest districts. It includes $1.6 billion for universal free meals, $80 million to support county offices of education serving students in juvenile court and other alternative settings, a new requirement for LEAs to provide literacy screening for all K-2 students beginning in 2025-26, with safeguards for multilingual learners, and another $1 million to support the board in identifying the screeners that LEAs can use. We have improvements to the local control funding formula's accountability system, proposed to better focus attention on equity gaps and low-achieving student groups, and to help schools leverage that $80 billion in LCSF funding so that it reaches the students who need it the most. The addition of a $300 million equity multiplier to LCFF, which is another investment in the schools with the greatest need. Continued commitment to initiatives aimed at recruiting and retaining educators. California was one of only 7 states in the country last year in 2020-2021 that did see gains in entrance to teaching, in part because of some of those investments. And a continued commitment to expanded learning opportunities through after-school, before-school programs, and summer school. So we have been, as you know, really investing in learning recovery. All of that will continue. We did see very optimistic trends between 2021 and 2022 for the students who took the same test both years, accelerating faster than they had before the pandemic. And those investments are going to continue in the years to come. We know that this is not the end of the process. There is a second phase of the budget process, often known as sausage making, which will continue until the legislature completes a final budget about the middle of June. I want to thank the governor for his work to protect education investments that are helping our schools become places of deeper learning with a focus on student health, happiness, and equity. And with that, we'll launch our meeting with item 2. And we'll be joined by Cindy Kazanis. Item 2 is the adoption of the updated list of valid and reliable assessments required by the California Education Code Section 47607.2. And the CDE recommends that we approve the recommendations contained in Attachment 1 to update the criteria to define verified data. This is data to be used by charter schools, should they so choose, in their renewal applications, to update the data use procedures related to the verified data, and to update the academic progress indicators for inclusion within the approved verified data list. And the item will be presented by Cindy Kazanis of the CDE, Eric Crane, and Kelly Weinveen of WestEd. Cindy, please begin.
Thank you. Cindy Kazanis, Director of the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. And today I am not talking to you about accountability. This is separate and apart from our work on the California School Dashboard, but related in some parts. So to get us started, just walking through the attachments and appendix briefly, We will, with the help of the West Ed team that President Darling Hammond just introduced, we will hear about their work through Attachment 1. Attachment 2 is the full education code for these sections, and then we've also included Appendixes A and B, which is the work of West Ed to engage the field on this item, as well as work around verified data, including the test publishers who you are going to be asked to approve today. We do have 2 corrections in the item, grammatical errors that we did not catch, and so under Attachment 1 on page 15, we should have said instead of there was, I think it said 3 assessments, it should say these 5 assessments, and then we did misspell one of the educator advocates' names. So the recommendation before you today from the California Department of Education is that you approve the recommendations contained in Attachment 1. First, to update the criteria to define verified data. Second, to update the data use procedures related to verified data. And finally, to update the academic progress indicators for inclusion within the approved verified data list. We've provided a couple of the definitions, some quoting verbatim and others with trying to summarize their intent to provide you just a bit of context. When looking back at November 2020, you were here under the leadership under President Darling Hammond. There were others in the role of the liaison for accountability, specifically Member Sue Burr and Eileen Strauss. And so while there are some familiar faces that probably have recall this item from, I think that was our last in-person during COVID. It's, I think, helpful to reintroduce to many of you the work that the board did before. So specifically, the board was required at that time to adopt by January 1st, 2021, establishing the criteria to define verified data and to identify an approved list of valid and reliable assessments, which the board did. And then just in terms of definitions, verified data means data derived from nationally recognized, valid, peer-reviewed, and reliable sources that are externally produced. And verified data shall include measures of post-secondary outcomes. And those were actions that, again, the board worked towards in that original item. And finally, the Ed Code section listed at the bottom there is talking about what the definition of an increased academic achievement as having at least 1 year's progress for each year in school. As far as the renewal criteria, AB 1505 set forward criteria that is applied to charter schools statewide. It was designed to hold all charter schools to the same criterion standards, and the criteria does place charter schools into performance levels, which is the work of my division. The renewal process also asks that charter schools and authorizers are required to follow as dependent on that performance level that was established. And to note, this criteria that we're talking about today and the approved list does exclude our dashboard alternative school status, or DAS schools, which have separate renewal criteria. So as far as using verified data in the renewal process, again, just a brief overview. This is not part of the action, but a charter school in the low performance category may not be renewed in addition to other requirements it demonstrates through verified data, measurable increases in academic achievement or strong post-secondary outcomes. So it needs to demonstrate through verified data, again, measurable increases in academic achievement or strong post-secondary outcomes. For our charter school and what we've made this up to make it operational, middle performance category, seeking renewal, a charter authority must consider clear and convincing evidence of either measurable outcomes in academic achievement or strong post-secondary outcomes, which must be demonstrated by verified data. Again, we've talked a little bit about the prior state board action from November 2020, in which this board adopted 14 academic progress indicators that met the established criteria and have been used or are to be used in the renewal process. And just as a note, assessments that are not on the list cannot be used as part of this verified data process. So the update before you today is first based on appropriation. This work is not something that is inherent to civil service or to the work of the California Department of Education. And so there was outside advocacy to have this appropriation in the 2022-23 state budget for the CDE to again contract out this work. So we have a one-time contract again with West Ed, who conducted a review of the new assessments for the board to consider adding to the list. And it's important to note there is no ongoing funding for this work. So if there are additional assessments that you would like to be added in future years, we would need to go back to find additional funding for that work. I also wanted to just point out that this is a narrow item, has a very narrow scope. We were asked through that budget trailer bill to look at adding verified data providers to the list. And so you see before you today 10 new academic progress indicators being recommended for inclusion on that list. You do not see, we did not explore post-secondary outcomes. This was limited to the academic progress indicators. There is also, we have been made aware from several different test publishers, the need for administrative changes. They've changed their name. They got acquired by somebody else. They want to add grades behind it. And so you're going to hear a little bit of explanation, again, from the West Ed team about the administrative changes they're recommending to assessments that have been already approved by the board. And then finally, we're going to walk through some conforming changes or clarifications to the criteria to define verified data and the data use procedures. We were made aware, and the original board action in November of 2020 was done in the context of COVID was going to be over in a couple weeks or a couple of months. And of course, things really did drag on. And so some of the language is outdated and needs to be updated. And so that is the scope in which we approach the item today, and that you're going to hear from the West Ed team on, again, the engagement with the education advocacy groups in this regard. And I just wanted to make sure, Stephanie is here. So I also, before I turn it over to the West Ed team, I wanted to recognize Stephanie Farland, our director of the Charter Schools Division, and her team, as well as the team from the legal division, who have been assisting us with this item. I am very sad that Stephanie's last board meeting is today. I'm sure you'll hear more about this from others. But because I have a little bit of time at the podium, just wanted to recognize she's been a terrific colleague. She deals with some very tough issues and has always maintained her composure and professionalism. And I'm just delighted that we've had some time to work together and that she's supporting me in this item. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Eric Crane, who will introduce his colleagues and talk about their work.
Thank you, Director Kazanis. Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, distinguished board members, Executive Director and board staff, and distinguished leaders and staff of the department. I'm Eric Crane. I'm a senior researcher at West Ed, and as someone who's devoted my professional career to the use of data to have improved discussions about education, about student learning in school and student performance, it's an honor to be a part of this work. The work has really focused on 4 parts: engaging partners and vendors in the verified data process, delivering an overview of the process for assessment vendors to submit technical evidence for review, provide updates about the work, such as today's work, and then ultimately to recommend to the department, who in turn is recommending to you, an expanded list of valid and reliable assessments for this verified data process. I want to thank my team at West Ed. It's been a really interesting collaboration. We've had folks with expertise in convening, working hand in hand with psychometric experts to look at the assessment, and it's been also a really interesting process to kind of collaborate with the education partners in the sense of making sure that the information about this work was disseminated to both charter schools, the charter school community, and the authorizers community, and other interested parties. So I think it'd be helpful to kind of set this in context with the timeline. I won't hit every line item here, but in 2020, the kind of first round of this work took place, where 14 different assessments were adopted for verified data. Director Kazanis mentioned the appropriation for some new work to happen, which we launched at the end of 2022, and we brought together partners to update the work both in January and March. Early in this year, we had an assessment landscape survey where we reached out to and got good feedback from the charter schools in the state. I think we reached out via the charter schools division's lists to every single charter school in the state. And as you'll hear, we had a pretty good response, certainly a bigger response than we had in 2020, which I'll just share. It came as a surprise to me because we had a very big outreach effort in 2020. And then since the second meeting, and actually before the second meeting had even happened, we had begun the technical work of reviewing these assessments for validity and reliability and appropriateness for this verified data purpose. And then we drafted a memo that was released in April, and of course today the board meeting. And we do have a hard end date of this project for June 30th. And as Director Kazanis mentioned, there is no additional funding for work beyond this or another round of adding more assessments to the verified data list. But that could change. That's the current state of play. So we had, I believe it's 19 different educational partners take part. I won't read their names, but if you scan the names and organizations, you can see that they represent a range of interested parties. And moving to the work itself. As we went about the work and thinking about the conversations that would happen after verified data were adopted and in play in renewal conversations, we felt that schools and authorizers need not be experts in psychometrics to have these discussions, but certainly charter schools should be able to talk about the conditions under which assessments were administered and to be able to engage in some discussion about that. We'll talk a little bit later specifically about the COVID-19 effects on this work and on some of the questions we asked, data we gathered. And another point that has to be made is even though we identified assessments for inclusion or for recommended inclusion on a list, we did not rank or order the assessments to say this one is better than that one. And in fact, there are some very strong assessments that do not meet what we were looking for in this process. That is to say that they may be very good for, say, diagnostic, but may not be able to produce 1 year's growth, which is a requirement of our work. And so they could be left off the list. That is not to say that they are poor assessments. And conversely, there are some assessments that we moved forward and recommend because they did fit the requirements and they would not be appropriate for other contexts and other purposes. So no attempt was made to rank or order these assessments. I want to turn it over to my colleague, the Deputy Project Director, Kelly Weinveen, who's going to walk you through the next few slides. Kelly?
Good morning. My name is Kelly Weinveen. I'm with WestEd and served as the Deputy Project Director. So as Eric stated, the assessments that were adopted by the State Board in 2020 were not subject to a new review process, and they remained on the verified data list. We still contacted all publishers who had an assessment on the 2020 list to request information to see if the assessment had substantially changed, and we would need to re-review. This communication also invited existing publishers to inform WestEd if there were any administrative changes, such as a name change. which we communicated out and asked all existing publishers for. For all other publishers, the request for the information process mirrored exactly what we did in 2020. So as part of the 2023 work related to this project, one of the first things we did was create a charter school assessment survey that was modeled after a similar survey we sent during the 2020 work. And we did this to ask charter schools in the state of California, what assessments are you using currently? So this survey was intended to gather a broad understanding of what assessment schools are currently using, which would then inform our outreach to test publishers who might want to be included on the verified data list. As Eric mentioned, we partnered with CDE's Charter School Division and also with our education partners to disseminate this survey to charter schools across the state. And we received a total of 388 responses, which was a 20% increase compared to the 2020 work we did. Based on responses from charter schools, the WestEd team analyzed these responses, and we identified 46 assessments that were mentioned by at least one school in the state as currently being in use. So in late January 2023, then, WestEd invited publishers from all 46 assessments that were mentioned to submit evidence for our review. Publishers who already had an assessment on our adopted indicators list were also contacted, as I mentioned, to see if their assessment had substantially changed since our review was done in 2020. Every publisher received 3 emails and an individual phone call if no response was received between January 31st and February 14th. And if requested, extensions were granted to publishers who may needed more time. WestEd received submissions of evidence from publishers regarding 23 different assessments, and of those 23 assessments, 18 were new assessments, and 5 were requests for administrative changes, such as NWEA requested their name change from MAP to MAP Growth, or 4 others also requested administrative changes. The technical review process for the 18 new assessments mirrored the process that we conducted in 2020. WestEd staff with backgrounds in psychometric expertise conducted all reviews, and this graphic here on this slide shows an overview of that review process. All assessments went through an initial review, a phase 1 review of technical quality, and a phase 2 review of performance standards, and then a final review which led to our recommendations. The initial review was done to ensure that publishers submitted technical information that would provide suitable evidence for the review in phase 1 and 2. Of the 18 assessments that were submitted, initially 10 did not submit sufficient information, and we requested additional information from those publishers. At this stage in the process, there was 1 assessment that was identified by reviewers as not aligned with the intended purposes of this review. Then in phase 1, the WestEd team evaluated the technical quality of these 17 assessments to determine if they were evidence-based, valid, reliable, and standards aligned. 11 of the assessments met the requirements of our phase 1 review. In phase 2, the reviewers rated whether there was a clear process for calculating 1 year's growth from assessment data, and 10 of the 11 assessments met this standard. A no anywhere in this review process would stop the process of the review for that particular assessment. As stated, evidence was submitted to WestEd regarding 23 assessments in total, and all evidence submitted was reviewed by WestEd staff. There were 3 WestEd team members who had technical experience and psychometric expertise. They all completed independent reviews, and a 4th team member was brought in to serve as a resolution reviewer when needed. All raters were trained on the rubric, which was originally developed by WestEd experts in 2020. And those assessments that met all 57 item rankings in this rubric were recommended as additions to the approved list. For each assessment, these 2 reviewers were assigned to rate its technical evidence independently. They were not able to see each other's completed reviews. And after the 2 independent reviews were complete, reviewers discussed and reconciled any differences. And if needed, a resolution reviewer was brought in to issue a final rating for that assessment. As Eric mentioned, it should also be noted that if we did not recommend an assessment as verified data, that does not imply that the assessment is without merit. Many assessments that were reviewed were noted by reviewers as strong assessments, but they may have not met the purposes for use as verified data. I'll turn it back over to my colleague Eric to continue.
Thanks, Kelly. So what did the reviewers consider? The reviewers looked through the technical material provided by the assessment publishers and looked for things like scientific theoretical base of the assessment, the alignment of the assessment to California Common Core standards, criterion validity, construct validity, reliability, and evidence of appropriateness for all students, including student groups. If the assessment published a Spanish language version or a paper and pencil version, they were reviewed. The technical material was reviewed to check for equivalency and the quality of those materials. Bias and fairness was looked at, and information about how to administer the test. And for this, I want to do a call out and reference that we did ask different questions. We changed the rubric slightly for 2023 to check and see if there was any special guidance for administration during the time of COVID, as we know that did change administration of these assessments in general. So what administration support did they provide regarding COVID test administration? These last four, lastly, the materials were reviewed for information about accessibility, how the test was scored and what reporting looked like, security, and data privacy. So with that as the rubric, we rated the assessments, and these are the recommended assessments in the legislation. They're referred to as academic progress indicators. Achieve 3000, ACT, Ames Web Plus, Developmental Reading Assessment, 3rd edition, Exact Path, iReady Assessments 912, iStations Indicators of Progress, IXL Real-Time Diagnostic, Math and ELA, Pre-ACT and Pre-ACT 8-9, and Test of English Language Learning. For those publishers that already had an assessment on the verified data list, we'd also reached out to them and asked if their assessments had changed materially. And most of them replied that their assessments did not change, but there were some administrative changes. And as my colleague Kelly just mentioned, a lot of them were about name changes or including the grade for more clarity. So, for example, NWAA's measures of academic progress, NWA now would like that assessment to be referred to as MAP growth. And you see the others here. College Board requested an administrative change, and Houghton Mifflin Harcourt with math inventory and reading inventory requested a name change. These did not need much of a review. They were just administrative changes, and we recommend those name changes as well as the inclusion of grade levels for all of the assessments. Needs to be reemphasized that there is not a process for this to happen going into the future. If assessment publishers change their names, the current process is that the assessments named on the department's website reflect the verified data list. These are the 14 assessments that were previously on the list, approved in 2020, now edited and amended to show their grade. And that includes also the updated name changes. So those are the 14 that are there. They're in the item as well. There were a couple of things that came up in the process of the survey. So with 388 schools responding to the assessment landscape survey and 46 different assessments identified, there was also a couple of things that were identified, mentioned in open-ended items that we dug in a little deeper on and concluded that they were not assessments per se, and outside of what we could consider. They're, in a sense, approaches to using data. The first of these was the Lexile Quantile framework. This was mentioned by a number of survey respondents. For some assessments that use this framework, there's a separate score, a Lexile or a Quantile, on the reading and math assessments respectively, that permits comparison across different assessments that use the same framework. So it was not for us to approve Lexile Quantile because it was not an assessment. Similarly, we heard from respondents about core student growth percentile methodology. Likewise, this is not an assessment. Core SGP uses CASP data and repurposes it in a novel way. So as with Lexile Quantile, core is not an assessment to be approved, but rather a way of using the underlying data. I mentioned earlier how COVID impacted the work. I wanted to go into a little more detail with this slide. COVID considerations affected the work in these ways. We changed our request to publishers and asked for additional information about administration. We also asked if the fact of COVID changed how scores should be interpreted, and at least one publisher did make a slight adjustment to what they thought a typical year's growth was. It's detailed in the item. We had reviewed the criteria to define verified data and data use procedures, and that changed as well in the sense of we wanted to make sure that the wording of those criteria and data use procedures reflected the reality of COVID. And we ultimately added another statement about paying attention to publisher guidance about administering and interpreting results. So those were the four main ways that COVID influenced the work. The long presentation, so at this time I wanted to just pause and see if there were questions or comments from the board, and if not, I can go on and go into some of the detail about the criteria to define verified data and data use procedures.
Are there any clarifying questions at this time? Please proceed.
Hey. So, as part of the work we did in 2020, we looked at criteria to define verified data and data use procedures. These were essentially supporting guardrails about how the assessment information was to be used. We expected at the start of the work that these would just roll forward, but we heard loud and clear from the education partners that these two deserved more scrutiny. And so I'll talk a little bit about the changes. Back in 2020, we heard about the need for this guidance to use the data correctly, and that became the basis for these criteria and data use procedures. As part of the 2020 board action, there were 5 criteria and 9 data use procedures adopted. For completeness, they're all in here again, but I'm going to spend my focus on just those that have changes. So the technical review was at the heart of our work, but the comments and feedback that we got caused us to really drill down on the criteria and data use procedures as well. And ultimately, there was a lot of discussion about participation, security, longitudinal progress, and pandemic natural disaster considerations. And again, I'll detail this right now. So stepping through the 5 criteria to define verified data. Data eligibility was the first. There are no changes here. Participation has a change. You can see the current language on the left side and the proposed or recommended language on the right side. The core of the information there is the same, but then at the end, it's recommended to include a note consistent with the U.S. Department of Education's flexibility for state accountability purposes in 2019-20 and 2020-21. the 95 participation rate requirement should not apply in those years. So it's really about kind of truing up or making comparable the guidance that applied to non-charter schools and bringing that to the charter schools as well. So that's the recommended language change on the participation criterion. Disaggregation, no change there. Student groups, no change there. And the final criterion, the methodology, no change there, consistent with the recommendations adopted in 2020. On the data use procedures, there are 9 of them, and a number of them have no changes, but we'll spend a little more time on those that do. Flexibility, no change there. That there is no requirement to use a particular source of verified data. Multiple measures are an option that the school may present, and then the chartering authority may consider, so no change there. Transparency, the idea that it should be clear to all parties in the discussion what the data are, what they mean, what they say, no change there. Security, so for this we do have a change in the language, a proposed change, and that is just to call out explicitly if there was any special administration guidance related to COVID. And you can see that there in the red text. Procedure number 5, longitudinal progress. It seemed important to elevate for the schools and authorizers that guidance on interpreting 1 year's growth should come from the publisher. There's really no way to say globally. These assessments vary so widely. So one statement about how progress is going to look just would not be appropriate. So we've said that anyway, but this kind of strengthens it, that the publisher is the best source of information about interpreting 1 year's growth, and that they're published information about 1 year's growth. Procedure 6, differences from CASP, no change there. Procedure 7, comparability, I think relates to post-secondary, no change there. Procedure 8, referring to using CASP data, no change in the language there. And finally, a recommended change to the language in Procedure 9, just to make it more defined and precise. We're talking about presenting evidence of learning disruptions due to the pandemic or natural disasters that resulted in school closures. So I think that the intent there is to give it more precision about what kinds of contexts Procedure 9 is referring to. So our remaining work, our remaining project work on this is to work with the department and, as appropriate, with board staff to talk about what happens today and making sure that that's communicated to the field. The department, as a result of the 2020 work, did a frequency asked questions list, and we'll support them in refining, revising that. If there are any questions that come from the test publisher community, we'll support the department in that. And again, this project does have that hard stop on June 30th, and I think that's important to underscore as well. With that, Director Kazanis, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Eric. So the recommendation before you today, again, is to approve the items that recommendations contained in Attachment 1, updating the criteria to define verified data, updating the data use procedures related to verified data, and finally, updating the academic progress indicators for inclusion within the verified data list. And with that, I would turn it back to President Darlene Hammond for next steps.
You ready for any clarifying questions?
Sure. This is the end of the presentation from the department.
Well, we are going to put on the public comment slide And the phone line will be open for public comment. There will be public comment both in person and on the line, and we want to be sure that people are queued up for the telephone line with that phone number and access code as noted. And while we're waiting, we'll call on our liaison, Vice President Glover Woods, to see if she has any initial comments. I will make a few, and if there are clarifying questions, we can get those in.
Thank you, President Darling-Hammond, and good morning to everyone. I just would like to share and really just express my appreciation for the work that has been done to really consider any assessment necessary for the verified data list. The process that was used by WestEd and in conjunction with CDE, I think really showed an opportunity for any assessments that should be considered for review, for that to happen. And again, I'd like to say thank you very much for even extending to certain publishers additional time to request information or provide information if you had not heard from them. So I feel very confident that any assessment that should have been considered in this review has had opportunity to be considered. So thank you very much for that. And also in looking at the considerations as it relates to the COVID-19 pandemic and natural disasters and the impact that that does have on school closures as well, and bringing that into the fold also. So my comments, President Darling-Hammond, really just anchored themselves in gratitude for the process that was used. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as you may have intuited, there's both the approval of the list, the verified data list, and what charter schools can use in their presentations, and also the ways in which they must administer the assessments, et cetera. So we have gotten a lot of written comments, and based on those, I've been thinking a little about how to address some of those concerns that have been raised in the written comments, and we'll come back to that later. But I also want to express my gratitude on the fast timeline and with the carefulness that our WestEd team and our CDE team have approved this verified data list so that it can be available again this year. Are there any clarifying comments or questions that people have before we go to public comment? All right. We are so clear. Thank you, Cindy. And we'll go then to any public comment speakers signed up in person.
Yes, there are 3 people signed up.
Right.
Elizabeth Robitaille.
I'll try again. Okay, thank you. Elizabeth Robitaille, Chief Schools Officer for the California Charter Schools Association. Verified data provides a crucial opportunity for charter schools to present evidence of student success at time of renewal. However, it was never the intent to set up a system where the California School Dashboard and its vast array of indicators would be insufficient evidence to support renewal determinations for all but a small handful of high-track schools. We urge the State Board to clarify that verified data is intended to be a helpful supplement for schools who need it, not a mandatory requirement for all charter schools identified in the default renewal, the middle track. For middle track schools, including verified data in their renewal petitions, Ed Code requires authorizers to consider, not dismiss, this verified data when evaluating school performance against the criteria governing a charter's renewal. Verified data is intended to support charters renewals where supplementary evidence is helpful, not to impose an additional mandate for all. We ask the State Board to clarify this point of confusion for charter schools and authorizers. Thank you.
Eric Premack.
Good morning, President Darling-Hammond and members. Eric Premack with the Charter School Center. In the interest of time, I'll associate myself with the comments that we made in our coalition letter, but I wanted to up the periscope a little bit here because nothing galvanizes one's attention in the charter sector like the life and death of schools that hinge on the use of this data. Where the larger system has departed from what many of you have referred to as the old test and punish system, the charter system instead has upped the stakes, in my humble opinion, inappropriately so, but we have to deal with the cards that we're dealt. And given these very high stakes, we think it's really important that we have the best possible range of assessments and verified data criteria, including all the ones that we listed in their letter. Thus, I urge you to consider all of them very seriously and to continue the work on this. And also, to put it kind of bluntly, we think it's also in the board's best interest to avoid problematic data use, particularly if it
Thank you so much. Your time is up.
particularly if it turns into a large number of appeals and gums up your work going forward. Thank you.
Nicholas Watson.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Nicholas Watson from the California Charter Schools Association. I just wanted to thank the members of CD staff and WestEd that put in a lot of time on this big, important policy matter. I also wanted to thank the 5 charter school leaders who are part of the work group. Those charter school leaders, of course, represent a much larger group of charter schools with similar concerns. We will, in the next few years, have more than 500 charter schools coming up for renewal, and these verified data policy matters are of critical importance to them. We submitted a letter, CCSA submitted a letter signed jointly by more than 90 charter schools outlining our requested additional changes to the policy recommendations. We hope the board will seriously consider adopting those recommendations. Thank you.
Any other in-person? How about phone comments?
Yes, we have 12 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now.
Okay, let me remind folks to please remember to turn down the speaker volume of your computer if you are following the live feed. Speakers are limited to 1 minute each, but where speakers require interpretation, 2 minutes will be provided.
Good morning, State Board of Education. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Skylar Davis on behalf of the California Charter Schools Association. Under AB 1505, verified data is scheduled to sunset in 2026. We respectfully request that the State Board support eliminating the sunset on verified data. And acknowledging that charters in many states live or die based on public measures alone, we applaud the state for being an advocate for multiple measures. However, failure to protect the use of this at renewal in the form of verified data would prevent us from upholding meaningful, robust accountability for charters. As we saw during the pandemic, schools relied on such internal assessments and post-secondary outcomes to appropriately measure student progress. As we transition out of the pandemic, this will continue to be important in more precisely identifying an LEA's strengths, growth areas, and gaps between student learners. Therefore, authorizers should continue to be required to consider verified data to fully grasp which LEAs are meeting the needs of the students they serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, this is Suzanne Cooey from the Charter Schools Development Center. Thank you, members of the board. We strongly recommend a few edits to wording. We all know schools can score low on the dashboard, but be high growth. To spot those schools, core growth data is the best and really only available longitudinal method to spot high growth in the most challenged schools. Unclear wording of Data Use Procedure 8, though, has made authorizers think it may not be allowable. That should be an easy edit. Also, most publishers don't have student group analytics and have told us that forcing student group reporting from their data would be an unsound basis to close schools. They were not consulted on that criterion, and that's also an important and easy edit. Publishers warn against the misuse of their data in school accountability if not properly interpreted in context. Giving authorizers some discretion to flex, such as just based on context. For example, if there's evidence that 95% is just missed slightly, maybe not for, and no evidence that there's a...
Thank you, caller. Your time is up.
Lower scoring students. So these modest, reasonable edits can better guide authorizers towards sound data use. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Michael Garner, Director of Data and Analytics at Green Dot Public Schools. Data Use Procedure 8 should explicitly name core growth data as an allowable methodology. Green Dot's mission is oriented to serving students who come in far behind grade level. Core shows that some of our schools are growing students over 90% more than similar schools, but they still achieve low status on the California dashboard because they were just starting out so far behind. Without core SGP, this growth is invisible. Core needs to be explicitly identified because as Data Use Procedure 8 is currently written, authorizers may think they cannot use any growth methodology. It says methodologies should not be restricted to the manner of the dashboard and the CAST reporting website. But these sites neither provide nor enable growth methodology. Explicit inclusion of core will ensure schools like ours have a path to show growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, State Board of Education members. My name is Lorraine Richards, and I am a classroom teacher representing the California Teacher Association. CTA co-signed a coalition letter with Alameda County Office of Education, AXA, California County Superintendents, CFT, CSBA, CSEA, and LACO that supports the CDA's recommended actions to adopt additional assessments and the revised data use criteria and procedures. The recommended data to the criteria to define verified data on page 6 of the item is clear and ensures alignment with flexibility offered to all public schools for the 2020-2021 school year. The recommended data to the data use procedures on the pages 8 and 9 are appropriate to allow authorizers to consider the impacts of pandemic on learning, while not undermining the entire process of verified data as laid out in AB 1505. Additionally, the sunset date of January 1st, 2026 for verified data, these recommendations are logical and will help the implementation in the
Thank
near
you, caller.
term. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. This is Mary Cox, Executive Director, Superintendent of Core Butte Charter School. I join charter colleagues in thanking the State Board for your consideration to promote fair and accurate use of student growth data, including through verified data criteria number 4 and data use procedure number 6. Both need amendment to only require student group growth reporting for assessments that offer student group analytics. When publishers do not provide student group data, charter schools must independently calculate growth rates. This is analytically complex, costly, and could yield inaccurate, inconsistent, and unfair representations of subgroup growth. Also, interpreting the data without student group analytics can lead to misunderstanding of school quality, especially for the most challenged schools. Amending number 4 and 6 is critical to prevent unsound evaluation of student group performance in charter renewals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 8454, you are now live. Please start your public comment. Okay, we're going to move on. Caller with the last 4 digits, 2726, you are now live. Please start your public comment. Caller with the last 4 digits, 5740, you are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good morning. My name is Tim Tudor, and I'm the Executive Director of Alta Schools. We appreciate that Data Use Procedure 9 addresses the pandemic and natural disasters, but the language is not actionable. It merely indicates that charter schools may present evidence of learning disruptions. This is not substantive. What matters is that renewal consider impacts on student growth. Data Use Procedure 9 should say evaluation of growth data should consider evidence of learning disruptions. Impacted schools may have slower growth for valid reasons. If schools land on the denial track due to chronic absenteeism averaging 30% last year, unprecedented staffing shortage, and developmental delays, authorizers should have the discretion to consider those impacts and not be forced to close the school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, this is Hillary Harmson, Chief Growth Officer with KIPP Public Schools, Northern California. I want to thank the State Board, CDE, and WestEd for their really important work to ensure verified data are fair and reasonable for both charter schools and authorizers. I join charter colleagues in recommending the addition of a 10th data use procedure. While authorizers may request data as part of annual oversight and monitoring, verified data as outlined in this item should not impose additional administrative burdens other than required by law, nor prompt an unnecessary level of detail concerning student assessments. To ensure equitable and consistent evaluation of charter schools across the state, we recommend clarifying that authorizers should not require verified data from charter schools as part of annual oversight and monitoring, nor should they require access to assessment portals to directly verify reports and individual student data. And finally, they should not require submission of reports not provided by the publisher. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, Kayla Rodriguez, Superintendent of Meadows Union School District, and I sit on the State Board for Small Schools Districts Association. Small school districts make renewal determinations for the majority of charter schools in the state. The multiple measures that verified data represent are valuable in helping ensure the strongest, most fair renewal determinations. Like many authorizers, however, we do not have dedicated staff with expertise in the various assessments. Authorizers would benefit from support to understand how to appropriately consider verified data. For example, can we consider an assessment with less than a 95% participation rate, and if so, with what parameters? Authorizers would also benefit from flexibility to make local decisions. For example, if a natural disaster occurs, we would want to be able to consider its impact on student learning, whether or not it resulted in a school closure. We appreciate the state's board support and work to ensure these verified data are as clear and as straightforward as possible to support authorizers, particularly for small school districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. Liz Guillen with Public Advocates for the LCFF Equity Coalition. We support the department's recommendation to approve the use of the overall performance level on this summative alternate LTAC. We mostly appreciate the process that the department used for reaching this recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. This is Lindsay Tornatore calling on behalf of the California County Superintendent, calling in to support the CDE's recommendations as stated in our coalition letter that we co-signed along with CTA and other colleagues. And just a comment about the importance of student-level data in our accountability system. Our accountability system is really designed to create opportunities for all LEAs to better understand the systemic barriers that are limiting every student's success. And so this is truly a process of equity, and it is driven by analysis of student-level data. We appreciate the discussion that is happening this morning and all of the work that has led up to this point in time. We are here ready to support all of our charters, especially as we prepare for them to be eligible for the opportunity of differentiated assistance in 2023. And we look forward to the next steps of the State Board to ensure that all LEAs are sharing and providing valid and reliable data to lead towards student improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
This is Casey Taylor, Executive Director of Achieve Charter Schools of Paradise. I appreciate that the State Board is considering a verified data use procedure.
Caller, we are unable to hear you. Are you still there? Okay, I'm going to...
Yes, I am. I am here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Please
This
proceed.
is Casey Taylor, Executive.
Okay. Oh, caller, I would ask if you could please call back in. We cannot hear you on our end. Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
And it doesn't have to be with this box.
Caller, with the last 4 digits, 8454, you are now live. Please start your public comment. Okay, moving on. Caller with the last four digits, 2726. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Brenner. I'm the superintendent of Compass Charter Schools. I respectfully request that the board allow authorizers to consider the participation rates in local assessments below 95% that be accepted as verified data for charter renewal. Many charter schools serve families who hold strong personal beliefs about the negative effect of standardized tests on the emotional well-being of their children that impacts the school's ability to attain the 95% participation rate. Current language suggests that even participation rates as high as 93% would not be considered. To disregard results that are statistically significant unfairly punishes these schools. We suggest that for participation rates less than 95%, the charter school must address the lower participation rate and demonstrate how they are representative of the makeup of the school population. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
This is Casey Taylor, Executive Director of Achieve Charter Schools of Paradise. I appreciate that the State Board is considering adjusting the verified data use procedures so that a charter school can present evidence of pandemic or natural disaster-related learning disruptions for more than just the 2020-21 school year. But I urge the State Board to remove WestEd's proposed language that would only allow authorizers to consider evidence of learning disruptions if they resulted in school closures. Having helped our school community navigate through the trauma of the 2018 Paradise Camp Fire, as well as the pandemic that followed, I can personally attest that disruptions to students' learning may extend far beyond school closures. Allow charter schools and authorizers who know the local conditions to present and evaluate verified data with on-the-ground context when catastrophes beyond the school's control impact student learning, regardless of whether or not they involve school closing. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 2.
All right. Thank you very much. We're now going to be open for board discussion. I want to just ask Cindy Kazanis if she can be available for some clarifying questions, because I know we have some. I have one to start us off, and then I know that member Towery also has one. There was a statement about whether it is mandated to use verified data for schools, and I think we clarified that earlier, that it is not a requirement that schools use these data, but that they are permitted to use verified data in the renewal. Has that been clarified by the CDE already, or is that something we need to take up again?
The CDE has an FAQ on their website where this has been clarified. We received feedback from the Charter Schools Association last fall, and we updated one of the FAQs that related to this directly. But I just want to clarify as well that this conversation is outside of what is before you today as far as action. So what's before you today is adopting a list, an additional list of assessment providers, as well as the criteria around the use of this data.
Okay, and that clarification is there. So, Member Yoshimoto Tari?
Thank you, Board President. And again, this is probably more of a clarifying question, but in regard to the list, the ones that went through administrative changes, maybe I missed this, but how often is the cadence of updates? Is it incumbent upon the vendor to let you know that their name is changing, or does the department reach out in a certain cadence annually, biannually to request changes? And I'll tell you why I'm asking. I'm asking primarily because when product names of a large company fall under many different product names, there are implications for districts, pricing optimization, performance evaluation, and those sort of things. And sometimes it's hard for LEAs to know that products are actually under the same mother company. And I know there's one on the list that's been updated. So.
Absolutely. And this was, I think, one of the reasons that, again, the advocates push for the reopening of this and the funding for it, because there is not an ongoing process for the department to consider administrative changes. It's, again, outside of the expertise of our work, and so we are dependent on, this time around, on West Ed. So if the board was interested in us having an annual review of that administrative change, we would need to seek funding to, again, re-engage potentially with West Ed to do that work. But there is no process in place to do this on a regular basis. Existing law, as a couple of the callers stated, has a verified data sunsetting in 2.5 years. So, we are approaching this sunset already. But to your point, it was a major vendor who changed their name, who was subsumed by a larger vendor. I think that's part of the economic forces that Eric was talking about, the underlying issues around the assessment community.
Thank you. So it's just a question that I have, given that we know that there is one name change already on the list.
There's 5.
Oh, there's 5. Since this list is...
There's 5 on the list currently. That are being recommended for administrative changes.
Right. And I'm wondering if we know that if there's one more also, if that should be part of the discussion today or not.
We were made of one, just so you know, we were made of one administrative change the week of posting.
Okay.
So that was, and Eric, if needed, Eric can come up and explain the outreach that they did.
Okay, thanks.
Are there other questions or comments by members of the board? Member Olken?
Hello. Thank you so much for this presentation and also all of the hard work leading up to it. I really appreciate for many pieces of it, for example, the strong partnership across different education partners to come up with the list and the proposal, the work that went into ensuring that every school was able to provide the types of assessments that they're using. There's just so much here that is really, it makes me proud. And I also, there are pieces that we heard in public comment, and that when I reflect on my own experience as a person who is working in a charter school, I still have questions about and concerns. I might have to do this in more than one question because I have several. But I guess the first would be to go back to what President Darling-Hammond brought up about if the use of verified data is required. And I know you said it's outside of the scope of this item. And partly I want to speak to our fellow board members too, just to get in our head what we're deciding. So we have already seen some other changes that impact the charter school community related to 1505, for example, the renewal process, right? This is the first time we're seeing how, the appeal process. This is the first time we're seeing how charter schools who are already existing, they have schools, they have kids that they're serving, and they're up for renewal, what that's going to look like under the new rules, right? So this question of what's the purpose of verified data and how is it used is really important because, as was said in the presentation and by some of the callers, its intent is to provide charter schools, particularly before we as a state have a growth model as part of our dashboard, the opportunity to show how our students are performing and growing in a way that is augmenting what is currently on the dashboard, right? So it's supposed to be a tool to show progress. And so this question of if it's required or not feels really important. And it does feel to me it even got mentioned in the presentation on slide 7. Slide 7 was the use verified data in the renewal process, and it says a charter school in the low performance category may not be renewed unless
it demonstrates through verified data measurable increases in academic achievement or strong post-secondary outcomes. So we can say that's pretty clear based on the presentation that in the low category, you have to use verified data to make a case. But I'm just following up on Linda's question, and I'm sorry there's such a long prologue, but the next one says for a charter school in the middle performance category seeking renewal, the chartering authority must consider clear and convincing evidence of either measurable increases in academic achievement or strong post-secondary outcomes, which must be demonstrated by verified data. So I read that to say the burden falls on the chartering authority to consider data that might be presented by a charter school if they choose to. Am I overreading?
I would defer to legal staff. This is outside of my area of expertise. I'm here to provide, recommendations on adding assessment vendors to the list and to provide comments around the data use procedures, but I'll defer to others to help you with that interpretation.
Okay, so even though that's in the item, it's a slide, well, maybe somebody can, to me, if that's not part of what a data use procedure is.
It's not what the board determined as a data use procedure back in November 2020. So that is, right now, what you see in slide 7 is a way of background on how the department has helped to provide resources to the field on operationalizing this process, and this is directly taken from our website and our FAQs. So this slide is not reintroducing anything new. It is something that has existed on the website, again, for several months. But I would, if you're asking for an interpretation or an affirmation of that, again, I would defer to legal counsel.
I guess partly at this point, I just want to point out for us to consider that seems unclear. And if we're preparing to approve recommendations that are as high stakes as if a school gets to continue or not, and there's something that unclear, I wonder if that's something we want to address as part of our recommendations. So I can let that go for now, thank you. And I'll have more.
I just have a comment. I think the recommended update to the criteria to define verified data is clear and ensures alignment with pliability offered to all public schools for the 2019 and 20 and 2020-21 school year. The recommended updates to the data use procedures, I believe, are appropriate to allow authorizers to consider the impacts of the pandemic on learning while not undermining the entire purpose of the verified data as laid out on AB 1505. I really commend your work. I think it was very thorough. I think that you used a scalpel to carefully give opportunities to all assessment vendors to participate and ample time. So I thank you so much for your presentation.
We were talking about the question of what's in scope, and believe that this is in scope, but it's not part of Cindy's obligation to answer it. So we're going to try to figure out how to have that conversation with the right person. Is Len available?
Good morning, board members. Len Garfinkel, General Counsel for the department. As Director Kazanis said, we attempted to address this in the FAQ, and what it does is recite to the statutory language, which is where we are. And I know that Virginia Kale is here in our office who's been involved with this issue too. I don't know if Virginia, if you'd like to expand on that at all, but.
Yeah. And if Virginia wants to say something, I will just say I was there for the vote in 2020 that we took as a board, and our understanding was that this was an affordance that could be added to what is on the dashboard as part of the discussion, not something that would be required of every charter school. So eager to hear how it evolved since then.
President Darmingham, can I add one thing to that comment? I listened to that board meeting because I wasn't yet on the board, and it was there were a couple central conversations that came up with the clear, like, let's make sure as we continue working on this, if it's not clear now, it's clear next time. And that's why I'm raising it.
I remember us trying to clarify that.
Right. Good morning, board. I'm Virginia Kale with the CDE Legal Division. So our FAQ was developed based on the language in 47607.2, which specifically sets out the use of verified data and what verified data is meant to show. It is certainly, can scoot over to this one, sorry. It is certainly what the department has interpreted to show that for a low tier school, for a school that is that would otherwise be denied, verified data is going to have to be introduced because a charter school is going to have to show either measurable growth or strong post-secondary outcomes, both of which have to be shown through verified data in order to even get a 2-year renewal. For the middle tier charter schools, what the statute says is that the authorizer must consider verified data if presented. And it also says that those middle tier charter schools can show, as part of their renewal process, measurable increases or strong post-secondary outcomes, and those may be shown through verified data.
May be shown.
Well, no, that is the only way you can show those two things, is through verified data.
On our verified data list, I don't know that we have post-secondary outcomes, for example.
Yeah, we do. It is not being considered now. We're not updating that list, but there's definitely on that list.
So for those in the middle tier, what is the framework that you're using?
For those in the middle tier, if they're going to show either of those two things, they need to show it through verified data. And when they present the verified data, 47607.2 mandates that the authorizer consider that data when it's presented. That certainly wouldn't limit, or wouldn't, I mean, trying to think of that. It's not the clearest piece of law. And so what we have, it's not, I'm going to be honest with you, but what it does say is that in that middle tier, if each school is going to show measurable increases or strong post-secondary outcomes, they must show them through verified data. And if they present verified data, the charter authorizer must consider it. So that is where and how we've crafted that FAQ, is making it clear that for those low tier, you don't even get your chance at that 2-year renewal, which is your only option, unless you're presenting verified data. And in the middle tier, if you're going to support your renewal application by showing growth or strong post-secondary outcomes, you've got to show it through verified data.
Member Glover Woods?
Okay, so if I understand correctly, I'm going to go back to one of the original questions, which was, do charter schools have to utilize verified data? And based on the discussion we've had, it seems that the answer, and I'm stating what I think the answer is so that you can let me know if that's accurate or not, but it seems that the answer is not all charter schools have to use verified data unless they fall within the low performance category or middle performance category. Because based on the conversation we've had the last couple of minutes, it seems that those schools, the charter schools that would come up for renewal that fall into low performance or middle performance, do have to utilize verified data, and that does have to be considered as part of their renewal.
For the low tier, they must. For the middle tier, if they're going to show either of those two things, if they're going to show the measurable increases or the strong post-secondary outcomes, they must rely on verified data. And there's kind of a quibble there in that middle, right? Because you may have, especially this year, where we're going to have all schools being considered under the middle tier, you may very well have some schools that have a very strong showing on the dashboard, that have very high CAS scores, and that can show that maybe they don't need to show more than that, because they're going to show that they should be renewed based on what's available through CAS and what's available on the dashboard. But you may very well have some that are much truer to what will be middle tier once we get there, that need to show more because perhaps their CAS scores aren't great, or there's some issues on their dashboard, and they're trying to establish that, well, but we do have strong post-secondary outcomes, or we can show measurable increases. And then that would have to be shown through verified data.
So I think the point for the middle schools is that, and by the way, when charters are authorized, there are many, many things that authorizers are permitted to look at and that schools are permitted to show, which can include, the wonderful programs they're providing, or the way in which the families are engaged in enrollment, et cetera. There are many other things. But I think the point for the middle schools is, if you want to go beyond CASP data for these purposes of looking at achievement or post-secondary outcomes, the data you use must be verified. But it does not require that you have to produce verified data. If you can use all the other data that you would be presenting and the CASP and the dashboard data as the basis of the conversation with the authorizer. Does that fit what you are expressing? Okay, so I think to your point, and this year, as we were just told, all the schools will be considered in the middle tier, so to speak. So for this year, for those who want to present more data than the dashboard presents about achievement or post-secondary data, they must use the verified list. But it does not mean that if they didn't do diagnostic testing beyond CASP, that they have to run out and go do that testing now. I believe. So if somebody wants to say that that is not correct, then we better get that straight.
And if we think that is correct, I want to make sure people who don't spend as much time as we have trying to understand this, it's clear what schools are needing to prepare, and it's clear what authorizers can consider and or require. Because in my reading of it right now, whether it's in the item or elsewhere, it's as complicated as this conversation has been to understand, and that seems unfair. And I think we can there's some easy fixes.
So moving on from this question, if we are in a reasonable place on that and we can verify that, I'm going to ask for some amendments that are responsive to some of the conversation that we heard from folks who were commenters, and maybe take a break so that we can clarify those. But we heard several things about ways that the data might be used that would be productive from folks who both wrote in and spoke. So I would want to amend the participation rate element to add, after the results of at least 95% of pupils for whom the assessment is appropriate, I would want to add, an authorizer may consider evidence of impacts of the global pandemic or natural disasters on participation, and may choose to flex the 95% requirement so long as there is evidence that selection bias has not occurred. That is, that excluded students were not likely to score lower than the students who took the assessment. So that would respond to some of the comments that we heard. With respect to the use of student group data, the CDE recommendation says the data include all student groups that have at least 11 students. I would add for assessments that publish student group norms to enable comparisons, because we heard that not all of the publishers produce those norms, which we are able to produce for CASP and will have in our growth metric. And then finally on data use procedure number 6, which is the differences from the CASP, again to add, the charter schools shall present data for the student groups whose CASP performance place the school in the middle or low performance category, and add for assessments that publish student group norms to enable comparisons, just again to clarify that. And finally, one of our goals is not to try to churn every authorizer and every charter school into psychometricians. The world has enough of those. But we do want to make, useful analyses available in the decision making. So where it talks about in the use of the CASP for English language arts, literacy, and mathematics, specified CASP reported data can only be used in a manner consistent with the data reported on the CASP website and dashboard. CASP data and methodologies for analyzing CASP data, and I would add, for example, the core student growth percentiles that are mutually agreed upon by the chartering authority and the charter school may be used to supplement. So I think that would resolve a few of the questions that we heard in ways that I hope clarify a path forward for the authorizers and the schools. I see that Cindy is here and wants to speak to something, so please.
I would ask Eric Crane to come up. I think it would be helpful to have a bit more overview around the student group issue, just so you're aware of what was asked of publishers and what they told us publicly that they could do. So I want to make sure that we have that clarification prior to this action, if possible.
Thank you, Director Kazanis. So the student group criterion, as it's currently worded, is that the data include all student groups that have at least 11 students using the groups and minimum size for reporting from the California School Dashboard. So it is a criterion that asks for the data to the data to be disaggregated at the group level. In terms of what the publishers provided and what our review considered, we did ask and we did review in the technical material what the publishers produce for student groups, and they do those that have moved forward, on balance with their technical quality, have that, and they do, by and large, report on group norms. So the criterion, as it's now stated, calls for separate reporting out, and it wasn't entirely clear what the proposed language change would do to that criterion.
What it would do is simply say, yes, where the group norms are made available by the publisher, the reporting would continue to report by groups, but where the group norms are not available, then you're not expected to.
That's a minimum requirement of what we asked of publishers. So you would not have made the list if you could not produce the student group information. Is that accurate?
Norms are different than information. You have to have developed norms for each subgroup.
Okay, thank you.
Just a comment on that. I think sometimes publishers aren't given access to all of the data disaggregation characteristics that they would need to do that type of data. For example, since they're in getting foster youth services, that data might not be passed to publishers to be able to give back data in that format. So I wonder about that. Like how much data is being shared with vendors to actually be able to turn around and disaggregate that data.
Yeah, so there's two questions. One is whether you can it disaggregate the data? And that can sometimes be an issue, as you have suggested. The other issue is whether you're making a judgment about the gains of student groups when they don't have student group norms that are for those student groups. So those two related issues.
Or whether those markers are even shared with the publisher. Those
right, and sometimes that may also be an issue. So what I'd like to do, I'd like to hear any other discussion from the board and then take a break to come back with proposed amendments that are written so you can see them. Member Glover Woods.
Thank you, President Darling-Hammond. I was going to ask if you would restate the amendment related to student group. I wanted to hear that again, and then I may have a question, Cindy, after I hear that.
Okay. It would add to the student group's proposal, the data include, this is what's already there, the data include all student groups that have at least 11 students, using the groups and minimum size for reporting from the California School Dashboard for assessments that publish student group norms to enable comparisons. That would be added for assessments that publish student group norms to be able to enable comparisons.
And so my question, Cindy, just to clarify, are there assessments on the list that's before us for approval that do not provide the student group norms information?
The assessments that the assessments that were moved forward cleared the rubric in an overall way, and that individual item need not have been met for an assessment to go forward. So it is possible that an assessment could have been recommended to you all without having met that requirement of group norms.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
The reporting, however, is what's referenced in the current version of the criterion.
So they're able to, in a sense, disaggregate the data by student group, but not with the student group norm, which is the...
There's another question we can ask. Are they all able to disaggregate by all of the student groups that are part of the dashboard? That is a separate question.
And the criterion, of course, falls to the school authorizer conversation and not to the publisher reporting. So the sense of the criterion is that the data include the student groups that would be in the conversation between charter school and authorizer. So the publisher is not in that discussion. It comes after the fact.
But I think the question maybe is whether the whole set of verified data being presented gets thrown out if the publisher cannot produce student group disaggregated data for all of the CASP, for all of the dashboard groups, or cannot produce data that is benchmarked to the group norms. And I think what we're trying to accomplish is being sure that the data that is available and appropriate can still be used, even if the publisher can't provide everything that is in this expectation.
I would say yes and, not but, yes and, if, well, let me just kind of break it down this way. As we're considering the list of assessments and as we're considering these different areas, what I want to be sure is that for those charter schools that will need to utilize verified data as part of their renewal process, that the data from the assessments is able to be disaggregated. I'm going to just go with the disaggregation right now into the student groups that are required based on CAS, based on all other schools. I want to be sure that that verified data, what we approve, does not exclude looking at data for all of the student groups that are possible that meet that minimum.
Maybe we need to word this in a way that makes it clear that data that can be looked at should be looked at, but that a source of verified data should not be thrown out if it doesn't have.
I think that might be helpful.
Because these are data that already exists. It's not like schools are going to be able to go out there now and say, oh, we've been using this source of data, and now we're going to go give a different test, right? That would not. Or the authorizers say, well, we're just not going to accept your data. I think that's what we're getting to.
I would agree. And I, again, think as we are approving a list of assessments, we want to the degree that we can, know that the majority of those on this list are able to be, in a sense, that they're able to look and be able to show data in the same way as with all schools. But I understand and appreciate and do support if there is data that is not available based on student norms and comparability, that shouldn't exclude the verified data. But I still want to be sure that all charters are still going to need to, in a sense, demonstrate student group performance for all of the student groups that are required with that minimum number of 11. So to one last little point, and I think I'll stop. Just for my clarification, when a charter goes through the renewal process, one level of data that has to be looked at is CASP data. Is that accurate? And then the other level of data that can be looked at, with the exception of the low performance group, is verified data. Is that accurate? Thank you.
And then I think the questions that may come up are, does the authorizer need to look at, allow the use of the verified data that the school may want to present if it doesn't, for example, have every one of the student groups represented and with group norms?
I have a clarifying question. Would the usage of core methodology help alleviate some of these concerns?
It might. I will say, when we were doing the work during the pandemic, where many districts were allowed to use different diagnostic assessments if they didn't have enough secure, browsers, et cetera, to use the CASP, or they lacked enough equipment. When there were analyses done of some of those data, they could not be broken down by all the groups because the data recipients, the NWEA or the iReady or whatever, didn't have, in every case, students identified by all of the markers that go into the state data set. So it may be possible for a publisher to produce data when they get this. I think this is what member Yashimoto Tari was just explaining. They don't always get all the data from the school or district to allow the breakdown. But then the other issue that has been raised is, and this was in the letter that came from the Charter Development Center, that not all of them produce group norms for the subgroups, which we're able to do at the state level, but we're not, that is not necessarily something that every publisher can do for every assessment. And I think Cindy wants to say something because she is standing there. So we would like to recognize you if you do want to say something.
Here to answer any clarifying questions.
Okay. Any further question? Yes. Member Olken, are you
I think my question is for you. Yeah. So if I understand the proposal is that we're going to break so that what you said verbally we can see in writing, and then will we have further discussion at that point?
Further discussion on it, yes.
Fantastic. Thank you.
It's too many words for everyone to be holding.
My brain
and there may be things that we need to take a look at.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Elkin, for mentioning. I would like to see it in writing so that I can see it in print and kind
So
of.
we're going to take a break if that's okay. We have another member, Yashimoto Tari.
before we take a break, I think the reason I brought that up is my understanding of FERPA is that because data use agreements differ across systems and between vendors, that is sometimes why the data isn't shared as readily. If a student has an IEP, if a student is unhoused, so that may limit the ability of a third party to actually desegregate by certain student groups.
Yeah.
And I don't know that that is required of districts or of LEAs to have robust data use agreements with certain privacy stipulations.
Right.
I don't know.
Thank you. One other response to Member Escobedo's question, you asked about the core growth metric. What that would allow, we don't yet have our growth metric in place, and this all came about because we were not yet to a statewide growth metric. But allowing the districts that do participate in core to use the core growth metric would allow them to use CASP data, which then gets past some of the challenges that if they're using that metric, that statistical process with the CASP, which is what typically is done. So I don't think we answered that fully before.
I just had a clarifying point on that, and I want to make sure that I emphasize on that criteria that there is a statement that says that the CASP data cannot be used to dispute the dashboard results. So CORE may look at it in a different manner, and if it's inconsistent with what we see on the dashboard is overrules that piece. So,
but the dashboard doesn't have a growth metric, so I mean that would end up being a question, right? If you have a status measure and a growth measure, they're going to show you different things, not necessarily incompatible things.
And then just to address Member Yoshimoto Tauri's point, we did not hear FERPA concerns about the sharing of data. That is something I know that my division takes very seriously. We enter into a number of data sharing agreements with researchers on a regular basis. And so we are currently, as an example, sharing student group information, including foster and unhoused youth, or what we call homeless youth, with our testing vendor, ETS. And so that is absolutely something that we have an MOU in place that allows us for that kind of use. So I just wanted to make sure that we said that out loud, that we did not hear that concern from the test publishers, at least.
I think my comment was more in regard to specific LEAs and third-party vendors, not so much the state.
And sometimes the LEA will say, for example, we can't share the free and reduced price lunch data or whatever with an outside vendor.
And that's why we don't use free and reduced price lunch data. We use the SED as the student group. So I just want to make sure that, on a state level, we have set an example that this can be done.
Right. And then we have different things happening in local places. Any other questions? All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. See you back here at, we're going to make an 11-minute break, and see you back here at 10:30. And we're going to do the countdown. All right.
Sarah Petrowski, Policy Director, State Board of Education. I have slides available for the changes that have been requested.
All right, thank you very much. So I wanted, before making a motion with amendments, just clarify a couple of things. The verified data use was put in place, as I noted before, in part because we did not yet have a growth metric to look at student growth, and that's a major piece of what every school is trying to accomplish. At this moment, we're talking about, for charter schools that will come up for reauthorization in the next year or two, we're talking about what they have been doing over the last N number of years, 3-4 years. So this is mostly retrospective. It's not really so much prospective, except there may be a few that are coming up next year who would choose something based on this list this year. It's verifying data they may already have used. So just to be clear that this is not, for many charter schools, this would not be a selection process. It would be a how do we understand what can be presented and how do authorizers understand what can be looked at. So just to be clear about that. So what I would propose is that we adopt the CDE recommendation with the amendments that are in red on these slides. In terms of verified data 2, we would add that an authorizer may consider evidence of the impacts of global pandemic or natural disasters on participation and may waive this requirement. This is the 95% participation requirement if there is evidence that selection bias has not occurred. For example, excluding students who are not likely. There should not be a not there. Excluded students who were likely to score lower on average. Can
we be shared this slide so we can look at it in print?
I don't know. That was part of our challenge, was figuring out how to get the slides to communicate. I would have to ask the folks who were struggling with that.
Our inbox? Sure. Or even just electronically.
I think the electronics was the problem. Okay, it's coming from Brooks. Excluded students who were likely to score lower on average than students who took the assessment. So that would give authorizers the opportunity to consider the impacts of the pandemic and natural disasters and to consider evidence that has less than 95% participation rate if there's evidence that, for example, all of the special education students or some students who were low achieving were not excluded. Move on to the next one. Verified data 4. No, we changed this and this is not the correct version. I'm sorry, this is not the correct version that we just worked on. All right, we may need to take, what I would recommend is that because we have other things to do, that we move ahead with the agenda, come back to this after lunch, because we've had technology issues and capturing issues. The amendments really seek to be sure that student group data is reported wherever it's available and of an adequate sample size, and that comparisons are appropriate when they're compared to CASP data, and that the core growth metric is included as an example of what can be done. So that's what we'll come back to, but the wording is not correct on the slides that we were just shown. And we'll be sure that those who want to see it in their inboxes can do so. So what I would suggest that we do is move on so that we can get that. Is that okay, Brooks? And come back to this?
Yeah, reopen it.
Yeah, we'll reopen this item. And thank everyone for their forbearance as we've tried to get all the technology to work. Is State Superintendent available? Because he would be the next item on the agenda. He's here? All right. Drum roll. Here we go. Yeah, we're going to come back to this. Well, maybe after lunch. I'm not sure. I want to be sure that we can make it available to everyone, and clearly we are having, challenges. All right. Well, we had some snags in being sure that the technology could communicate the amendments, so we're going to fix those and come back to that. So we're delighted that you're here, and we're opening item 1 for your state superintendent's report.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, to President Darling Hammond and members of the board, to those who are present, to those who are following online. It's my pleasure to bring you a few highlights from our work at the California Department of Education. Many of you know that most recently, one of our largest districts in the state experienced an 8-day strike. And I bring this up to say that given the fiscal conditions that some of our school districts still experience, we're going to continue to see labor and management strife. And so we found ourselves in the position to actually mediate the strike in Oakland, working with both labor and management to work through complicated issues. And I'm grateful to say that we were able to help them reach agreement on very important topics, both improving compensation for important staff and providing incredible services for students who are often homeless, who have been disadvantaged in other ways. And so while we don't really have a labor management team at the Department of Education, we've made it known that we will work with districts to try and prevent them from reaching the crisis point of actually naming a strike. Because we know that while sometimes it's necessary, those who get hurt are the students. And we don't want students to have lost time. And so we've made it known that we will help any district that is experiencing labor and management strife if they're willing to work with us. And we try to find ways to help them prevent being in the situation of calling a strike. I'd like to thank some of the staff at the Department of Education for joining me in the mediation and working long hours and finding ways to find space for the mediation to take place and literally providing meals to the striking parties and management for the course of 8 days. And I'd like to thank first Deputy Superintendent Malia Vela, who literally secured space for upwards of 60 people who were involved in the mediation and coached a number of the participants on how to work through some of the complications of labor law and the conversations that take place. And I'd like to thank Deputy Superintendent Abel Guillen, who also joined those negotiations, and of course, our Chief Deputy Superintendent, Mary Nicely. As ironic as the timing was, this strike occurred during Teacher Appreciation Month. And we had to find ways to weave in and out of those negotiations to participate in some teacher appreciation events, and want to officially say thank you to all of our teachers in the month of May. Thank you for what you do. We appreciate you and your efforts. And thank you to everyone at Burbank Elementary School who allowed me to visit as part of our Teacher Appreciation Month visit. And at Burbank Elementary, we visited some TK classes and some state preschool classes. And these are dual immersion classes as well. And so we got a special treat to see TK as it is envisioned for our state, and to see the incredible accomplishments being made by our students, and to be with students who are learning Spanish and some Tagalog, and just to see incredible things. We want to remind our teachers, it's a hard job, and we know that you need support. We want to remind you that the National Board Certification Program is available to you. Thank you, Dr. Darling Hammond and others for securing the funding in the budget for those who receive that certification to receive $5,000 a year, every year for 5 years. And I'm incredibly pleased to say that applications are up, and that the applications of teachers of color are significantly up. They've increased by, they've tripled. Those applications have tripled. And when you see Deputy Superintendent Cheryl Cotton, she can provide you the exact percentages, but the applications for teachers of color have tripled. It is programs like these and programs like our teacher education workforce programs that we can use to support our workforce and retaining them. I do want to also acknowledge that we celebrated some of our classified staff in what was called a HEROES program, recognizing the food service workers. Every time I have the chance to serve meals in these programs, I think how tired I am afterwards. And I just have great appreciation for those who do this on a day in and day out basis and provide a smile to young learners as they provide them a meal. I want to say thank you to those that allowed us to visit, and we were grateful to be able to provide them with donated tickets to the Warriors and Lakers game in San Francisco. I did not get to attend, but I'm glad that they got to attend. I wish it had been a better outcome for the Warriors, but go Warriors, always believe. I also want to note that as we are celebrating Teacher Appreciation Month, we continue our efforts to support statewide recruitment of teacher candidates and future candidates. And we have a public service announcement that has gone out. We have created a one-stop way for people to learn about the profession. What does it mean to become a teacher? How do you get access to getting funds for a teacher credential? Thank you again, Dr. Darling Hammond and others, for helping us to grow our Golden State Teacher Grant to $20,000 to anyone who wants to become a teacher or a mental health clinician in our state. We are out there promoting that. I think we can see that applications are up for the Golden State Teacher Grant, and we're excited to continue to connect candidates to teacher credentialing programs or to districts who are actually doing the hiring. It's hard to get the information, and it's not all in one place. And while we don't have recruitment staff at the department, we've entered into this work in hopes of helping us recruit the TK teachers that we need over the next several years, and bilingual education teachers, and math and science teachers, and arts and music teachers, and every other category you can think of. I want to acknowledge the May Revise that came out just a few days ago. We recognize that the state is experiencing a significant decline in projected revenue, but I'm grateful that as it relates to what has been proposed for education, that there have been very few reductions proposed. There have been some reductions proposed for some of the one-time grants, and we hope that the legislature can find a way around making those reductions. But with an 8.2% cost of living adjustment proposed, and a number of programs that we think are important, not just because we've sponsored bills in this area, but because they're important, that there's funding proposed in this budget to expand training programs for bilingual educators. There is funding in this budget that is proposed to support any programs that would be related to dyslexia screening. Should that bill prevail, that there would be a way to ensure that many of our students aren't over-identified for dyslexia, and that there are training opportunities for how we implement such a bill. And of course, there's funding to support increasing the teacher residency grant, which is a bill that we've actually sponsored in SB 765 that would increase the teacher residency grant to $40,000. And so the great things are happening in California, but we still have to grapple with challenges that districts face, like declining enrollment. So next week, we'll be hosting a declining enrollment webinar that's intended to be a how-to to show districts how you can counter declining enrollment. Yes, districts have to make hard choices as their enrollment declines. And sadly, that means reducing overhead, and in some cases, even closing schools that have low enrollment. But we want to look to the future and how districts can actually improve their enrollment and show them things that they can do to make that happen, like provide more STEAM education programs and more dual language immersion programs. And so next week's webinar on May the 23rd at 10:30 that anyone can join will focus on these programs, and we will have representatives who can talk about them, like those at the Calculus Roundtable, which have some groundbreaking STEAM education programs, and the West County Mandarin School from West Contra Costa Unified School District that has used its dual language immersion programs to attract parents and families back to the district. And so we invite you all to join us for that conversation. But finally, I'd like to make some staff acknowledgments. It's bittersweet. We will be soon losing someone who's been no stranger to this board and to the Department of Education. I don't know if she's in the room. She's hiding. Yes, she's in the room. I want to acknowledge Stephanie Farland, who many of you know will be moving on to other work, but still working in the educational space. And I'll let her tell you where she's going to be. That's her announcement. But I want to acknowledge her on behalf of 3.5 incredible years of service to this organization, to this work. And it has been important work and not always easy work. How's that? I want to be strength-based in how I say it. But I am personally grateful to you, Stephanie, for the time that we first started working together, which was all the way back to the Charter Task Force, and for you being a participant to help us come up with rules. How do charter schools get renewed? Every group deserves the right to know what the renewal process is, and we needed that reform to clarify that, to provide guidelines for how new charters can be established and how there can be accountability. And I want to thank you for leading in a way that was always fair and balanced. And you've done a service to the field, and you've done a service at the California Department of Education and the State Board of Education. And you are appreciated, and you will be missed. And through the president and chair, if we could we show our appreciation for Stephanie Farland for your service at the Department of Education. And we do have a little something for you, and we have some parting gifts, but you have our thanks. And just know that in your new role, which is also education related, we will be calling you. I'd like to acknowledge 2 new staff who are joining the department that you will see here at the board. One is Robert Perez, who is joining as Southern California liaison. This means that he's someone who can go to meetings for the department and for myself in Southern California and attend meetings with me. He has a background of working in the legislature. He's worked for 3 different legislative bodies or members. He has a background of working with our farm worker families all across the state. He was very instrumental in his work at the UFW Foundation in making sure that we had access to PPE for farm worker families during the pandemic. As a matter of fact, we worked with him directly to secure it, and he and his team made sure that the families had access to it. And we're grateful to have him come on board. And then the next person is coming on board is also no stranger to this work. Dr. Erica Torres, who many of you have known recently as the administrator at Inglewood Unified School District, is coming on board as a deputy superintendent to work on a number of issues, including strategy, policy, and special initiatives. She will be leading a strategic plan process for the California Department of Education. We want every one of our near 2,000 employees to be able to connect to a clear mission and vision for the work. And so we will be creating a strategic plan, and we are working on aligning all of our major grant-funded initiatives to create more what I would call comparable, measurable outcomes. This state is making an enormous investment in expanded learning, in community schools, in TK, the Learning Recovery Block Grant, the Reading Coaches and Specialists program. All of these programs are going to help our students bounce back from the challenges of the pandemic and create a system that's even better than what they had before. But we have to make sure that we have the ability to show the impact of these programs. And so Dr. Torres' work will help us to align these programs and to be able to increase our reporting efficiency to show the deep impact that these programs have all across the state. So thank you for welcoming Robert Perez and Dr. Torres to the program. And with your concurrence, Madam President, I would like to present a certificate of our appreciation to Stephanie Farland.
I think that's a great idea, and I would also just like to add our thanks to Stephanie for her great work, for her professionalism, for her sensitivity, her dedication to the State Board and CDE team. We're going to miss you. I know Stephanie has deep knowledge of public education that stems from her past experience, where she started in Sacramento as a teacher of history, right, and government at Hiram Johnson High School, and then she was a senior consultant for the California School Boards Association, and we want to add a certificate also from the State Board in thanks to Stephanie for her wonderful work for all of our students as well as for us.
Hello, a little unexpected, so I'll make it very brief. But I very much appreciate Superintendent Thurman's words. It really, and President Darling Hammond's words. It's really been a pleasure working at the department. I have an unbelievably fabulous staff, as you can see via the items that come to you and all the work that goes into the work that we do in the Charter Schools Division. The superintendent has been a great leader in this area and really one of the most supportive bosses I've ever had. So it's been great. It's been a learning experience for me. And I just am so blessed and, so much wiser having worked in the department the last 3.5 years with such incredible people. And I will also say that I also really, really like the state board staff, and they've been supportive, and you have fabulous people on your staff as well. And I just loved coming up, meeting you, getting to know Cynthia and Sharon through the charter work has been awesome. So really, I appreciate it. And I am staying in education. I will be still continuing to work with charter authorizers around the state. So I'm very excited about that work. And I know everything that I have learned the last 3.5 years will add to that. So thank you.
Thanks again, Stephanie. We will be calling you, and we appreciate you again. I do want the board to know, and the SBE staff to know, that during the transition, Stephanie's been very gracious of giving us extra time to work on a number of items as she prepares to transition into her new role. During the transition, we will be asking Deputy Superintendent Nancy Portillo to serve as a liaison to the board for any questions that you all have about charter items. She will be presenting at the board meeting and working closely with our charter division staff until the position is filled. We'll be actively posting it and recruiting, but Nancy is someone who has worked in the charter community. She has been a leader and administrator at a charter school, is very knowledgeable about the policies about charter schools and equity in serving students wherever they attend, and we're grateful to have her interim support during this time of transition. And this concludes my report.
Thank you so much. And at this moment, we're going to reconvene on item 2 because we do now have the technology all lined up. You have received in your inbox, board members, at about 10:58 a.m. from Brooks, a copy of the slides. So everybody should have them multiple ways, and hopefully all the versions agree with each other now. And thank you, Sarah. Please help us to see them on the screen. We had computers that were not talking to each other properly previously. There we go. Okay, so the motion is to adopt the CDE recommendations with the amendments in red for the criteria to define verified data, number 2. That we add an authorizer may consider evidence of the impacts of global pandemic or natural disasters on participation. This is in relation to participation rates, and may waive this requirement if there is evidence that selection bias has not occurred. For example, the school has not excluded students who are likely to score lower on average than students who took the assessment. That's the first one. Second one, with respect to verified data, number 4, adding to the CDE recommendation, the data include all student groups that have at least 11 students using the groups and minimum size for reporting from the California School Dashboard for assessments that report student data for those groups. So we expect to see it. The next one, data use procedure number 6. This has to do with comparing students in student groups in the verified data to the CASP performance. And this is where the question about student group norms comes up. And it would add this statement. The charter schools shall present data for the student groups whose CASP performance placed the school in the middle or low performance category. When appropriate data for those student groups is available, appropriate data will meet the minimum N size for the student group and wherever possible be considered in terms of student group norms. Because there was this debate about whether the publishers do or don't provide it. If they do provide it, it should be considered. And then the last one is simply to, when mentioning methodologies for analyzing CASP data, clarify that that can include core student growth percentile methodology. And those are the amendments. So I'm making this motion. Do we have a second? Thank you. Member Glover Woods. Is there any further discussion of the motion? Member Rodriguez?
I just want to extend my compliments to all of the work that went in preparing this to Wested. And I'd like to thank the public commenters as well. And this conversation that we had was incredibly eye-opening for me, and I learned so much from this process, and I really appreciate being on this board and listening to our partners and the work that's going forward. So thank you.
Seeing no other hands and apparently no other discussion, I think we can call for the vote. How do you want to do that, Brooks? Just raise your hand. Okay. All those in favor of the motion as amended, say aye. Any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. Thank you very much for hanging in with this complicated set of questions. And with that, we're going to move on to item number 3, because you had a very long break already. So we'll try to go until lunch if we can. And item 3 is the approval of the recommended summative alternate English language proficiency assessments for California. Threshold for meeting reclassification criterion 1. And the CDE recommends that we approve the State Superintendent of Public Instruction's proposed use of summative alternative LPAC overall performance level 3, fluent English proficient, to satisfy the English language proficiency criterion for reclassification decision-making, beginning with the 2022-23 summative alternate LPAC administration for English learner students with the most significant cognitive disabilities enrolled in kindergarten through grade 12. And this item will be presented by Sarah Neville Morgan, Alicia Moreno Ramirez, and Kelly Bacher of the CDE, Molly Faulkner Bond of Wested, and Patricia Barron of ETS. It does take a village. Welcome, Sarah. Do you have your microphone on? Let's be sure you're...
Now it is. So the hard job this morning of just introducing everybody. So good morning. I'm Sarah Neville Morgan, Deputy Superintendent with the California Department of Education. So really want to appreciate President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and board members for having us here this morning to present this item. With me, I will have Alicia Moreno Ramirez, Director of the Multilingual Support Division, Dr. Kelly Bacher, Assessment, Development, and Administration Division, Psychometrics, Evaluation, and Data Office Administrator. They will be helping co-present, along with Dr. Molly Faulkner Bond, a Senior Research Associate, Regional Educational Laboratory West, or REL West at Wested, and Dr. Patricia Barron, Strategic Advisor of ETS. So we will be bringing an action item before you all today, which means we will be putting forth some items that we hope you move forward. And with that, I'm going to bring Alicia up here. See, I told you I had the really tough part this morning.
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning. Superintendent Thurman, President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and board members. I'm Alicia Moreno Ramirez, Director of the Multilingual Support Division. Today's presentation will cover the following. We'll provide an overview of the California Department of Education's, or CDE's, recommendation for approval of Performance Level 3 on the Summative Alternate English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, or LPAC, in the following manner. First, we'll provide you with the CDE's recommendation for approval. Next, we will explain the context behind the use of the Summative Alternate LPAC for determining the overall proficiency level needed to reach fluent English proficiency and eligibility for reclassification. Then, We'll share reclassification study results in the 2 studies conducted to support this recommendation, the threshold validation study and the supplemental empirical analyses. We'll respond to any questions from the SBE and the public and provide clarification when necessary. And finally, we'll return to CDE's recommendation for State Board of Education action. In this section of the presentation, I'll provide you with an overview of the CDE's recommendation for approval before you today. The CDE recommends that the California State Board of Education approve the following. Proposed use of the summative alternate LPAC overall performance level, or PL3, fluent English proficient, to satisfy the English language proficiency criterion for reclassification decision-making, beginning with the 2022-23 summative alternate LPAC administration for English learner or EL students with the most significant cognitive disabilities enrolled in kindergarten through grade 12. In this section, I will review the context around the use of the alternate LPAC for determining the English language proficiency level of EL students with the most significant cognitive disabilities who may be eligible for reclassification to fluent English proficiency. The development of the alternate LPAC for EL students with the most significant cognitive disabilities is the first of its kind in the state and is a demonstration of California's commitment to innovation and rigor. The design is focused on equity and helps standardize students' reclassification experiences. As this issue reflects the intersection of student experience, the CDE engaged with cross-division collaboration among the multilingual support, assessment development administration, and special education divisions, and has elicited the input of interest holders in the areas of assessment, special education, and multilingual learning in preparation for advancing this recommendation. English learner students who are enrolled in a California school beginning in any grade level, kindergarten through grade 12, have a language other than English identified on the home language survey, and upon assessment, demonstrated a level of English language proficiency that indicates EL programs and services are necessary. Students identified as English learners receive programs and services until they meet the reclassification criteria pursuant to Education Code Section 313. Dually identified students specifically are those who are identified as English learners and as children with disabilities under the Individuals with Disabilities Act as defined in 20 U.S. Code Section 14013A. Dually identified students receive both EL programs and services and special education and related services. More specifically, dually identified students are entitled to all services and supports for students with disabilities, including in the Individualized Education Plan, or IEP, or Section 504 plan, inclusion in the regular education program, and a free and appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment, as well as all services and supports for EL students, including, but not limited to, integrated and designated English language development instruction, and participation in annual language assessment with a goal or expectation of reclassification and exit from EL status. Dually identified students with the most significant cognitive disabilities are identified by local IEP teams. The 4 reclassification criteria found in Education Code Section 313F provide an expectation of what is needed for an English learner student, including dually identified students, to be considered proficient, beginning with the assessment of English language proficiency level. Reclassification is a comprehensive process where all 4 criteria are to be met for a student to be considered for reclassification. The SBE approves the threshold for Criterion 1, and LEAs may determine locally which measures may be used to meet Criterions 2, 3, and 4. Criterion 1 is assessment of language proficiency using an objective assessment instrument, but not limited to, the English language development test that is developed or acquired pursuant to Section 60810. Criterion 2, teacher evaluation, including but not limited to a review of the pupil's curriculum mastery. Criterion 3, parental opinion and consultation. And Criterion 4, comparison of the performance of the pupil in basic skills that demonstrates whether the pupil is sufficiently proficient in English to participate effectively in a curriculum designed for pupils of the same age whose native language is English. It's important to note that reclassification of a dually identified student is a process that is centered around a specific student and their IEP team. As such, criteria 2 through 4 are equally central to this process as they focus on educator and family consultation. Now, I'll hand the presentation over to Dr. Kelly Bacher to discuss some additional details about the alternate LPAC assessment and the analyses that inform the recommendation before you today.
Thank you, Alicia. Good morning, Superintendent Thurman, Deputy Superintendent Guillen, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and board members. I'm Kelly Bacher. I'm the administrator of the Psychometrics Evaluation and Data Office in the Assessment Division here at CDE. Participation in the ELP assessment is required of all English learner students. And the range of assessment participation options for duly identified students includes full participation in the general summative LPAC with accommodations, partial participation in the summative LPAC with domain exemptions, and participation in the alternate LPAC when a student's IEP team has determined that they should take alternate assessments. For these eligible students, the alternate for all or alt for all approach allows students who take one alternate assessment to take all alternate assessments. So for example, a student who takes the California Alternate Assessment for English Language Arts, the CAA for ELA, will also take the alternate LPAC if they are an English learner student. And in the 2021-22 administration, approximately 17,000 students in grades K through 12 took the alternate LPAC. So let's briefly review the development and the current guidance of the alternate LPAC. In May of 2019, the SBE approved the high-level test design for the alternate LPAC, and a year later approved the test blueprint. Between June of 2020 and October of the next year, ETS developed the assessment, which was followed by the operational field test through May of 2022. In February and March of 2022, ETS conducted standard setting workshops with panels of educators who established the thresholds for alternate LPAC level 1 through level 3. These thresholds were reviewed by our California Assessment System Technical Advisory Group and various state interest holders. And in the process of the standard setting workshop, the panel defined performance level 3 as fluent English proficient, and further defined students at level 3 as having sufficient English language proficiency and may need occasional linguistic support to access adapted grade level content in English. Now, because students who take the alternate LPAC are a heterogeneous group, there is no one definition that fits, or one student profile that fits this level 3 definition, but rather students arrive at proficiency having different disabilities, using different communication modes, and receiving individualized education programs and support. The panel judgments informed our recommended thresholds in May of 2022 that were approved by the state board that included the definition of level 3 as fluent English proficient. And at the time, the next steps were to identify and conduct follow-up analyses to empirically evaluate and confirm the thresholds for the purpose of reclassification. So since October of last year, Rel West has partnered with CDE to coach our staff to evaluate the approved thresholds, which has brought us to our recommendation today. And in April, the CDE provided the SBE with a memorandum that described the results of 2 studies, the purposes of which were to evaluate the thresholds using information from the student performance on the alternate LPAC, educator judgments, and student performance on the California Alternate Assessment in English Language Arts. So now I would like to invite my virtual co-presenters to share information about these 2 studies. Dr. Patricia Barron is going first, and she'll be presenting on behalf of ETS to provide an overview of the threshold validation study.
Thank you, Dr. Bacher. And good morning, Superintendent Thurman, Deputy Superintendent Guillen, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and board members. I'm Patricia Barron with ETS, and I'm very happy to be here with you today. The purpose of the alternate LPAC validation study was to evaluate the threshold scores approved by the SBE in May 2022. The threshold scores provided performance levels for students taking the summative alternate LPAC in 2021-22. Data for the study included student performance levels based on 2 processes. alternate LPAC test scores derived from the standard setting process, and student performance level judgment data collected using an in-test survey that educators completed at the beginning of the operational field test administration and prior to testing the same students. Both groups of educators use the SBE-approved descriptors to describe the 3 performance levels: Novice English Learner, Level 1, Intermediate English Learner, Level 2, and Fluent English Proficient, Level 3. Next slide, please. The results indicated moderate agreement between educator ratings and threshold scores overall, and identified some trends by grade level and by performance level. The percent agreement between educators' ratings and the alternate LPAC thresholds ranged from 72.4% to 80.5%, and the overall percent agreement was 73.3%. These results provide support for the threshold scores for the alternate LPAC, as educator judgments of the students based on classroom observation mostly concurred with classifications based on assessment scores. There was also a trend observed across data collection methods. That is, the results from the standard setting and the classroom observation studies suggested that the percentage of students classified as fluent English proficient increased as student grade level increased from kindergarten through grade 12. Now I'd like to pass for the second study to Rel West, who provided the CDE with coaching and technical support to conduct their analyses. It's my pleasure to pass to Dr. Faulkner-Bond, who will introduce the empirical analyses. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barron, and good morning, Superintendent Thurman, Deputy Superintendent Guillen, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and board members. As Dr. Barron stated, Rel West provided coaching to the CDE to apply the methods for the second study. Rel West also supported the CDE by independently replicating the CDE's findings and aiding the CDE in the interpretations and recommendations from the results. Next slide, please. The methods the CDE used in this project were developed in 2012 with support from the U.S. Department of Education. The methods were specifically designed to support state education agency personnel and technical assistance providers in using empirical data to inform decisions about thresholds and policy for English learner reclassification. They involve 3 approaches that use ELP assessment and content achievement data to identify appropriate ELP cut scores for reclassification. The methods were developed using real student data from multiple states and have since been used in other states and in California to inform the setting of thresholds on summative ELP assessments. They have also been used to inform the thresholds set on other alternate ELP assessments. Next slide, please. The methods are designed to reflect the language and logic of the 2 most recent reauthorizations of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act by supporting states to identify the point at which language proficiency and academic achievement become slightly less tightly coupled for students who are assessed in both areas. Specifically, the methods propose that researchers can define English language proficient as the point at which EL students' academic content achievement assessed using English becomes less related to their ELP. Next slide, please. So to unpack the logic a bit more, we know that students who are not yet proficient in English generally do poorly on assessments that are administered in English. So leaving aside the validity concerns that underlie this means that there is typically a strong relationship between the 2 assessments. Students who do poorly in ELP also tend to do poorly in academic content. At some point, though, when students have sufficient English proficiency to meaningfully interact with the assessment, we should start to see a broader range of academic performance. As with all students, we'll expect that some students will be very good at, say, mathematics, many will be average, and some will really struggle. This would mean that students with the same level of ELP may have a much broader range of academic content scores, leading to a less strong relationship between the 2 assessments. The method's authors argue that at or beyond this point is where the ELP performance standard might be considered, and empirical procedures can help to identify this level of performance. So now to share the results of the CDE's application of these methods, I will hand this back to Dr. Kelly Bacher.
Thank you, Dr. Faulkner-Bond. Is this on? So in a moment, I will give a high-level overview of each of the statistical methods that we Over here? Oh, switching. Okay. So in a moment, I will give an overview of each of the statistical methods that we use to inform our recommendation. But first, we thought it would be helpful to state here right at the outset that it is our conclusion that the analyses confirm alternate LPAC level 3 as the appropriate threshold where language and content become less related. And this is based on over 60 analyses of alternate LPAC students in grades 3 through 8 and 11 who also had CAA for ELA scores. And there are some limitations and considerations to the data that we included in this analysis. The first being that because we are including ELA assessment scores, the data are necessarily limited to the grades at which we administer the ELA assessment. So these next few slides will include information on grades 3 through 8 and 11. And second, these data were collected in the very first administration of the alternate LPAC. So it's possible that the performance of students in this very first year may differ from future years. So because of this, the CDE is recommending a number of follow-up analyses as more years of data and information become available. So on the next few slides, I'll show some examples of the results that informed our recommendation. The first method is called descriptive box plots, and it helps us determine at what alternate LPAC level are at least half the students proficient on the ELA assessment. So to orient us to this figure, on the horizontal or x-axis, we have students grouped by their performance level on the alternate LPAC, 1, 2, and 3. We also have student performance for the student groups of English only, EO, initial fluent English proficient, or IFEP, and reclassified fluent English proficient, or RFEP. TBD students are those whose English language proficiency has not yet been determined by an assessment and tends to be a very small group of students. And on the vertical or y-axis, we have the CAA for ELA scale score. These box and whisker plots show the distribution of ELA scores for each of these groups of students. And you can think of these plots as a traditional bell curve that's kind of been flopped on its side, where the majority of students are within that large rectangle with fewer out at the tail ends. So one conclusion from this figure is we can see that alternate LPAC level 3 students, roughly half of them are scoring at or above proficiency on the ELA assessment. The proficiency line is indicated by that red horizontal at 460. So that's our proficiency point for ELA. Another take home from this figure is that our LPAC performance levels are performing and functioning as we intended, in that as the performance levels go up, so does the distribution on the ELA assessment as we'd expected. It's also worth noting that we can see students who are in alternate LPAC level 3 are outperforming their EO, IFEP, and RFEP peers. The latter of which, the RFEP group, was previously reclassified based on locally determined criteria. So we do expect that the trends for IFEP and RFEP students may change over time as the field grows more familiar with the assessment and the use of these thresholds. I will also note here that whenever possible, we also looked at the results for our two largest disability groups, which were students with autism and students with intellectual disabilities, and the results were remarkably consistent with the overall sample, and that was true for all three of our methods we used. Our second method is called logistic regression, and the goal here is to find at what point on the alternate LPAC score scale do students have a 50% likelihood of scoring proficiently on the ELA assessment? And we focus on 50% because that would mean a student has a roughly even likelihood of being proficient or not on the ELA assessment and kind of gets at that uncoupling of the two assessments that Dr. Faulkner-Bond was referring to a few minutes ago. So on this figure, on the horizontal or x-axis, we have the range of scale scores on the alternate LPAC. On the y-axis, we have the probability of proficiency on the ELA assessment, and that 50% mark we've got our eye on is indicated with that red horizontal line. The dashed vertical lines indicate where the cut scores or the thresholds are for the alternate LPAC at this grade. We're showing you an example today of grade 4, so we can see where the cut score is for performance level 2 and performance level 3. So what we see from this figure is that our blue regression line is crossing the 50% probability likelihood within alternate LPAC level 3. So given that, as we saw on a prior slide, English-only students tended to not be performing proficiently on the ELA assessment, we decided to conduct what we called an equity check by rerunning the logistic regression method, but altering the target. So instead of having the target be level 3 proficiency on the ELA assessment, we decided to use the midpoint of level 2, or between level 2 and 3, as the target. We thought that using this as the target might better reflect the wording of Reclassification Criterion 4 that talks about the performance of English learners relative to their English proficient peers. And with this as the target, alternate LPAC level 3 also works for most grades as a performance threshold. And the logic for our final method, which is called decision consistency, is to identify the score range on the alternate LPAC at which the most students are consistently classified using both assessments. So consistency here means that both the ELA assessment and the ELP assessment are deeming the student to be proficient, or both of them are saying not proficient. So either of those would be considered consistent classifications. And what we're trying to do is minimize the instances where students are proficient on one assessment but not the other. So on the horizontal x-axis here, we again have the alternate LPAC performance levels. Here we have split them into smaller buckets, if you will, of low and high for each level. On the y-axis, we have the percentage of students who are consistently classified. And again, is either proficient on both assessments or not proficient on either. With this method, what we're hoping to see is an inflection point where the consistency either decreases or starts plateauing to indicate that we are maximizing the decision consistency. And for this figure, the results are clearest for grade 3, which shows a peak in consistent classifications at the lower end of alternate LPAC level 3. The other grades here don't show a similar peak, but they do affirm that across the scale score continuum, the consistent classifications are highest within alternate LPAC performance level 3. And with this method, we also conducted a similar equity check using the midpoint of performance level 2 on the ELA assessment as the target. And with this as the target, we can see that all grades now show a clear point of inflection, beyond which the percentage of classifications is decreasing. And looking across the grades, we can see that this peak is occurring either at the lower end of performance level 3 or the upper end of performance level 2. So these exploratory results affirm that alternate LPAC level 3 is an appropriate reclassification threshold. So in summary, the threshold validation study compared and contrasted student performance on the alternate LPAC with educator judgments. And the supplemental empirical analyses evaluated the relationship between performance on the alternate LPAC and the CAA for ELA assessment. And taken together, the results of these two studies support the use of alternate LPAC performance level 3 as an appropriate threshold for reclassification criterion 1. So I'd now like to welcome back Alicia Moreno Ramirez to share our implementation plan and present the recommendation that's before you today.
Thank you, Dr. Bacher. So, pending SBE approval, resources, and support for implementation will include guidance letter to the field confirming summative alternate LPAC overall performance level 3 for reclassification, and technical assistance webinars to address the reclassification process. Content updates will also be made to the reclassification webpage on CDE's website and the lpac.org webpage, and the annual LPAC information guide. There will be a robust layer of tools and supports to guide educators in the field. I will now restate the CDE's recommendation. The CDE recommends that the California State Board of Education approve the following: an overall level 3 fluent English proficient on the summative alternate LPAC to meet criterion 1 of the 4 reclassification criteria for English learner students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. Thank you for your consideration, and at this time we will welcome any clarifying questions about the work we've presented today.
All right. Thank you very much. I think we want to put up the call-in slide for the public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so in person or by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. While we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask Member Escobedo and Member Yoshimoto-Tari if they have any initial comments. Then we'll go to any clarifying questions, and then we will go to public comment. So, Member Escobedo.
I just want to share that in last week's regional meeting with the English learner specialists, this was a significant topic of duly identified students. And it seems the vast majority of the students that are duly identified is because of other learning disabilities and speech and language. So it should be very interesting in the implementation of this recommendation if we do pass it. How would that percentage, decrease or not, depending on those who are in level 3? And I think this is really a good step for us to look into, because many of these duly identified students never get reclassified. So and definitely these last two items is challenging our psychometric acumen, right? So I truly appreciate, right, the logic models, the validation studies. They were fascinating. My head kind of hurts, so. But no, thank you for the amazing explanation and also the effects of this decision for many of our students that are, I don't want to say in limbo, but in a place where they stayed as duly identified students.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Member Yoshimoto-Tari.
Just to second that, just want to commend the department for looking at the needs of students who qualify for both special education services and English learner services. And I think it's critical for us to do that as much as possible, right, even when not required by law. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions? We can get into the deeper discussion after public comment. And so with that, I'm going to move us to public comment. Do we have any in-person?
There is no one signed up for in-person public comment.
Is there any public comment on the phone line?
We do not have any callers in the queue.
All right. Don't get too excited. I can see people thinking, "Oh, I might get to lunch," But I do want to also voice my appreciation, and I actually do want to ask for a little bit of clarification on two of the slides. Back to your point, Member Escobedo. So I'd love to see slide 20, 21, and 23 again, and ask a question about that.
Yes, and I may phone a friend in Molly Faulkner-Bond if
And I just want to be sure, did we make this transition at a time when everybody had finished presenting?
Yes.
Okay, all right, great. There were so many parts of the presentation. So if you look at slide 20, the one right before this one, you can see that the 50% chance happens well into PL3. So before that, at the cut score for PL3, there's much less than a 50% chance that students will be scoring proficient on the CAA. So that's one question I have, is like, that you certainly as you briefed it, in that band is where you hit that 50% mark, but it happens, well into the band, it looks like. And then if you go to 23, the inflection point for, I can't discern all of the different ones, but for some grade levels starts earlier, starts at PL 2H, right, at the higher level of performance level 2. And so my question is that one could imagine a decision which would use PL2 or PL 2.5 as the cut point rather than PL3. And I'd like to hear sort of an argument for why 3 is a better place to hit that cut point than, say, 2 or 2.5.
Sure. Yes, those are great questions. So I will give my response, and then I'll invite Molly Faulkner-Bond to hop on, and Alicia as well as some of the considerations when we came to our recommendation here. So if I can go back to this one here. So an argument could be made based on this slide that in fact upper in the level 3, right, above level, the cut score for level 3 could be a good place for reclassification recommendations. I will say that this is a grade 4 example, and of course every grade has a slightly different curve. As we went up the grades, this curve does tend to shift even further to the right. So that's something to be aware of. Whereas, as you said on slide 23, we have an argument could be made for it to be a bit lower. So when we had a lot of discussions about coming to this recommendation today and really trying to take all of the pieces together, whereas some said a little high, some said a little low, and taking into account the information from the standard setting panel and their definition of level 3, and also discussing with some interest holders in terms of what is the more appropriate decision in terms of providing service, removing services too early, right, or continuing students in services that are no longer needed, and kind of that push and pull with that. And Dr. Faulkner-Bond, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Yes, just to underscore that I think Kelly shared previously, but these are based on a single year of data from the first time the assessment was administered. And so I think this will be an important thing to continue to monitor. And it's possible with more information that a different conclusion could be considered. But as Kelly said, really what's high stakes about these decisions is that tension between premature removal of English learner services that students may still need versus maintaining them in services that they may no longer need and that could affect their access to other services. And so given that there was a little bit of fuzziness, the recommendation presented here is the one that we think strikes the best balance, but additional information would certainly be helpful and could be revisited at a future time.
Are there other questions from members of the board? Member Escobedo, you look like you're...
Yeah, there's just also slide 19 was interesting because it goes in the same line as Dr. Hammond's point. When you look at those students in PL2, and I know there'll be fluctuation from year to year on both sides, right? But it seems like those students are, when compared to their COT ELA score, in par with English only, IFEP, RFEP. Is that accurate?
Yes. The distribution of those level 2 students is very similar to the English proficient peers on the right-hand side. That's right. A point of clarification here that might be helpful is that I believe Dr. Faulkner-Bond mentioned we had previously done this, basically the same set of analyses for the general LPAC when we developed that assessment. And at the time, those student groups, these English proficient groups, were at a higher level, closer to that kind of red cut score that we see on the figure. But in large part, we think that's due to the fact that prior to the LPAC, we had the CELT, right? So we still had a standardized administration of an assessment, standardized reclassification criteria for the most part. And so students were being kind of filtered out of the EL status into RFEP status in a more consistent manner statewide. But with the alternate LPAC, there was no statewide assessment before that. And so we don't have as much information about how students came to be classified as IFEP and RFEP. And so we do expect that as, if this recommendation is approved, that as students are moved from EL status at level 3 into the RFEP group, or IFEP in the case of the initial, that we will see those student group averages and distributions move upward over time to mimic more closely what we saw for the general assessment.
And that's because there is a double standard that the students need to meet. Is that right?
In terms of the ELP and the ELA assessment? Yes, I mean, our recommendation today is focused on the ELP assessment solely, so that just that first criterion of reclassification. And I think maybe there are more conversations to be had about the ELA assessment and how that's implemented as well with IEP teams.
All right, are there any other comments or questions? I want to just clarify one of the points that was made by one of our colleagues who beamed in from ETS, that you're trying to figure out the point at which students may no longer need services of one kind, but may also then access, she said, services of another kind, and that would be programs, because in some districts, students are not able to go on into certain kind of mainstream classes and get A through G and other kinds of programming until they are reclassified. So it is a very delicate thing. You don't want to over or undershoot by too much. And that's why I think one of the things we would want to do is look at this again, look at the data again. In another year, have this decision that we make today be one that can be evaluated over time. Any other, yes, Member Escobedo?
About to make the recommendation.
All right, I think we have a motion.
Yes, I would like to propose the use of summative alternative LPAC overall P3, fluent English proficient, to satisfy the ELP criterion for reclassification. Decision-making beginning with the 22-23 summative alternate LPAC administration for English learner students with the most significant cognitive disabilities enrolled in kinder through 12.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second? Member Lewis, did you raise your hand? Okay, Member Lewis has a second. All in favor? Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes. We are going to adjourn for lunch, and we will be back here by let's say 1 hour from now at 12:50. Felt 12:51.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. I don't know what.
Let them know. Okay, we're good. All right. Welcome back. I'd like to reconvene the board and take up the regular consent items 4 through 8. We'll now open the phone line for the queue for public comment on consent items 4 through 8. And members of the public who wish to provide comment on those items may do so in person or by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
No speakers have signed up.
All right. And then we will do a little bit of waiting because there's a lag on the phone line. So we'll give it 30 seconds or so. All right. Do we have any phone commenters?
No, we do not have any callers in the queue.
All right. Given that there's no public comment, I will ask for a motion on consent items 4 through 8. Member Olken? And do I have a second? Member Lewis? Thank you. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Any abstentions? All right. Motion carries, and we'll now take up item 9, which is the California Community Schools Partnership Program, approval of Cohort 2 implementation grantees. The CDE recommends that we approve the CCSPP Cohort 2 implementation grant awards, which are in your attachment 1. The item will be presented by Steve Zimmer, Pete Callis, and Hamed Razawi of the CDE. Steve, nice to see you. Please begin. Make sure your mic is on.
What? Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Thank you. Board President Darling Hammond and to all of the board members. It is an honor to represent Superintendent Thurmond to present this item today. I will say that we bring to you the recommendation for a historic investment, $750.5 million of implementation grant funding, and the possibility, I believe, to realize the promise of the vision of our leadership here, of this board, of the superintendent, the legislature, and the governor. It is a day, I think, that we come to you really humbled by the possibility of what we could do here today. I want to, as we begin the presentation, I want to thank a few people. I want to thank the board president and Superintendent Thurmond for their vision and leadership and encouragement and support of us as we have been given the great honor of the implementation of this program. I want to thank our team at CDE, our very small team who have worked in ways that I've rarely seen a team work to implement at the scale that we are implementing. Specifically, our division director, Pete Callis, who you'll hear from in just a moment, Hamid Razawi, our new administrator in the community schools office, Lisa Reimers, and Kate Starr LeGrand, our legal counsel who has worked with us closely on this. I also want to thank, and this really has been a partnership with our state board staff. I want to thank especially Rigel Massaro and Jessica Holmes for their just ongoing collaboration with us at every step of the way. I want to also thank our STAC, Alameda County Office of Education team led by Dr. Navdeep Purewal, who you met at the last board meeting. But I think most of all, I want to thank the folks in the field. The superintendent, I was honored to go with the superintendent 2 months ago to Fullerton to have just a inspiring opening of a facility that was only made possible through this grant, and to see their teams coming together, to see the engagement of families, of community in a way that truly had never happened before, was nothing short of transformational. That's what we heard over and over and over again from students, from parents, from teachers, from community members and community-based organizations. Transformative. That was the charge. That was the goal. That is what we intend to have realized in every site that we recommend for you today. So with that, I'm going to introduce Pete Callis, who's going to take you through the first set of slides, and then I'll be back to talk specifically about our recommendation here today and about the implementation grants that we are recommending. Pete?
Thanks, Steve. Good afternoon. So, brief overview of what we've done so far with the community schools funding that we received and putting these programs together. In 2021, the legislature allocated just over $3 billion for the establishment of the California Community Schools Partnership Program to create new community schools and expand existing community schools. CDE has completed 2 rounds of planning grants and 2 rounds of implementation grants as of now, along with the selection of our lead technical assistance center and the 8 regional technical assistance centers across the state. In 2022-23, the legislature allocated an additional $1.1 billion for implementation grants and extension grants going forward. There was an additional $140 million allocated during this decision for County Office of Education coordination grants, which we've allocated some of those already this year, back in the fall. And $742,000 to create our community schools office, which is growing. We've hired a few people so far. Our division had 21 openings as of January, and we've filled 15 of them so far as of now. So we're moving along. The community schools office is moving along, so we'll have a lot more support for the field going forward. Also, they added 2 years to the program timeline, which the program timeline now is extended to 2030-31. I don't think I'm going to be here then, but we'll see. I'll still be alive, though, but just may not be around for the finish of the program. Probably Greece. Retired following my daughters around, probably playing college softball. So 10% of the funding that we received went to our planning grantees. This winter, CDE completed round 2 of the planning grant allocations. For 418 local education agencies were funded with planning grants totaling over $121 million at approximately $200,000 apiece for their grant, and they have 2 years to use that funding. The LEAs funded with planning grants did not have any existing community schools in their districts. Of the original funding that we received, the 70% of it went to implementation grants. CDE ran our second round of implementation grants this past winter. There was over $2 billion available for Cohort 2 implementation grants from the 2021 funding that we received. The implementation grants are annual for 5 years, up to $500,000 per grantee per year. Cohort 1 had 76 LEAs approved for 458 school sites funded for a total of $625,575. All right. Now I'm going to turn it back over to Steve. He's going to take us forward with round 2 of the planning grants, the implementation grants, and our next steps for this year and next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Thanks for all your work on this and your leadership. Greatly appreciated. And if you're in Greece, we're going to invite you back for the culmination of the program. Let me now take the time, a few minutes, to talk to you about this specific recommendation and this implementation grant, Cohort 2. We released the RFA on January 24th with the allocation amount set at $750 million. We also changed the RFA process. In the first year, it was much more weighted around eligibility criteria. This year, we balanced. We asked our applicants to show artifacts, to write an implementation plan, to really have, so it was a 50-50 weighting between the qualitative pieces of the program that they are proposing and the evidence that they are ready to implement, balanced with our continued focus on the equity priorities of this program. We received 142 complete applications, and I want to remind everyone that even though in the implementation phase, funding is by school site, the application is still the LEA. So that may seem a small number, but it was 85 school districts, 8 county offices of education, and 49 charter schools who applied. A reminder about our funding levels. We have gradations from 25 to 150, 151 to 400, 400 to 1,000, 1,000 to 2,000, and the very large 2,000 and over. And that just shows you, this is also in the item, it shows you a little bit about the investment over the 5-year trajectory. So as you see, and those of us who have spent the majority of our careers at schools, these funding investment levels really offer the opportunity for a transformational program with, over the trajectory of 5 years. So what we are recommending today, we are recommending 128 LEAs for funding for a total of 570 schools. I never would have imagined that we could have come this close, but we came very, very close. 750 million, 750 million, 5,000 is our recommended investment. We used, as I said, a balanced of the scoring was balanced between the qualitative portions of that. I'll talk about that in just a moment. We also used our UPC numbers as we did in the first year. Per our precedent that we set in the first year, we also dipped a little bit lower to recognize that conditions are, I shouldn't say conditions, but that our small and rural schools face particular unique situations, and we dipped down a little bit lower to 58% to fund 15 additional small and rural schools. Based on feedback that we received from several of our advocacy partners, we also included 4 schools that have a very high non-stability rate. This enables us to capture youth and schools that serve youth who have a very high school transiency rate, and some specific subgroups there that advocates who are concerned do not always get captured in our UPC numbers. So there are 4 schools that qualified under having high non-stability rates. The LEAs that were not recommended for funding either did not meet the priority guidelines or the RFA guidelines. And I can speak to that more directly if there are questions. Here are the 128, the breakdown: 78 school districts, 48 unified, 24 elementary, 6 high school districts, 7 county offices of education, and 43 charter schools. With the concurrence of the board today with this recommendation, we will still have remaining for implementation grants approximately $1.83 billion that will remain in terms of our to award further implementation grants. Here's a breakdown of the regions. Bay Area 25, Capital Area 6, Central Coast, we still have low subscription, though we did get more planning grants from the Central Coast this year. They came in at 4, Central Valley 18, Greater Los Angeles 38, Northern California 12, Southern Coast 22, Southern Inland 3. What are our next steps? We will be holding a webinar for our Cohort 2 implementation grantees to begin supporting their programs right away. We will be connecting both planning and implementation grantees to their RTACs, to their regional technical assistance centers. We're going to also include our county offices of education who have received coordination grant funding to assist in, so we have coverage through all areas of the state where there are implementation grants. Important next step also is to release our formative evaluation RFP, which is a little bit different, as you know, from an RFA. And we hope to do that very, very soon. really important is, and I was just talking about this with staff right before the meeting, we will be collecting our first annual reports from Cohort 1 implementation grantees. The sequencing and timeline of this, really had us accelerating our process for, I think, all the right equity reasons of getting this funding out. If you remember, a lot of the catalyst was to get this funding to our communities, especially communities particularly devastated by the disproportionate impacts of the pandemic and the ongoing impacts of disparities that were endemic before there was a pandemic. So we will be receiving our first annual reports, and we look forward to bringing that analysis to the board to share with you what we're learning at scale. We are also our STAC, our statewide transformative assistance lead, Alameda County, will be holding the first Community Schools Summit on June 16th, 2023 in San Francisco. Very much looking forward to that. And we're also going to partner with divisions within CDE, but also with some of our external partners to really ensure in the areas of early childhood, special education for our English learners, that we're ensuring inclusivity and making sure all of our metrics moving forward elevate that inclusivity. And whether we need to make adjustments in our RFAs moving forward, or we also need to make sure that what we're capturing in this annual reporting is assuring that community schools implementation means the whole of our community, all of our learners. Let me end by saying that these visits, several that I've been able to do with Superintendent Thurman, a few more that I've been able to do on my own, really speak to the vision that this board had, the vision that our state leadership had. You see the change. You feel the change. Implementation does not happen, as we know, simply by the allocation of funds alone. We believe that we have set up the type of support network. We believe that the support of this board with our framework lays out a guiding path. But the implementation will happen at our schools, in our communities. And today, 570 schools, 570 communities, with guidance, with a vision, with an equity journey in front of them, but a path that they will create based on the assets and strengths that already exist in the community. Not a state program coming in to fix what is broken, but an investment in the strengths that are already there, to build those strengths, to grow those strengths, to support those strengths, and to encourage communities to work together on behalf of our kids in a different way. It is 570 schools, 570 communities, but it's tens of thousands of lives, tens of thousands of educational dreams that we believe, that I can tell you from what I've seen, that we're supporting today in a transformational way. And I just want to encourage us to support that transformation. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. At this point, I think we want to also put up the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may wish to do so in person or by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. While we are waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask for our liaison member, Yoshimoto Tauri, if she has any initial comments before me, and then I'll ask board members if you have any clarifying questions before we go to public comment.
Thank you. Just wanted to say congratulations to all of the applicants and folks that are receiving this grant. That what it means is that they're moving from planning to implementation. And that for three reasons, right? The collaboration across various stakeholders, number one. Number two, there's leadership at the local, the regional, and the state levels to support the transformation. And thirdly, the 2-year extension really acknowledges that strong foundations are important to long-term sustainability. And so the fact that we're intentionally making a long-term investment in this program is really important. I have a few more comments, but I'll reserve those for later. Thank you.
All right. Well, I will echo my fellow board members' comments. The fact that this is really being planned in a way that has the possibility to take deep roots is, very, very important and encouraging. It is exciting that we're poised to allocate $750 million to community schools implementation across all of the regions of the state, and that we're supporting them with a statewide technical assistance infrastructure. And it'll be important for us and the technical assistance providers and the department to keep focused on how the dollars leverage the services that students need, the programs that make them both successful academically and attached to and belonging in the schools that they attend, particularly our high-need students. So we will keep our eye on the ball as the implementation goes forward. Are there any clarifying questions that people have before we move to public comment? Member Escobedo?
So on slide 12, you have the regions displayed by number. Do they reflect where the regional technical centers are located? I just wonder. I just want to be clear about that. Or is that?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
That is correct, and there's a corresponding RTAC to each of the regions that are listed.
Thank you.
Is there any other clarifying question? Seeing none, do we have any public comment in person?
We have one person signed up, Tim Taylor.
Tim, you're
Not yet.
There we go. Tim Taylor from the California Small School District Association, and thanks for all your service. Just two things. One, we appreciate the staff working hard to put more funds out to rural schools. They did a better job this time. My recommendation to the State Board and to CDE is have a carve out like we do with CTIG money, like we do with MTSS, so our frontier schools can compete with the larger schools. It's very difficult. Community schools is a great model. In 1986, I taught in Folsom, Cordova, and it was a community school based off what they did in New York, and it's really effective. For rural schools, they don't have a lot of CBOs. They don't have a lot of nonprofits out there. So please help fund them more. And my recommendation is let them compete against each other, and then it will be easier for staff to fund our schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other in person? Seeing none, shall we move to telephone public comment?
Yes, we have 11 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now.
We want to remind people to turn the speaker volume down on their computers if they're following the live feed so that there will not be echoing.
Okay. Good afternoon. State Board of Education, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending in the last four digits, 5116. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Connie Choi here on behalf of Public Advocates in the California Partnership. We understand that in order to provide adequate time to develop the aligned reporting documents for Cohort 1, CDE will not release them until June 2023. This pushed back the submission date for the annual progress reports to fall 2023 so that schools and LEAs could timely develop and publicly present those reports. We strongly urge CDE to set a new deadline to November 15th, 2023 to ensure that shared decision-making teams can engage in inclusive processes with students, families, educators, and community partners to develop and present the reports upon returning to school in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello. ¿Me escuchan? Lo voy a hablar en español.
1 moment. We do have an interpreter here.
Hello, I am going to speak in English, in Spanish,
Buenas
and I'll be
tardes.
interpreting.
Okay. ¿Puedo empezar ahora?
Sí, adelante.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Ruiz y soy una madre líder en Los Ángeles.
Good afternoon, my name is Maria Reese, and I am a mother living in Los Angeles.
Participo en Inner City Struggle, the Partnership for Los Angeles Schools.
I
and the
participate.
Partnership for Learning.
Dispense, ¿lo puede decir en segmentos, por favor, para poderle interpretar?
Sí. Participo en Inner City Struggle,
I participate in travels
the Partnership for Los Angeles Schools,
and part of Los Angeles area in the school,
y el Partnership The Future of Learning.
and partnership Future Learning.
Los estudiantes, las familias y los compañeros de la comunidad
The students and the families and all the companionship in the community
deben tener una voz equitativa y respetada en la toma de decisiones.
they should have an executive voice and very respectful on what decision they will make.
En todos los niveles, desde nuestras escuelas hasta nuestros distritos.
In all kinds of levels up until our district and all kinds of levels higher than the district.
Las oficinas de educación del condado y el estado
The Office of Education of the county and the state,
la asociación con estudiantes, familias, educadores y compañeros de la comunidad
the associates of all the students, the families, and everything on their surroundings.
es fundamental para transformar la manera en que hacemos la escuela.
It should be a transform on the matter of how we are developing our schools.
Estamos listos para apoyar como socios en este proceso.
We are ready, so you can count on us with this process.
Mendez High School es una escuela comunitaria.
Mendel High School is a community school.
Y ahí hemos logrado que se construyera un centro de bienestar.
And there should be another type of grade that will be entered in a different community.
Gracias a la colaboración de los padres,
Thank you for the collaboration of the parents,
estudiantes y miembros comunitarios,
students, and the community, the members of the community.
demostramos que la transformación
We demonstrate of the transformation.
solo puede ocurrir
It can only occur
si nosotros participamos como socios auténticos.
if we all participate in an authentic way of manner.
Nada sobre nosotros sin nosotros.
Nothing,
Muchas gracias.
nothing above us or over us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Lorraine Richards, and I am a classroom teacher representing California Teachers Association. CTA continues to be impressed and supportive of the work of the CTAC and what they have collectively accomplished in less than 1 year is tremendous. CTA is appreciative of the CDE's work to review the Cohort 2 implementation grant application so quickly with the added requirements of artifacts. The number of LEAs being awarded is tremendous, and we believe that this shows the investment in establishing and cultivating community schools throughout our states in the right one. CTA has encouraged our members to uplift shared decision-making and democratic leadership as a foundational step to ensure that students, parents, community, and educators all have seats at the table. Some locals have put MOUs in place. Some have negotiated shared decision-making within collective bargaining agreements. Every community is different, but the tenets of shared decision-making ring true no matter where you are in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller, ending in the last 4 digits, 6027. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Chelsea Rosales. I live in Los Angeles. I'm a student, alumni, and educational justice parent organizer with Inner City Struggle, and I'm also with the California Partnership. We appreciate that all of the equity indicators included in the implementation and grant priority criteria were balanced in the Round 2 application scoring process. This shift will ensure that more eligible schools with demonstrated need, especially those serving students experiencing large equity gaps, are not excluded from this historic school transformation opportunity. Expanded access of the Community Schools Partnership Program to schools serving high populations of Black students, students with disabilities, and other historically excluded students who are not part of the schools serving 80% or more of the LCFF unduplicated pupil counts is critical to creating racially just relationship-centered community schools across our states. Transformation can only happen when students, families, communities, educators, and district leaders are authentic partners. Nothing about us without us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, Deanna Niebuhr with the Community Schools Learning Exchange. CSLX has been working directly with LEAs across the state. Our comments today are from this on-the-ground vantage point. CSLX is concerned about the methodology being used to award implementation grants. While we see the very good intentions behind the 80% unduplicated pupil rate priority set out in statute, we are concerned that attempts to abide by this priority may be having unintended consequences that affect the accessibility of the grant program and its technical assistance offerings. Specifically, is the 80% priority looming large and causing LEAs that are technically eligible for the program to be essentially ineligible for an implementation grant? Please consider both our rural and small LEAs, as well as our LEAs in suburban communities that are now serving families who have been priced out of the urban core, and in both cases find themselves in situations where the transportation and health and human services infrastructure is often very sparse. Thank you for your consideration. CSLX is here to help make the Community Schools Initiative a viable statewide program.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, State Board members, staff, and community. My name is Katie Nunez-Adler, and I'm the statewide coordinator for the California Partnership for the Future of Learning, an alliance of community organizing and advocacy groups that center Black, Indigenous, Brown, and immigrant students, families, and communities of color across the state to advance a shared vision for schools. We appreciate how staff at the Department, Board, and State Transformational Assistance Center have listened to and integrated our feedback, rooted in the engagement of directly impacted students, families, community partners, and educators to inform the development of the Community Schools Partnership Program. We believe that authentic relationships rooted in mutual understanding, trust, and shared power and decision-making provide the necessary foundation for improving the social, emotional well-being and academic outcomes for students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Yeah, that's what you're going to hear.
Caller, with the last four digits, 75. Oh, they just hung up. Um, Caller with the last four digits, 4925. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello?
Hello, you are live. Please start your public comment.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Juan Tecum. I'm calling to support T.I.M.E Community School, and I'm calling the Department of Education to support this school. We believe that it is very important for this school to remain open because we believe school with small group students in the classroom receive the necessary help from the teacher. Thank
I
you so much.
apologize, sir. I think you're calling in for T.I.M.E Charter School. That is the next item up. If you don't mind calling back and after this item is completed. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the last four digits, 5170. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
I'm sorry, I have to call back. I am calling for T.I.M.E Charter Schools.
Okay, thank you. Caller with the last four digits, 8630. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucero Soto, and I am a community organizer with Sacramento ACT, Pico Ed for Live, and a member of the California Partnership for the Future of Learning. There is a need for increased capacity to support the rollout and implementation of the work that the State Transformational Assistance Center and the Regional Technical Assistance Centers leading and supporting planning and implementation grantees. In particular, LEAs need to have a shared understanding of community schools as a transformative approach to schooling. This means de-siloing the work and engaging LEA-level leaders across departments around the community schools approach. It also means providing intentional development to support school site level leaders and shared decision-making teams, inclusive of students, families, educators, and community partners, to understand and support implementation of this opportunity for transformational at the school site level. Engaging community organizations as key partners is critical to leveraging this historic opportunity. Transformation can only happen when students, families, communities, and educators, district leaders are authentic partners. Nothing about us without us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Liz Guillen with Public Advocates on behalf of the LCFF Equity Coalition. We support this item, are very excited about it. We urge the board and the department to continue sending a clear message to county offices, districts, and schools who received implementation grants that the work isn't over. They're still required to publicly present their plans to their school communities and at the district level starting this fall. Additionally, we would like stress the really good language in the Round 2 Implementation Grant RFA that clearly states that the annual progress reports need to be developed and presented with shared decision-making. And shared decision-making teams need to be convened now so that the teams have the opportunity to build relationships, conduct needs and assets mapping, reflect on learnings, measure progress, and present plans. A lot of work still needs to be done. And it's tough work that we value, but we know takes a lot of energy and commitment. Thank you so much for leading the way on community schools.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the last four digits, 5137. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Next caller with the last four digits, 7802. Please start your public comment now. Okay. It looks like those callers are probably for the next item. That concludes public comment for item number 9.
Right. Thank you very much to all of the callers and all the commenters and all the people doing the work on this agenda in the field. I think we're open now for board discussion. Are there any further comments or questions? Yes, Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
I just have a comment. One of the callers used the words socios auténticos, which means authentic partners. I believe is referring to shared governance. The required artifacts as outlined in the RFA will help to ensure the adherence to the California Community Schools framework and help to ensure LEAs are authentically engaging in shared decision making, which is the cornerstone of these efforts. Every community is different, but the tenets of shared decision making ring true no matter where you are in the state. There are wonderful examples of LEAs ensuring that students, parents, community, and educators all have seats at the table as part of the decision-making process. These efforts are different in many school districts based on their local contexts. Some have put memorandums of understanding in place, some have negotiated shared decision-making within their collective bargaining agreements as a commitment to shared governance. This is an example of democratic leadership as a key foundational step in achieving these transformational community schools. And what makes this process, and I think this new way of having schools in California so exciting. It's happened in my school district, and it's what gets teachers, educators, community, and students excited about having a community school in their school district. Just want to add that part.
Perfect. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Member Glover Woods and then Member Escobedo.
First, just a couple of comments and then a question. Thank you again so much for the awesome work that's being done bringing this program to fruition. It's exciting to hear that there are now schools and LEAs that are in the implementation phase, and that area is being looked at. And also thank you for giving an update on the community schools office and the support. I do really believe with the amount of money that is being invested in this, what's going to be very, very critical, as has already been stated, is the support that's given to LEAs and schools and communities as it relates to that. And Mr. Zimmer, I have to say I applaud a statement you made towards the end about while we're looking at hundreds of schools, we're looking at tens of thousands of lives that are impacted by this. And I'm just quite excited about the possibilities. I had a question as it relates to the annual reports that are going to come forward for the implementation, those that are in the implementation phase. My question is, to what degree and how will the annual reports align with existing reports that LEAs or schools may already be engaged in? For example, their LCAP, or if they are in a differentiated assistance process, or CSI or ATSI. How does this report for these schools align to existing reports that and plans that they may also be working on?
It's a thank you for your comments. Now that I turn the microphone on, it's an important question. We don't want our reporting to be overly burdensome, and where there is alignment with existing DA reporting, LCAP reporting, we don't want to create needless duplication of having to basically say the same thing in a different way. That would be time consuming and not useful. However, there are some pieces in our reporting that probably will be a little bit different. And this relates also to the formative assessment, the formative evaluation that RFP that we'll be releasing. First, we want to make sure that we are able to track the type of partnerships and engagements that are happening. You heard reference the artifacts in the RFA, in our reporting process, we're looking for a more comprehensive reporting. There will also be elements that are aligned to the framework, making sure that there are shared decision-making councils in place, making sure that there has been the asset mapping and needs assessment and gap analysis. And let me tell you specifically what we're looking for here. The addition of services in areas of need is always a good thing. The process here is very intentional, and that is to make sure that our LEAs, our school sites are completing the asset mapping and needs analysis, and that the services are based off of the direct feedback from the community, from students, from families. Our reporting needs to capture that. And where there are some gaps or where that's not clear, that's where the technical, there's some precision that we're looking for here. And so I don't mean to get too into the weeds in response to this, but only to say, yes, we want to, wherever there's alignment with existing reporting, we don't want to create duplication or burden, but there are specific areas that we are looking to track based on the framework so that we can make sure in a program at this scale, we are directing that technical assistance in as precise a way as we possibly can. So that's the relationship that we're looking for between the reporting and the TA engagement. And there are some things that wouldn't be captured in the existing reporting. So hope that helps.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that response, and I definitely appreciate what is being said. And I want to say that my question, while I always have my eye on the ball of multiple plans and over duplication, definitely not something that's very helpful for the field. The other piece of it as well is, as you said, how are we looking at some of those very specific aspects to this particular program? And just a comment in closing that I'd like to say, especially to those who are in the field, it's about looking at all of the things that are happening for schools, not as discrete pieces, but as a whole. I think about the analogy we were using decades ago about the shopping cart and all the wheels rolling in the same direction. Something similar to that applies to this as well. So as LEAs are looking at completing the reporting for this particular program, I just encourage a holistic review of all of the plans and all of the things that are being done at a district and at a school level to be sure that everything is working hand in hand and that we don't have bits and pieces working in isolation. Because we know this program has a huge impact on so many of the accountability indicators that we look at. And again, we must look at the reporting and analysis of the impact of the program as well as other things, again, in a very, I keep using the word holistic. I think I'm absent a different word right now, but as a whole.
The word that comes to mind
There's
to
a
me
different
also
word. As a whole.
is cohesion. Is cohesion.
Thank you. Thank you very much for helping me with that. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Member Escobedo, and then Member Olken, and then Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Yeah, I was looking at the regions, and they range from 3 to 38, which is a significant range. My question is the support aspect. Do we have the capacity from each regional center, obviously, to support 38, 25, or 22 areas within their region?
I want to say that we have our eye on that. I can't give you a definitive answer because I don't know yet. It's important, and when I see that variance, I have the same concern. I will say in areas of low subscription in the implementation grants this year, we do have higher subscription in the planning grants. Not as high as I would like, but certainly higher than the first year. So, for example, on the Central Coast, where I was able to visit last week in Oxnard, and in that whole, we had a great meeting with a number of districts, particularly the high school district. Got to visit a number of schools in the planning grant phase, and they're looking at the whole of the plains of the Oxnard Plains, and how to integrate their many feeder elementary districts into the program. So the TA work there would be significantly different than the TA work, let's say, in LA, Bay Area, or the Southern Coast, where you have kind of larger scale implementation. So to borrow a phrase that we use a lot, the TA itself is going to have a lot of differentiation. And so I saw, Dr. Acevedo, the same things that you've seen. It is very much on the radar screen and it has the attention of the STAC. And if we are seeing areas that are overwhelmed by volume and underwhelmed by volume, we're going to need to make course corrections as we move forward. That's the best answer I could have right now.
Thank you.
Member Olken?
Thank you. Thanks for this great news that you're sharing with us today. I like that that's how you started this presentation. This is good news. And I just wanted to make the quick comment that as I've been talking with education leaders and educators, particularly in San Francisco, but wherever I go, and I ask, what are the things that are going on at the state or at the state board that feel really important and that can really move the needle for our schools and families? Community schools is always one of the top things that comes up. And then the other thing is not really a program, but it's an approach, which is to make sure that we are providing enough time and consistent resources and support for things to take hold. So the idea that these are multi-year grants is something that feels to the folks that I've spoken with like a real investment in the sustainability of change rather than sort of a scattershot approach. And so I appreciate that that's how we're setting this up. And I just wanted to raise that up and with gratitude.
Member Yoshimoto Tari?
Thank you. And I know you know my gratitude, Deputy Superintendent. I'll also want to call attention to slide 14. It's the very last bullet in the deck before we get to the recommendation, which calls attention to prioritizing early childhood. I personally would put a comma there. Special education, so students with disabilities, and English learner discussions, because this is really a unique opportunity, as sort of mentioned before, to braid and blend other funding sources and initiatives. So educator effectiveness, expansion of universal transitional kindergarten, as we think about expanding learning opportunities, program dollars. The community school effort become the coherence maker of all of those different initiatives that are so important in our state right now. And in doing so, really highlighting the opportunity for inclusivity, what that looks like programmatically, where there are models in our state for inclusive practices, and whether that's reflecting it in the next RFA, as you mentioned, Deputy Superintendent, or metrics for formative and summative assessment, or setting aside time for people to have that collaboration. It really is a unique opportunity. And just to highlight that, this will connect a little bit with my liaison report, but the Advisory for Special Education, Advisory Commission for Special Education, whose role is to really partially advise us, as a board on matters, invited you to come speak in February on the community school program, and had Superintendent Thurman speaking in April to them. And at the end of the April meeting, they passed a motion to ask you to come back again, because they feel very strongly that this is a huge opportunity for that inclusiveness, and just to create that sense of belonging and not and really take the opportunity at hand in front of us. So thank you again, and we're excited to see how this is going to move forward.
This may be the first time in my career that I've been subject to a motion that's positive. So that is that's very good. I look forward to.
You're popular.
Turning, and the dialogue the dialogue with the commission was truly important, and I look forward to it continuing.
And since you used the word motion, I'd like to see if we've got a motion. Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
There's a lot of synergy and cohesion here.
Going for holistic approaches.
Yes, I make a motion to holistically approve the California Community Schools Partnership Program Cohort 2 Implementation Grant Awards.
I think we have a second from Member Orozco Gonzalez. And is there any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. It's nice to have such a positive conversation about such an optimistic agenda. I'm going to move us right along. I realized that after I gave us an hour for lunch, I wasn't supposed to give us quite so long. So I had inconsistent instructions in my script. So we are going to move right along to item 10. Item 10 is the T.I.M.E community school T.I.M.E community. We're going to consider evidence regarding a notion of violation issued by the California State Board of Education pursuant to California Education Code 47607G, and we're going to consider issuing a notice of intent to revoke with notice of facts pursuant to California Education Code section 47607H. And this item is going to be presented by Stephanie Farland of the CDE and members of the Los Angeles County Office of Education Charter School Oversight staff. And then there will be an opportunity for members of the school to also present. So Stephanie, please begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, board members, Deputy Superintendent Guillen. So as Board President Darling Hammond mentioned, this is about a revocation and considering evidence regarding the notice of violation that you issued to T.I.M.E in March pursuant to Ed Code section 47607G. We are asking today to issue a notice of intent to revoke with the notice of facts to T.I.M.E. A little background, T.I.M.E appealed the establishment of its charter to the State Board on March 6, 2020. T.I.M.E was previously denied by Montebello Unified School District and the LA County Board of Education. At the time of approval, T.I.M.E had projected to serve 260 students in grades 9 and 10 in year 1 and 600 students by year 5. They are located in Montebello. The California Department of Ed recommended that the SB deny the petition to establish T.I.M.E based on the following findings. Petitioner is unlikely to successfully implement the program. Petition does not contain reasonably comprehensive descriptions of the required elements. On July 9, 2020, the State Board approved the establishment of the T.I.M.E charter for a 5-year term, effective July 1, 2020, with a delay in opening and starting instruction in 21-22. By mutual agreement, the SBE designated its supervisorial and oversight responsibilities of the school to the Los Angeles County Office of Ed pursuant to former Ed Code section 47605K1. That Ed Code section went away when 1505 was established into law. In 2022, LACO and the CDE identified concerns with T.I.M.E's fiscal management. Throughout the course of its oversight and on several occasions, LACO has offered assistance to T.I.M.E in remedying the school's deteriorating financial state. T.I.M.E has not successfully implemented the sound financial practices that LACO has advised, resulting in the dire financial state of the school. On July 14th, 2022, the CDE recommended that the SBE issue a notice of violation. The SBE moved to approve the CD recommendation. The motion failed by a vote of 5-4. 6 votes are required to carry a motion, so no action was taken that day by the state board. Throughout 2022-23, LACO and the CDE continued to have ongoing concerns with T.I.M.E's fiscal management. On March 9th, 2023, in alignment with the CDE's recommendation, the SBE issued a NOVE to T.I.M.E, finding substantial evidence that demonstrated that the school failed to meet generally accepted accounting principles and engaged in fiscal mismanagement, citing the following specific violations: unrealistic enrollment and ADA projections, significant differences in financial projections and actual results, low cash flow projections. On March 24th, 2023, T.I.M.E provided its response to the NOVE and a fiscal stability plan to the CDE and to LACO. The CDE is recommending today that the SBE issue a notice of intent to revoke with notice of facts to T.I.M.E pursuant to 47607H. The CDE provides substantial evidence that T.I.M.E has failed to meet generally accepting accounting principles and engaged in fiscal mismanagement, and they have failed to adequately refute, remedy, or propose to remedy the violations outlined in the NOVE. At its April 18th, 2023 meeting, the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools concurred with the CDE's recommendation and unanimously voted to recommend that the SBE issue a notice of intent to revoke and notice of facts to T.I.M.E. To go over the charter revocation information, I'm going to bring up Rick Reyes, who you might be seeing more of. He is an education program consultant, and he works on these issues along with our appeals in our Charter Schools Division office.
All right, so a quick review of charter revocation. California Education Code section 47607F states that a charter may be revoked if the chartering authority if the authority finds, through a showing of substantial evidence, that the charter school did any of the following: committed a material violation of any of the conditions, standards, or procedures set forth in the charter, failed to meet or pursue any of the pupil outcomes identified in the charter, failed to meet generally accepted accounting principles or engaged in fiscal mismanagement, or violated any law. Right. Pursuant to Education Code section 47607G, before revocation, a chartering authority shall notify the charter school of any violation and give the school a reasonable opportunity to remedy the violation. On March 9th, 2023, the SBE issued a notice of violation to T.I.M.E and provided the school a reasonable opportunity to remedy the violations. And T.I.M.E has failed to adequately refute, remedy, or propose to remedy the violations described in the notice of violation. Pursuant to Education Code section 47607H, before revoking a charter for failure to remedy a violation, the chartering authority shall provide a written notice of intent to revoke and notice of facts in support of revocation to the charter school. Here at today's meeting, the SBE will consider the evidence regarding the notice of violation and decide whether to issue a notice of intent to revoke and notice of facts in support of the revocation of the T.I.M.E charter. Again, pursuant to Education Code section 47607H, no later than 30 days after providing the notice of intent to revoke, the chartering authority shall hold a public hearing regarding whether evidence exists to revoke the charter. No later than 30 days after the public hearing, the chartering authority shall issue a final decision to revoke or decline to revoke the charter. And the chartering authority shall not revoke a charter unless it makes written factual findings supported by substantial evidence that supports its findings. If the SBE issues a notice of intent to revoke at tomorrow's meeting, the SBE will hold a public hearing to consider the revocation of T.I.M.E's charter and issue a final decision to revoke or decline to revoke the charter. And with that, I'll turn the presentation over to Indra Ciccarelli and Dale Brown from LACO.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, board members. I appreciate your time today as we have this very difficult conversation. The following fiscal concerns were listed in the LACO January 26, 2022 Notice of Concern. Time failed to demonstrate financial viability for the 21-22 school year and subsequent fiscal years due to its enrollment shortfall, deficit spending, potential cash deficiencies, reliance on debts, and a negative ending net position for the 21-22 fiscal year. LACO sent Time a second notice of concern on June 28, 2022, based on continued unrealistic enrollment and average daily attendance projections, which grossly impacted revenue and the school's operations. Additional concerns were documented in the notice, including the school's projected fiscal insolvency, debt accumulation, and unreliable cash projections. The current concerns regarding Time Community School are listed on the slide in front of you and will be detailed in the slides to follow. Of note is the fact that the school's adopted budget for the current school year again included unrealistic enrollment and ADA projections in spite of guidance from LACO to plan more conservatively based on the enrollment and attendance shortfalls from the previous school year. This pattern of planning will continue to perpetuate a structural deficit and fiscal insolvency despite any significant one-time funds secured by the school. I will now turn the presentation over to my colleague, Dr. Darrell Brown, to discuss Time's response to the notice of violation.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and esteemed board members. The following slides will detail the analysis of Time's response to the notice of violation. As stated in the notice of violation issued by the SBE, Time has continually developed budgets based on unrealistic enrollment and ADA projections. Time's responses to the notice of violation are noted on the slide in front of you. In reviewing Time's response, both LACO and the CDE found that Time continues its pattern of aspirational budget development despite repeated failures to meet projected enrollment targets. Time's response stated it will be completely or almost completely out of debt by the end of 2023-24, yet Time's fiscal stability plan states it will reduce its debt by only half by that time. Time's response lacked a detailed plan to support either assertion. It should be noted that Time has made similar assertions in the past and that have not been realized. The school believes that many of its fiscal concerns stem from their inability to gain certain revenues. To be clear, Time did not get the PCS-PG grant because it failed to meet minimum enrollment requirements, and in fact still have never met those requirements. They subsequently wanted to appeal that decision and asked for a letter of good standing in order to make that appeal. Despite an outstanding notice of concern, LACO, in good faith, asked the state for an extension on Time's behalf in order to give the school time to provide documentation addressing staff concerns. Time failed to meet that timeline, declining to provide any documentation whatsoever. In terms of the state's revolving loan program, Time did in fact access $100,000. As reported by the school, they have also sold over $400,000 in receivables. The school is not in its current situation because of a lack of revenue. It is there because of a failure to manage money properly. Again, both LACO and CDE found that Time's budgets and multi-year projections are based on unrealistic enrollment and ADA projections. In addition, Time is fiscally insolvent for the current fiscal year and subsequent 2 fiscal years due to unrealistic projections, structural deficits, inadequate cash, and continued accumulation of debt. The table before you illustrates Time's unrealistic enrollment and ADA projections for the last fiscal year and current fiscal year. In 2021-22, Time projected an ADA of approximately 156 students, but its certified P2 showed an ADA of approximately 34 students, a shortfall of 122 students or 78% below the projected ADA. In 2022-23, Time projected an ADA of approximately 104 students, but its reported P1 ADA showed approximately 55 students, a shortfall of 49 students, or 47% below the projected ADA. It should be noted that in correspondence to the State Board on July 8, 2022, T.I.M.E stated that enrollment for 2022-23 included 70 fully registered students with an additional 15 registrations in progress for a total of 85 students. However, T.I.M.E began the 2022-23 school year with 63 students. In addition, T.I.M.E's initial fiscal stabilization plan projected an enrollment increase of 30 students for next year and an increase of 68 students in 2024-25, a year in which the school will no longer be adding grade levels. In addition, the school is projecting a 90% monthly attendance rate. However, T.I.M.E's monthly attendance rate has only met or exceeded 90% in 6 out of 19 months of the school's existence. The slide before you displays concerns stated within the notice of violation and T.I.M.E's response to those concerns. T.I.M.E fails to address concerns that its financial projections continually differ from actual results and provides only aspirational assurances of financial viability. The table before you summarizes T.I.M.E's financial projections for the last fiscal year and current fiscal year. T.I.M.E's 2021-22 adopted budget projected an operating surplus of approximately $376,000 and an ending net position of approximately $468,000. However, the school ended the fiscal year with a deficit of just over $378,000 and a negative ending net position of $268,436. T.I.M.E's 2022-23 adopted budget projected an operating surplus of approximately $509,000 and an ending net position of approximately $285,000. However, the school's first interim report updated its projections to incur a deficit of approximately $68,000 and an ending net position of negative $336,748 for the 22-23 school year. T.I.M.E's actual revenues and expenses from July 1 through February 28, 2023 reflect an operating deficit of $452,222 and an ending net position of negative $720,657. LACO remains concerned with T.I.M.E's fiscal insolvency status due to the structural level of deficit spending, rising debts, and cash deficiencies. T.I.M.E's reserves for economic uncertainties is negative and has grown from negative 23% to negative 34%, which is substantially below the 3% minimum reserve required pursuant to the LACO Monitoring Memorandum of Understanding. The table before you summarizes the changes in T.I.M.E's financial position based on reported actuals from July 1, 2022 through February 28, 2023. Due to deficit spending, as previously discussed, T.I.M.E's total assets decreased from $226,663 to negative $61,522, a decrease in total assets by approximately $288,000. The negative net assets of $61,522 is due to the sale of future state aid receivables in the amount of $328,800, offset by other assets, including a cash balance of $49,943. T.I.M.E's total liabilities increased from a July 1 balance of approximately $495,000 to $659,136 as of February 28, 2023, an increase in total liabilities of approximately $164,000 or 33%. Total net assets decreased by $452,222. As previously stated, T.I.M.E's unrealistic projections, including revenue projections, have contributed to its current fiscal position. The school's adopted 2022-23 budget included approximately $247,000 in revenue from subleasing space within the school's facility. LACO staff met with T.I.M.E to express concern regarding the school's ability to secure subleases totaling the budgeted amount. The amount was later revised to $150,000 in anticipated subleasing revenue. T.I.M.E actualized just $19,710 in subleasing revenue through February 2023, which projects a shortfall in subleasing revenue of approximately $79,000. Of note, per the school's renegotiated lease, T.I.M.E will no longer receive subleasing revenue, as all subleasing revenue will go directly to the landlord. This table further illustrates T.I.M.E.'s ongoing unrealistic revenue projections. T.I.M.E.'s adopted budget for the 22-23 school year projected $247,500 in annual revenue for subleasing. At the start of the year, these leases had not been executed, and a revised budget in October then projected $150,000, despite still having unexecuted leases. In December, school leadership assured LACO that a January lease for $10,000 a month was forthcoming. In January, this was revised to begin in February, and in February revised again to begin in March, now for $6,000 a month rather than $10,000 per month. Just as T.I.M.E.'s projected lease revenue in year 2 was unrealistic, so too has been their budgeted attendance rate. Despite historic data to the contrary, T.I.M.E. continued to budget at a 95% attendance rate. This has significantly impacted their projected and budgeted ADA. As you can see in the school's month-over-month attendance data, T.I.M.E.'s monthly attendance rate has only met or exceeded 90% in 6 out of 19 months of the school's existence. Additionally, these all happened last year when the school had fewer students. Furthermore, half of the months where the attendance rate reached 90% occurred during months with 10 or fewer instructional days. Indeed, the month with the highest enrollment so far this year also saw the lowest attendance rate for this year. To assume that the school will somehow be able to increase its enrollment by more than it ever has, while additionally increasing its attendance rate, seems to fly directly in the face of the school's own historical data. T.I.M.E.'s response to the notice of violation contained no information related to cash flow projections. Therefore, the CDE and LACO were unable to provide additional analysis on this matter. T.I.M.E.'s cash management remains a major area of concern. As of February 28, 2023, T.I.M.E. had a cash balance of $49,943, or approximately 13 days of operating cash. Due to its structural deficit, rising debts, and inadequate cash, T.I.M.E. may not be able to meet its financial obligations, including payroll and related expenses, in the current and subsequent fiscal years. Additional concerns regarding T.I.M.E. include adherence to fiscal policies. The school executed a loan prior to receiving approval from the T.I.M.E. board. In its response to the notice of violation, the school stated that the violation was unintentional. There is a need for the school to enact corrective action to ensure that this violation would not happen again. At the time of its 2021-22 independent audit, T.I.M.E. had accumulated $281,348 in defaulted loans, along with an outstanding $100,000 loan from the charter school revolving loan fund. T.I.M.E.'s response to the notice of violation does not provide evidence to refute the statements in the notice of violation related to T.I.M.E.'s failure to repay its debts. As of February 28, 2022, T.I.M.E. had total liabilities of $659,136, comprised of the following: 7 promissory notes totaling over $325,000, 5 of which were due directly to the executive director for a total of $219,000, Several payments to the director were due between February 28, 2022 and August 31st, 2022. $60,000 due to another private individual with a payment due August 15th, 2022, and an additional $60,000 due to a subleasee in April of 2023. 6 of these promissory notes were defaulted for at least 6 months. Additional debt includes accounts payable and accrued liabilities totaling $253,490 and a California School Finance Authority loan balance of $80,002. At the April 2023 ACCS meeting, T.I.M.E stated that the $217,444 loan from its executive director had not yet been forgiven, as its forgiveness is dependent upon the outcome of the revocation hearing. Moreover, the revised fiscal stability plan submitted by the school included only conditional loan forgiveness for loans owed to the executive director. The note stated that the loans made to the school by the executive director would only be forgiven if the school operated for the full 2023-2024 school year. On February 16, 2023, the T.I.M.E Governing Board accepted addendums to extend maturity dates and amend payment terms to 6 promissory notes. I will now turn the presentation back over to Mr. Ciccarelli.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. So on May 5th, 2023, T.I.M.E submitted a second fiscal stability plan and budget forecast, which was not submitted prior to the posting of this agenda item. However, the CDE and LACO have reviewed the information provided and find that the new plan and budget do not propose an adequate remedy to the school's financial situation, and in fact, suggest further concerns of fiscal mismanagement. Upon its review of the new plan and budget, the CDE and LACO find the following. The plan again utilizes unrealistic ADA projections, budgeting a 90% monthly student attendance rate, despite the school only meeting that rate in 6 out of 19 months of the school's existence. The plan includes unrealized fundraising revenue. The multi-year budget projections fail to reflect outstanding financial liability. The plan provides no evidence of students intending to enroll. The plan includes conditional loan forgiveness based on continued school operation. And despite the failure to reflect all the liabilities, the plan still forecasts that the school will have a negative 9.3% reserve next year. In particular, this unrecognized liability comes from a revised facility lease. While the school has stated that the renegotiated lease reduces its liability or saves them money, this statement is patently false. The renegotiated lease merely defers part of the monthly rental costs for up to 2 years, with all these deferred monies potentially totaling almost $250,000 due in 3 equal payments at the end of the 2-year period. Per this revised lease agreement, as of May 1st, 2023, T.I.M.E already owed the leaser $35,640 in monthly rental expense and late fees, which included the school's April 2023 past due rent in the amount of $19,800. These monies are included with the deferred rental payments, which still include a year-over-year cost increase. Again, no money is saved. The landlord is in effect giving the school a loan and allowing them to fall further into debt. Debt that is then not projected within the multi-year budget. On May 12th, 2023, the Los Angeles County Charter SELPA issued a notice of concern to T.I.M.E, which included the following information. T.I.M.E's vendor for special education services informed the SELPA it would no longer provide services due to T.I.M.E's non-payment of invoices, and they have sent this board a letter to that effect as well. Although T.I.M.E secured a new vendor for special education services, the contract with the new vendor excludes several critical services to which T.I.M.E students with disabilities are entitled. According to the SELPA, the contract with the new vendor is insufficient and could result in the loss of educational benefit for students with disabilities that attend the school. Some further considerations to the educational program include staffing concerns and academic performance. For example, against advice to the contrary, the school intentionally left its counselor position unfilled due to its 2021-22 budget shortfall. Per the charter petition, this position coordinates student testing. On June 28, 2022, T.I.M.E was issued a notice of concern by LACO, which included the school's failure to report academic performance for all students and low participation rates for benchmark assessments. The 21-22 internal benchmark data that was submitted by T.I.M.E shows that fewer than half its students met their growth projections in reading and math. LACO has requested T.I.M.E.'s current 2022-23 internal benchmark data. However, that data has not been forwarded. LACO staff have tried to help the school. Since T.I.M.E.'s authorization, LACO has taken many steps to support the charter school, including 9 site visits by LACO staff that included the charter school office, facilities unit, pupil attendance accounting and compliance, the Los Angeles County SELPA, and even LACO board members. 2 comprehensive meetings with the executive director and members of the governing board, monthly fiscal monitoring, bi-weekly Zoom meetings with all authorized county charter schools, and regular meetings, calls, and emails with a LACO assigned coordinator. Unfortunately, despite LACO staff having given specific and actionable advice, T.I.M.E has been unwilling to implement much of the guidance offered by LACO staff with extensive experience in new charter schools. Therefore, despite this widespread support, LACO staff were prompted to send notices of concern. As the Commission can see, we have serious concerns with T.I.M.E.'s ability to meet its fiscal responsibilities. We understand that there have been challenges. As charter leaders, we know that every school has challenges to which they must respond and adjust accordingly. Unfortunately, at every point where T.I.M.E leadership is given the opportunity to adjust their budget according to real numbers, they refuse to do so. T.I.M.E leadership presented to the state board last July stating they would pay off their debt this year, that the school had 70 students fully enrolled, with 15 more in progress and an additional 200 parents expressing interest. Despite this strong attestation, the school actually began the year with only 63 students. They do not use historic or baseline data and therefore fail to manage their money accordingly. This is why in 2 years, the school's debt has ballooned to over $600,000 without a realistic plan to remove this debt. T.I.M.E continues to have a structural deficit such that even if the school were able to receive significant one-time funds, this structural deficit would maintain its fiscal insolvency. We've given specific and actionable advice. Our seasoned and experienced fiscal advisors have given advice. We don't want any of our schools to fail. However, we cannot in good conscience simply hope for the best without planning for the worst. We need to advocate for the students and staff that suffer as the school continues to fail in its fiscal obligations. We need to stop this debt train before there is a mid-year closure that would be devastating to this community. We urge you to issue a notice of revocation to this school that has been unable to live up to its promise to the community. Thank you, and I will hand the presentation back to the CDE staff.
Thank you. Just in conclusion, the CDE concludes that there is no fiscal viability for T.I.M.E moving forward. Budget, cash flow, and multi-year projections, as you heard, continue to be based on unrealistic enrollment and financial projections, making its ongoing structural deficits and cash deficiencies, T.I.M.E has insufficient cash, will not be able to meet its financial obligations in the current and subsequent 2 fiscal years, including payroll and related benefits. It is unable to repay its accumulated debts of over $700,000. So T.I.M.E has engaged in ongoing fiscal mismanagement and has failed to implement an adequate remedy, thereby continuing to undermine its ability to serve its students. The CDE recommends that the SBE issue a notice of intent to revoke with notice of facts to time pursuant to Ed Code Section 47607H. There is substantial evidence, as you've heard, that T.I.M.E has failed to meet generally accepted accounting principles and engaged in fiscal mismanagement. T.I.M.E has failed to adequately refute, remedy, or propose to remedy the violations outlined in the NOVE that was issued to the school by the SBE in March of 2023. At its April 18, 2023 meeting, the ACCS concurred with CDE's recommendation and unanimously voted to recommend that the SBE issue a notice of intent to revoke and notice of facts. If the SBE issues a notice of intent to revoke, as was mentioned earlier, at tomorrow's May 19th meeting, the SBE will hold a public hearing to consider the revocation of T.I.M.E and issue a final decision to revoke or decline to revoke the charter. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. We'll now hear from Dr. Gabriel Ramirez from T.I.M.E. Dr. Ramirez? Dr. Ramirez, you have 10 minutes. Please begin. Yeah, we won't start the clock till you begin.
Hear me? Hello?
That's good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Darlene Hammond, board members, and superintendent. My name is Dr. Gabriel Ramirez, and I'm the executive director and founder of T.I.M.E Community Schools. At the last meeting, you expressed your hesitation in closing our school because we were making academic gains and are having a positive impact on the community. You asked for a financial plan that could demonstrate our viability. Working with our back office provider, we developed a plan based on what we consider to be reasonable enrollment and revenue projections and submitted it to LACO and the CDE. The plan was reviewed at the April ACCS meeting. Members determined that the plan was incomplete based on LACO analysis. After the ACCS meeting, I spoke with LACO staff, who reminded me that the ACCS recommendation is not the SBE's final decision. During that conversation, they provided me with greater detail about what would satisfy their concerns. The meeting reaffirmed the SBE and LACO's Director Ciccarelli's comment about wanting every school to succeed. Over the next week, I reached out to the SBE, LACO, and CDE to let them know that we would submit a revised plan that the SBE could approve. On May 5th, 2023, T.I.M.E submitted a specific, measurable, achievable, and time-specific plan incorporating ACCS and LACO feedback. Yes, T.I.M.E has suffered and struggled financially. We acknowledge this. Facing enrollment challenges due to a pandemic, losing access to critical funds like SB 740 and the Startup Grant, and having debt has made it challenging. But T.I.M.E has never wavered in its commitment to providing a quality education, nor has T.I.M.E ever stopped looking for solutions to improve our finances. As LACO has told us, we are the little engine that could. There is nothing more important to us than educating children. And so I'd like to review with you now our updated financial plan that we sent to LACO and the CDE 2 weeks ago. There are 3 areas of concern that the CDE and LACO identified in our previous plan: enrollment, projections, and cash flow. I will first address enrollment. In their analysis, the CDE LACO stated that, quote, Time has continuously failed to meet its enrollment projections with historical trends, indicating about 20 students per grade level, end quote. In our previous plan, Time projected a 50% increase based on our first year growth. However, to demonstrate that we could better satisfy concerns, we used the CDE LACO analysis and increased our enrollment by simply 20 students for the 23-24 school year. We maintain this number of 82 total students for the 24-25 school year. According to the CDE LACO's analysis, an increase of 20 students is achievable and conservative. With this adjustment, Time's updated plan has now met the first concern of unrealistic enrollment projections. The next concern is projections and whether these enrollment numbers allow Time to eliminate all debt and meet the reserve. As you can see in the chart before you, based on a 20-student increase, Time is able to reduce its debt quite significantly by the end of 23-24. In fact, Time ends the year in surplus. In 24-25, with no growth projected, Time has eliminated all year's deficit and meets the required 3% reserve. How did we achieve this? Time's board approved a budget on 82 students for 2 consecutive years. Time renegotiated our lease, reducing our liability from $35,640 to $20,000. Today, the Mexican American Opportunity Foundation, a large community organization and partner to Time, confirmed that they will sign another sublease with us to help further ease our lease expense. Time renegotiated all personal loans to be paid over multiple years. Upon completion of the 23-24 school year, $218,000 of private loan will be forgiven. All of these actions are verified by fully executed documents and were submitted to LACO and CDE 2 weeks ago, with the exception of the new sublease made today. With the submission of these documents, we now satisfy the second concern of projections. Time worked tirelessly to renegotiate these expenses and provide the verification to prove that our budget is based on real numbers, not wishful thinking. In regards to cash flow, Time has partnered with an entity to support the short-term cash flow needs in the next 2 years until the timing of state revenue payment matches up to the current enrollment. As you can see in the chart, Time will have a surplus each year that will be sufficient to build the cash reserves necessary to overcome the delay in cash receipts from government sources. Time has now satisfied the third concern, cash flow. Lastly, I'd like to share with you what we've accomplished since our opening in July of 2021. 70% of our students entered Time with an average GPA of 1.5. The current GPA is 2.5. 100% of our students participate in dual enrollment with East Los Angeles College. 100% of our students pursue CTE pathways and internships. 100% of our students participate in clubs. 100% of our students receive tutoring. Time received WASC accreditation, a huge accomplishment for a first-year school. Time has been accepted into the League of Innovative Schools, the first single school to ever receive this honor. Time was awarded a $78,000 grant so its teachers can participate in the Modern Classroom Project, a grant typically given to district schools but awarded to TCS because of our innovative model. TCS has identified and secured partnerships with 6 middle schools to allow us to promote our school on their campuses. TCS has established 10 community-based organizations that have committed to promoting Time to all their families. And lastly, 15 local businesses support us and provide placements for student interns. I hope that what I've presented has shown you that we are competent and capable. We strongly believe that our updated financial plan meets and satisfies all concerns. Our ask today is the following. Allow Time to continue to enroll the 20 additional students. If we do not meet this number by the end of July, we will close. If this becomes necessary, families will still have enough notice to find another school. Also, if you do accept our proposal, I would ask that the SBE provide us a letter of good standing so that we may receive critical SB 740 funding for which we qualify. Today, you will hear from parents, students, and community members who deeply support Time. Also, I have shared with you over 80 letters of support from families and community members and leaders. They love our approach, our learning model, our commitment to them. I want to thank you for giving Time this opportunity to present. And show you that we can reflect, grow, and meet our vision of preparing the next generation of leaders for our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramirez. I am going to ask that we open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public, we should put up the slide for that. If somebody could do that. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so in person or by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. And while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I'd like to ask Vice President Glover Woods and Member Olken if they have any initial comments as our liaisons before we go to public comment, which will be followed by board discussion. Member Glover Woods.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond, and thank you, Dr. Ramirez, for the presentation, as well as CDE and LACO staff. To my fellow board members, as you can see, we have a very critical and important decision in front of us. I won't rehash the presentations that we have heard. And I think the other thing I will say, and I'll turn it over to Member Olken, is that the decision we make today is critical to students and staff of that community. We also need to keep in consideration the numbers that have been presented, as well as the impact a decision today may have on the future of the school, and also plans if it is decided to move to the next step tomorrow for the school. So I'll just leave my comments at that, and we'll share more as we go into our board discussion.
Thank you. Thank you to our presenters for, this is at least the third time that you've been here to talk about this with us. And, to my framing comments are echoing Vice President Glover Woods that this is a difficult and hard decision no matter what we do, in that it affects a whole school community. And it's clear that there's no ill intent here. This is, we are being asked to interpret the law and think about what our responsibility is. And as educators, we always make decisions partly with our heart. And I think also we have a role to really weigh facts here. So here we go. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, do we have in-person comment?
Nicholas Watson.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Nicholas Watson, speaking on behalf of the California Charter Schools Association. We are in opposition to the revocation of T.I.M.E.'s charter. T.I.M.E's only been in operation for 2 years. It is not unusual for new schools, new charter schools, to encounter financial and enrollment challenges, particularly when you open a school during a COVID pandemic. It's difficult financially. That's why we have these startup grant programs to help schools. School facilities are very expensive. That's why we have the SB 740 program. It's nice to say that we want all of our schools to succeed, and we don't want any of our schools to fail. But when we purposely take actions to deny financial resources that schools need to succeed, we have to be willing to acknowledge the consequences that will have on school operations. So I just asked the board to consider how differently the school's finances would look today if they were given access to the financial opportunities that most charter schools are given when they open. Thank you.
And are we ready to move to telephone comment?
Yes, we have 27 callers in the queue currently. I will open the phone line now. Good afternoon, State Board of Education. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the last 4 digits.
Hello. My name is Grace. I am a student at TCS. TCS has been a really good school for me. All the teachers put in so much effort into what they teach and how they do their classes. It's more unique than any school I've been to. It has helped me a lot by giving me the help I need to succeed with my grades, and I feel very comfortable and not stressed here. I'm doing better than I ever have in school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 3599. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
That's me. Am I on?
You are.
Hello? Oh, okay. Hi. I'm a mom from one of the children there, and I've seen so much improvement on my son with all the support that he gets, especially from, the staff. And I was very grateful when that school was recommended to me, because my son I tried public school with him and it did not work. I was getting calls constantly every day. Whereas here, they talk to him, they help him. He's been in private school all his life except for when he started. And now he's here, which makes me feel like as if he was in a private school, because he's getting that attention. I think the staff there is wonderful. I get constant communication with them. And I just wish they'd give another chance to the school, because my son will not make it in public school.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending in the last 4 digits, 4606. Please start your public comment. Okay, next caller with the last 4 digits, 1228. Please start your public comment now.
Hi, yes, my name's Liz Hernandez, and I'm a parent of one of the students, Miguel Hernandez. And I just wanted to say that my son went from being miserable in public school. He moved to my mother's to just broaden his horizon and find, something different. And he's went from all F's literally with a 72% absent list to I think he missed 2 days of school for doctor's notes, and all A's and B's. And every day he comes and tells my mom, oh, I learned this, or they're doing this, and this is so cool. And I think this is a great program for people like my son. And my son has an IEP. So he struggles in regular public school because they don't do the IEP program like they should. And even he hasn't had one problem having to use the IEP here. And I think that they should give him another opportunity to continue, because it's a great program, and I strongly support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, members of the State Board of Education and members of the public. My name is David Navarre, and I am an educator for the Montebello Unified School District and president of the Montebello Teachers Association. Today, I'm asking you to proceed with the revocation of T.I.M.E's charter. T.I.M.E has disappointed our community and our students by failing to engage in fiscal prudency. And we cannot afford to have T.I.M.E continue to engage in negligence at the expense of our students and their education. MUSD and the educators of MTA are ready to welcome T.I.M.E students with low class size, devices for all students, a variety of programs, including a robust CTE program, district paid AP fees, free lunch for all, and the very best teachers and staff. MTA supports the revocation of the T.I.M.E charter. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Yes, how you doing? My name is Michael Mendia Jr. I am a father. My son is currently a sophomore at Time Community Schools, and the reason why we chose this school is because we had a lot of issues with the Montefello Unified School District in caring for my son with his mental health and his academic success. And when we did come to Time Community Schools, they made it a priority that my son excel. He went from straight F's to A's and B's and getting college course credit, and they're very active in my son's academic life and making sure he's hitting all the necessary benchmarks to succeed not only in school but in life. Whereas we were getting roadblocks consistently before, and right now the school is a godsend, and I feel that it's doing injustice to all the students if you take away their opportunity to grow and succeed and not have to go to a school where they're just a number and a paycheck.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Lorraine Richards. I am a classroom teacher representing the California Teachers Association. CTA supports the CDE's recommendation that the State Board issue a notice of intent to revoke with notice of facts to Time and hold a public hearing to issue a final decision to revoke Time Charter at its May 19, 2023 meeting. There is substantial evidence that shows that Time Board has failed to follow generally accepted accounting principles and has engaged in fiscal mismanagement. The CDE has determined that Time has not adequately refuted, remedied, or proposed a plan to remedy the violations identified in the notice violation. While Time provided a subpar fiscal stability plan that is not adequate to remedy the violation, it is time to take action and move forward with the revocation process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 5170. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Sorry, I was muted. Good afternoon. My name is Marta Lowen. I am the grandmother of Miguel Hernandez, and I also want to support the continuation of Time Schools, Time Charter School, and I echo the comments of the first gentleman in that Time Charter School should be given the benefit to be able to acquire additional funding to take into consideration the pandemic and the effects of the pandemic on not just Time, but on hundreds and thousands of other students in schools. My grandson, as his mother mentioned earlier, was getting F's in school. He wasn't going to school. And since he has been with us and attending Time, he has not missed any school for reasons unexcusable other than doctor's appointments. He is very excited about attending Time. He's very excited about going to school every day. He was a child that would not get up.
Thank you. Your time is
to go
up.
to school in the.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello.
Yes, caller, you are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hello, hello.
You are live. Please start your public comment. Okay, moving on. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 1680. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Caller with the last 4 digits, 1680. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hello, yes. My name is Albert Navarro. I am a parent for one of the students there. My student, when he first started, he was doing real bad, like in other schools, and he didn't want to go to school at all. But once he started Time, they really helped him out, like become more focused in school. Now all he wants to do is go to school. He's doing real good in his classes. He's become more, he's doing more achievements in and out of school because of the school, and they help him out a lot.
Next caller with the last four digits, 8166. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hola.
Sí, va a tener servicio de interpretación. Por favor, hable despacio y por segmentos y se le va a dar tiempo adicional. Adelante, por favor.
Sí, hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Jenny Ramírez, mamá de
Soy
Oliverio
Jenny
Pérez.
Ramírez. Good morning and good day to everybody.
Estoy muy agradecida con el director y los maestros, ¿verdad? Porque a mi hijo académicamente ha estado mejorando en su grado.
I'm very thankful for the director of the school and the staff, teachers, because my son has been making great academic progress at this school.
Sí, ha mejorado académicamente. Él está muy feliz con la escuela, se levanta muy de temprano, se alista para irse a la escuela y gracias director, a los maestros que están apoyando ahí y esperemos, verdad, en Dios que sigamos adelante y sigamos apoyando a la escuela. Muchas gracias.
So my student is very happy at the school. Thank you to the director, to the staff. My son wakes up early. He's very motivated to go to school, and hopefully, given the blessing of God, the school will continue to operate. Thank you to everybody.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the last four digits, 2639. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Cindy Pice, and I'm a parent. My daughter is a sophomore there. Something that I want to mention about the school is the way they teach to their students, which has made a big difference in my daughter. They work a lot in not just books, but working with groups and basically finding their own voice. So I've noticed a huge difference in my daughter where she can speak her mind now, and so that's a big skill that they need for college. So I'm really happy with the school. I drive kind of far. I drive like 45 minutes, but it's worth it because the school really focuses on the community, and it's something that she has, helped her tremendously. So hopefully you guys would reconsider and keep the school open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Hilda Murillo.
Yes, good afternoon.
Soy la mamá de 3 estudiantes en la escuela charter.
I am a mother of 3 students at the charter school.
Y quería decir que gracias a los maestros y al director, ellos están teniendo mejores calificaciones.
I want to say thank you to all the directors and the teachers of the school. Because of them, my children are having better grades.
Yo intenté en otras escuelas, pero no obtuve buenos resultados. Por favor, les pido que les den la oportunidad a T.I.M.E Charter School, que siga creciendo para que otros padres como yo tengan la misma oportunidad, para que nuestros hijos tengan un mejor futuro. Por favor, dejen la escuela abierta. Gracias.
Please, I want you to support the school and maintain it open so my children can have a better opportunity. So please follow my support, and if they can remain the charter schools open. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the last four digits, 7360. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hi, yes. My name is Alberto Rojas. I'm calling on behalf of T.I.M.E Community Charter High School and its staff, parents, and students. I help T.I.M.E with enrollment and outreach. As someone who attended schooling here in the state of California, I strongly believe that T.I.M.E has an enriching program that has been making a life-changing impact in both student and parent lives, and we want to continue doing so. Not only has it been changing lives of students, but also its staffs. I include myself in that group that has been impacted in a positive way by the school and Dr. Ramirez. Dr. Ramirez is a true educator and mentor, and if the state decides to close our school, then they will prevent us from continuing helping both current and future families. Thus, it will be a failing the city of Montebello, neighboring cities, and most importantly, families by stopping us from providing a quality education to students enrolled now and in the future. I am requesting an extension to allow our school to continue operating because children are the future, and we want to continue enriching our community of Montebello and other neighboring communities to help produce more successful people, which is our goal here at T.I.M.E.
Thank you.
And the people calling for the revocation of T.I.M.E. should
Thank you,
take a
caller.
look in
Your
the
time
mirror
is up.
and see.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the last four digits, 1597. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline. I am a student at TCS. One thing that makes TCS unique is the teachers and their sense of humor, which makes it fun to learn. Also, I think taking college classes is something that makes TCS unique. TCS has helped me improve my grades. Please do not close my school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the last four digits, 9336. You are now
Hi,
live.
I'm currently a student enrolled at T.I.M.E Community Schools, and I would like to say that this school has helped me academically and has really helped me create new experiences and learn new things. I really enjoy attending T.I.M.E Community Schools. I'm really grateful for all the support teachers and staff have given me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you are now live. Please start your public comment now.
Hi, my name is Natalie Garcia, and I'm calling from T.I.M.E Community Schools. I'm currently enrolled as a junior, and I'm the class president. When I first started coming to T.I.M.E, I was doing really bad academically. I didn't graduate middle school. T.I.M.E has brought me many new opportunities and has opened new pathways mentally and academically. I am now determined to go to college, and I'm currently passing my classes. I want to finish my high school experience at T.I.M.E. Please consider my statement and have a good day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Destiny. I am a student at TCS. TCS helps me with learning and understanding the lessons I learn in class. TCS also has brilliant staff and great atmosphere too. This is why I want you to keep my school open. Please and thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Oh, good afternoon. My name is Love Perez. I attend T.I.M.E Community Schools. I'm in the 10th grade. Before TCS, I wanted to drop out of school. I had a GPA of a 1.5, and I lost all hope. TCS gave me hope, and now my GPA is a 1.3, and I'm very thankful for the principal and teachers here at TCS because they helped me push myself to do my best. Please keep my school open. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller.
Hi, my name is Kevin. Hi, my name is Kevin Yin. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services with the Montebello Unified School District, and I'm calling in support of the revocation of T.I.M.E Charter School. The Montebello Unified School District is ready to work with students, families to enroll students in our district. We have resources, social-emotional learning, technology, quality instructional materials available and ready for students. We have many beneficial programs for students, such as before and after school programs, dual enrollment programs where students can earn college credits for free, robust CTE courses, and AVID, and more. Students have a choice in pursuing their interests, and we are ready to welcome students and families into our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the last four digits, 8104. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Okay, caller with the last four digits, 7563. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hello, good afternoon, board members. My name is Iklali Espinosa, and I'm a student at T.I.M.E Community Schools. Thanks to T.I.M.E, I get to have the honor of being an intern in the field that I'm interested in. I have the opportunity to take college classes here at T.I.M E. Please keep my school open and don't listen to anybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last four digits, 5515. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon, and thank you to all the board members for your service. My name is Ismael Cordero, and I'm calling to speak in support of T.I.M.E Community Schools. T.I.M.E Community School is a very important part of Montebello. It has become one of the centers for students. It is a school that is being served. It's a school that has served the underserved students. It is very important that T.I.M.E Community remain open to give Montebello and the surrounding community and choices for the students. T.I.M.E Community Schools, it's a work in progress. I have seen the staff and the faculty demonstrate their full commitment to serving the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 9478. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Caller with the last four digits, 9478. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Okay, moving on. Caller with the last four digits, 8262. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Caller with the last four digits, 5599. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hi, my name is Monica. I am a student from TCS. It has helped me in my grades a lot. They really helped me with my work, and I've made a lot of nice friends there. And the staff, it is so kind to all of us, always positive and helpful. You guys could give my school another chance and don't listen to all the haters. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Caller with the last four digits, 2528. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Caller with the last four digits, 2528. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
My name is Alejandro Munoz, and I work with the outreach and enrollment with T.I.M.E Community Schools. And I'm curious to know if traditional schools with long-standing had a call like this, how many of the families would call in with a story of transformation? I'm sure they'd have academic success stories, but would they have this many stories of students whose lives have been transformed by what T.I.M.E is offering? The passion that and commitment that Dr. Ramirez demonstrated is what the students get, tenfold. And the school serves a purpose. It's like a vital organ, and if it's missing and taken away, the community will not survive. It may be on the surface, it may look like things are great, but there are needs that are not being met, and T.I.M.E Community School meets those needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 5522. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hi, my name is Lamar Brown, President of Board for T.I.M E Community Schools. Thank you all for the time today. We have had our difficulties, but as always, we remain committed to our students, our families, and our communities. We love our community and what we have built in this short amount of time. Really what we're asking for, please just give T.I.M E a little bit more time to continue to see out our vision of serving our students, our families, our community, as well as we know that we can and as well as we have. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 3646. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hello?
Hello, you are now live.
Am I
Please
live?
start your public comment.
Oh, hi. My name is Gloria de Dios, and I have a student there in school, and I've struggled with him for a long time, and I think he's done so much better while he's there. He gets all the support. They help him so much, and I'm, constantly surprised. But yes, Dr. Ramirez is so supportive, and all the other staff members. He finds himself there really great. I mean, I have to drive. I live in El Puente, and I have to drive a distance, but I don't care as long as I know he's getting the education and the help he needs so that he can focus, because that's one of his problems. So I appreciate if you guys change it and just make it keep going, because he really needs that. I think a lot of students need that are being left out in other schools that are not being helped. So please have a heart and keep it open, because our kids need it.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Carla Guzman, and I'm a special ed parent at T.I.M.E Community School, where families are welcome. This school has provided a safe environment not only for my child, but all students enrolled and future students who are considering enrolling. As a special ed parent, my son has been struggling academically in his previous public school. And when I was recommended from this school, my child has improved a lot, and he has been more open, and having social phobia has helped him at this school in volunteering and doing other activities that he normally wouldn't do. So I will really appreciate my son having the opportunity to continue to attend this school, and where I know if it closes down, he will definitely struggle in other public schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last four digits, 2175. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Caller with the last four digits, 2175. You are now live.
Hello, my name is Layla, and I am a student at T.I.M.E Community School. One thing I love about T.I.M.E Community School is they will do anything to help you out. And before I came to T.I.M.E Community School, I was failing all my classes at my district school, and I had no help. T.I.M.E took their time to help me get my grades up and do better, and I have. I'm passing all my classes, and my behavior has improved. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last four digits, 8104. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jenny Lopez. I'm a mother of one of your students, of the students of T.I.M.E community. I just want to say, really sure that we are just asking for one more chance. You know, the students, we started with the school, and I know it's been difficult, and I understand all the money-wise and your concern, which is huge ones. But please reconsider the impact that this school is making on our kids. I tried like 45 minutes as well, and like the other mother was saying, I don't care because, you know, I can see my daughter improving academically, socializing, you know, she has hard time communicating with people, and she's being totally day and night. I mean, it's like a big change. And I want for her to continue to have that support from that school and the teachers, and we're working together, and we're doing anything that we can do to get more students. So just giving us one more chance, please reconsider. Please, thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last four digits, 1162. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hi, my name is Isabella, and my brother and sister also attend T.I.M.E Charter School. We have been to our home school and have received no support in our academics. T.I.M.E has offered me a new opportunity towards my education, and really appreciate the teachers and Dr. Ramirez. Everyone here encourages everyone to be their best. Please keep my school open. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last four digits, 4925. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Caller with hello, you are now live.
Good afternoon. My name is Juan Tecum. I'm calling to support T.I.M.E Community School. I'm calling the State Board of Education to request the support for this school. We believe that it's very important for this school to remain open, because we believe school with small group of students in the classroom receive the necessary help from the teacher to be successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Caller with the last four digits, 9402. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Ángela Hércules.
Hola señora, un segundo por favor. Va a tener interpretación, va a tener más tiempo para hacer su exposición. Por favor, hable en segmentos cortos. Gracias. Adelante.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Ángela Hércules.
So, my name is Ángela Hércules.
Estoy llamando de la escuela Time. Tengo a mi hija ahí.
I'm calling in behalf of T.I.M.E Charter School. I have my daughter there.
Y es una escuela, es primer año que ella está ahí, es una escuela muy excelente. Me gustaría que siga abierta.
It's the first year here in that school, and it's an excellent school. I would like that the school remain open.
Y los maestros son buenos maestros, mi hija está encantada con ellos, el director es muy bueno, yo soy voluntaria en la escuela.
Teachers are great, same as the director. I'm actually a volunteer at school.
Y me encanta, entonces me gustaría que siguiera abierta.
And I would strongly like that the school remain open.
Las clases son muy excelentes. Mi hija tiene muchas amistades ahí y creo que si la cerraran sería muy feo que ella regresara a ser amigos en otro lado.
Classes are excellent, and my daughter has made many good friends at school, and I would not like her to make friends otherwise.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Caller with the last four digits, 5477. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hello? Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, my name is Sebastian Ayala. I am calling in support of T.I.M.E Community Schools. I just wanted to reiterate what the first gentleman said, that if the school did have access to the funds that other charter schools had access to due to, unfortunately, due to COVID, what kind of state the school would be in. And I believe that Dr. Ramirez did plan out he did address the mismanagement of the funds in his presentation. And second, who we should really be asking or talking to are the students and their families. And I believe all of the students and all of the families have nothing but positive things to say about the school. Their lives have been changed for the better. They're doing something that other schools just frankly aren't. Not that they're not willing, but just other schools haven't addressed the issues that these students have dealt with. And so I believe that Ramirez did address the fiscal mismanagement, and I believe that we should only be listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, ending the last four digits, 9478. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Yes. Hello, my name's Blanca Prado Randolph and my husband Stafford Randolph. We were looking for a school for my daughter in our community. We were really surprised to find a T.I.M.E charter school. When we first arrived at the school, we were met with Mr. Ramirez, and he gave us a tour of the school. The school is very clean. The classroom format is very nice for the students. I feel he's the first one ever to take interest in my daughter's academics and have her now take an IEP. We're saddened that this school will be closing. The teachers are very nice and professional, and here's my husband going to say something.
I just want to say, too, that it's very nice to have an alternative in the neighborhood, in the area, for kids that need to catch up, that they need a second chance and can be refocused. And Mr. Ramirez does a great job at doing so. He's a great resource in this area, and it would be a major,
Thank you.
major
Your time
loss.
is up. Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 8262. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hi, my name is Judy Perrin of the Federal Withdrawn,
And I would like for you guys to consider keeping the school open. I've seen a great advancement in my son's education. He's actually excited to go to school. We currently live in Compton, and he drives all the way to Montebello for his learning. I've seen a boost of his confidence in his education. It's really helped him out a lot. So please consider keeping the school open. And he's very happy with his teachers and everything. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller, you are now live. Please start your public comment. Caller with the last four digits 2807. Please start your public comment now.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Eduardo. I'm a resident of Montebello, and I am looking for alternatives for my child that is enrolling this fall in high school. When I look at the academic performance of Montebello Unified, it is concerning to know that, well, some realities are that high school is current proficiency rate is at 16% in math. Bell Gardens High School is at 9% in math. And lastly, Montebello High has a 7.7% proficiency in math. This is an unfortunate thing. Certainly, being fiscally sound is important for any school, but we also need to look at the accountability of public schools as well as charter schools. So I do encourage the board today to consider different options to support charter schools that are initiating in a COVID era, but more importantly, being really holding everyone accountable across the board, not only traditional school settings as well as charter schools. So thank you for your time. I do believe that everyone deserves more opportunities in a post-COVID era. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits 0602. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hello, my name is Jason Siddimer. I'm Managing Director at Charter Impact, here to advocate for T.I.M.E Charter School. T.I.M E is like many other schools who have struggled with enrollment during the pandemic, especially considering that the school opened in the middle of the pandemic. T.I.M.'s unique program provides a positive and rewarding educational experience, as you have heard from many students and parents today. Speaking to T.I.M.'s financials, regardless of what has been stated today, the school follows all GAAP required financial practices. They've had zero financial findings in their audit, and they have not defaulted on any loans. Lastly, on a procedural note, the CDE and LACO are given no time limit and took 33 minutes to present their side of the argument today. T.I.M.E is only allowed 10 minutes for their rebuttal. Dr. Ramirez is a passionate educator, and this school is his life. The inequity does not seem fair or just in the process of such a large decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits 7746. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hello, my name is Kevin Oliver Garcia. I am a student here at TCS. The school has helped me a lot. Going from 6th to 7th grade, I was doing all right. But once I hit 8th grade, started dropping my grades, was going straight F and didn't graduate. After coming here to TCS, I've really improved, going to have a passing GPA of 2.37. I think the school really makes improvements in a lot of the students, seeing them from being very uncomfortable and anxious at the beginning of the school year to seeing them all huddle around in little groups, having fun every day, getting to know each other. I think the school has offered a really good opportunity to lots of the students and the community here in Montebello. I just feel like the council should give Dr. Ramirez a second opportunity to show that he really can do all that he promises, and that's about it.
Thank you. Thank you. Caller with the last four digits 7563. Please start your public comment. Okay, looks like they hung up. Caller with the last four digits 8262. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Caller with the last four digits, 5419. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. My name is Oscar Perez. I have two students attending Time Community School. And for myself, it's been very successful. I have one kid almost dropping out of school. He was in ninth grade, a troubled kid. He went in there, and now his GPA's up. You know, he's interested in going to school every day. And I'm really impressed. We have wonderful staff in there. The doctor's doing an amazing job. Something I couldn't experience in a public school. And I would like to hate this school to be closed. So I request and beg to have it open. Give them a second opportunity. And with that said, this is my last comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last four digits, 8136. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Caller with the last four digits, 8136. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Okay. Caller with the last four digits, 6462. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Sorry, did you say 6461 or 6462? I heard 6461.
6462.
Okay, that's me. My name is Sebastian Petz. I'm a pastor of the Word Church LA, of which Montebello Christian School is a ministry of in the city of Montebello. I've gotten to know Dr. Ramirez as a friend, as a colleague, and even a bit of a mentor in the Christian education and leadership space. As our school also struggled coming through COVID, and getting to meet Dr. Ramirez and hearing his vision for Christian education, but education in general, especially from a project-based learning philosophy, seeing how well a lot of our kids are now doing in freshman year of their high school, having graduated from our school, which is a K-8 school. I think shutting this school down, in fact, I'm confident that shutting this school down now would be a huge disservice to not only our children, but every single student that's enrolled in their school, knowing how lackluster the educational alternatives are in the public school district.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next caller with the last four digits, 9478. You're now live. Please start your public comment. Caller with the last four digits, 9478. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Okay, moving on. Good afternoon. Please state your name and affiliation. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller, are you there?
Hello, my name is Sean Perez. I go to TCS schools. Before, I had a 0.5 GPA. I wanted to drop out of school, but when I came to TCS, they really motivated me and pushed me. Now I have a 2.5 GPA.
Thank you, caller. And caller with the last four digits, 7563. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hello, my name is Anthony Ramirez, and I'm a student at Time Community Schools. One thing that makes Time Community Schools unique is how amazing the teachers here are. TCS has really helped me a lot to find answers to all my questions I have about my personal life, about subjects in school. It's just really amazing. And the teachers here are always really supportive, and they always support every student without hesitation, just in any way they can. And overall, it's just really amazing school with the teachers, the most amazing asset of all of it. But yeah, please keep the school open, and all the students here have so much potential. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 10.
Thank you so much to all the people who called in. We do have a request for a very short break because we want to have everyone's attention after the break for the conversation that we need to have. So it is 3:26, we'll return at 3:36. Are they going to give us a sign when they're counted down? Okay. Ready? All right. Welcome back. This is going to be a difficult conversation. I want to open for board discussion. Stephanie Farland from CDE and members of the LA County Office of Education Charter School Oversight staff and Dr. Gabriel Ramirez will all be available to answer questions from board members if you have some. And so I'm going to open it up. Member Olken, are you waving your hand? Okay.
First, just after having listened to both sets of presentations and the public comment, I just want to start by saying it was so clear how much Dr. Ramirez cares about his school and his students, and that T.I.M.E Charter School is a place where students feel empowered as learners and people. And as a school leader, that's certainly what I hope my kids and families feel and would articulate. And at the same time, I was also convinced that LACO has worked really hard to support and guide T.I.M.E and has done a lot on their behalf. And so I have a couple of questions. The first one is specifically to understand the level of, it's really to understand what we need to be certain of today when we vote versus what we need to be certain of tomorrow when we vote.
Thank you. Member Olken, that's a good question. Is this on? It is, right? Okay. So today, what the board needs to determine is that there's enough evidence to actually have a hearing on revocation tomorrow. So tomorrow there'll be a public hearing, and you'll have your discussion about whether or not you should revoke the school. Today is just, is there enough evidence to move to that hearing tomorrow?
Other comments or questions? Member Glover Woods?
Actually, a couple of questions before comment. And this question, I believe, is for Dr. Ramirez, but if not, but please. I wanted to ask a question about the other revenue streams that's listed on the document you gave us. I noticed there were 3 items on the additional revenue stream area. My question is, are these revenue streams that have been secured or revenue streams that will be applied for but are not secured at this time?
So those are other revenue streams that we will apply for, but in the updated budget that we provided, they were not included. Our budget, from our perspective, our budget works without that. I just wanted to show as well that we will continue to look for other means to support the school. But again, the updated budget works on the ADA our projected ADA of 82 students.
Okay, and my other question is in relation to the lease change in amount. I heard one thing from you, and I think I heard something different from the LACO presentation. As far as the lease amount is concerned, has the lease been reduced, or is the lease amount deferred to a later time when the fiscal viability of the school might be stronger?
It's a little bit of both. So as we talked with our back office provider and with the owner of the building, we shared with them our circumstance and what we needed to improve our financial situation. So what the lease states is that, currently what the lease states is that we're liable for the $35,640. And that was part of the challenge because that is a large amount of money, considering also that we did not get access to the SB 740, which gives us a portion of that lease money back. That's what it's served for. So the burden was larger on us because we did not get SB 740. So what we asked was that, how can you help us so that we're not burdened? We don't have that total burden of $35,640. So what the owners did was that they reduced us for that. We're only liable for $20,000. Yes, it's correct that the subleases that we secured go to them temporarily, but that's between the owner now and them. We are only liable for the $20,000. Now there is about a $5,000 difference between what we originally have between what the sublease provides and the total cost. So that's still, there was a shortfall of about $5,000, which when Leiko was stating, there's this an accumulation that we have to pay after 2 years. So the amount right now is around 200 and something thousand, but that's not the actual amount. The reason why there's that amount of 200,000 is because they're including the taxes for the property until our nonprofit status gets approved, which will be approved within this next month, which then brings down that balloon payment, I guess, if you will bring it down to 120. Then from a 120 is why I shared with you the MOAF lease that we have secured, which is $3,500, which will then go to pay off this deficit. So by the time that we get to the third year, we should only owe about $40,000 that will be separate, that'll be then paid over 3 payments. And like you said, because at that point, we will be in a better financial situation. As you see to the chart that I provided, we will have surplus. So in our minds, it allowed us to create an opportunity for us to improve our financial situation in a way that was manageable and achievable.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ramirez.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions on enrollment.
Yes, sir.
So you pretty much, you will be losing how many students once they graduate from senior year?
So next year will be our first year of seniors, and we only have 13 students, so we will lose 13 students.
Okay, so you're really looking at increasing not 20, but about
27.
Okay. Which is, pretty significant. It's over 30% of your current population. So help me understand, how are you going to, where are you coming? How can you ensure us that it will be an increase of 20?
Yes, sir. So that's part of the thing that we've been working very diligently on is to establish these relationships with local feeder schools and other organizations that serve the families of Montebello. One of them called in today, the pastor from Montebello Christian, who our first year they sent us 4 kids. This last year they sent us 7 kids. This year they're on par to send us another 7 kids. We are working with other charter middle schools that are within the vicinity, because we serve about 6 cities, who also are sending us families. They're sending us their waiting list. Also, there is, like I mentioned, MOAF, another partner with us. Another partnership is Latinos Unidos. So one of the things that they're doing at our campus that I just feel is a great way to bring families and some I guess notoriety, if you will, to our school as well, is that we have space for a food drive. And what I love about it is that that our students get a partner and be part of that and do part of their volunteer community service with that. But in that food drive that they have done previously, they get about 1,000 families a week. And so for us, it's another opportunity to bring in families. We're also working with another community organization called Montebello Youth Institute, who also is partnering with us. Also, we are working with City Council, who is also looking for ways to increase our enrollment. We're also working with SEA, which is an organization that I'm sure you're very familiar with, that also has, they work with struggling students who have also said that they're going to push families our way. So I think the idea of 27 students feels very achievable for us. I mean, again, from last year to this year, there was a 50% increase. Now, I'm not, 50%, as you get bigger, it becomes larger. I understand that. So I think at 37%, like you're saying, still feels achievable for us. And I think within the time frame that we have, I do believe that we can meet those numbers.
Thank you. And before I begin, I also want to echo the comments that Member Olken also said about thank you for the presentation from all 3 groups. And it was heartfelt to see your passion and your desire to help your students succeed, and also to hear from the families and members of the community on the call about how much the school means to them. So thank you for what you're doing for our students. I do have a couple of questions, and they're related to enrollment, such as Member Escobedo. And the first one was, when you began your presentation, you said that you had met with the LACO administration about what could you do and what numbers would be sufficient and acceptable for them to feel like you could accomplish your goals. And is that correct? Did I get that
Yes.
accurately? And so I guess my question, before I ask you another question, can I move to LACO to have them to respond to that? Is that how you, because on one of your earlier slides, you mentioned that the new presentation projections were presented on May 5th, but you felt like that it wasn't sufficient. So I just wanted you to comment on how that compares to what Dr. Ramirez has said.
Absolutely. Okay, I think this was working. Just to be clear, our stance has not changed. Dr. Ramirez is alluding to a conversation that happened at the airport. We worked with the school for 2 years. We have a relationship. But at no time did we indicate that we were approving any other fiscal stability plan. It was a casual conversation, and that was it. There was no promise. There was no guarantee. It was a mischaracterization of a conversation.
Thank you for the clarification.
May I respond to that?
Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, I never stated that they made any promise. That's exactly what happened. I had a conversation with him. And what I wanted to know was, just because after the presentation, there was many facts or points that I didn't agree with or I felt that were misrepresentations. And so I just wanted to have that clarity. Like, what are we doing wrong? Because the idea is that they're always saying that they're partners with us. So to me, that was a conversation of partnership. What did we do wrong? How can we be better? And so the conversation was exactly right. It was a casual conversation where they provided suggestions of, here are things that you could do. Here are things that you can consider. And so that's what I took it as. I did not take it as a promise. I did not take it as anything else. So part of that conversation too was this idea of, well, then reach out to other people, reach out to the SBE, reach out to the CDE, see if there's still within this window of opportunity that there was between the ACCS and this meeting. Can you submit something new that shows that you heard what was said, that you understand the ramifications of what's going on, and show them still that you have this intent to be better? And so I really appreciated those words from Dr. Brown, because again, he made no promises, but the words really resonated with me, that there was an opportunity still to be better. And that's what I wanted to show you all. That's what I really went through in these past several weeks of renegotiating. The undertaking that we went to talk to everyone, to renegotiate all these things. It was a huge undertaking, but we accomplished it because I took those words and I just took them to heart. And I really wanted you to understand that today is really about a commitment that we will continue to have, that we have and that we've always had. So I just want you to understand that. Like, again, I wanted to be on record that they never made any promises, but their words mattered to me.
And I just have one more follow-up question regarding the enrollment.
Yes, ma'am.
This is a time during the school year that schools are planning for classes for the fall. Parents are enrolling their kids, as they're transferring schools or incoming students. So how many new students can you verify today that are documented, paperwork filled out on the schedule to be enrolled as you're working towards the 20 or actually the 27 to 33 students that you would need for next year?
Yes, ma'am. I was told yesterday by my recruitment staff that we have 7. Now, for the past 2 years, the majority of our full registration happened within the last 3 weeks of school. That's been the trends that we've seen. So but I'm pushing our team to continue to, because we have about 40 applications. Now they're calling them, they're talking to them. We're continuing to get more families. Now, part of the struggle that we had too is that there is this information of this possibility. So we're having to overcome that as well. But with that, still we have families who are excited. They want to be a part of our school. Parents are sharing our successes with them. So I do still feel confident, if you allow us to stay open, that within the last 3 to 4 weeks prior that we will reach those numbers, because that's just historically what's happened.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Vice President Glover Woods?
First, I want to say that it's apparent that TCS is making a big difference for the students and families that are attending. And Dr. Ramirez, I thank you for your passion and your commitment to the students in the school and the community. That came across quite a bit in the public comment, and the increase in GPA and the motivation for students to go to school that have been disheartened by school, again, is quite evident. And I think that's what makes this conversation such a difficult one, board members, because knowing that, but also understanding and knowing how to continue to provide that when the fiscal viability isn't there is very, very challenging. And I do have to say, it seems like we've been here before. Almost a year ago, similar conversations. And I do truly believe that what has been shared with us is what is truly felt and what is truly believed to be. The numbers are the numbers, and things have gotten progressively worse. And that's, I have to be very honest, where my concern lies. That even with the information that we've gotten thus far, there's not anything that's solid. From what I've heard, it's, again, anchored on hope, and hope is wonderful. But again, I wonder about what service that provides to students if this hope is not realized. So being said, President Darlene Hammond, I don't know if there are other comments before I issue a motion, but
I think Member Olken, you would like to be recognized, and Member Yashimoto Tari.
I actually have a question for Leiko, if that's okay. Thank you. So as you're coming up, my question, as I said earlier, the way I see it, it's clear that the school is making a huge difference on behalf of kids and families, that people's hearts are in the right place, that your hearts are in the right, I feel there's lots of good intent all around. And I also felt that your presentation of the numbers was compelling. That said, since then, we've received this, which is the response from Dr. Ramirez, and this is partly why I asked how deeply we go into this today versus tomorrow. But to me, the real question is, are we in a position where, this is not my question for you, this is my question for myself, sorry. But, as we're deliberating, it's clear there's lots of benefit to the community, families and students and staff. It also seems clear that there's risk. And the risk is that if the school can't maintain financial solvency, there's a disaster that kids, families, and staff all of a sudden are in the midst of. And so my question is, as you look at this, can you give me sort of a top-line understanding of why your analysis is different than Dr. Ramirez's related to the financial projections?
Thank you for the question. And I will say, I appreciate the new enrollment numbers. I think that was a step in the right direction, but I think it was sort of far too little. When I'm looking at that plan, I'm still seeing an unrealistic attendance rate of 90%. I'm still seeing unrealistic additional revenues, right? If you look at the actual projection that was part of that when he submitted it, the multi-year budget projection, you'll see this year for fundraising, he's booked, I want to say it's less than $2,000. Yet in subsequent years, he's booking $95,000. So there's still that unrealistic additional revenues that are in there. And then I think the real concerning piece is that the third point is really totally mischaracterizing that new lease, right? That new lease is not saving any money. There is no reduction in liability. It's simply a change in the way that that landlord is collecting their money. And I believe that lease was also given to you as part of those documents. And if you look at that, the landlord still is collecting $35,600 this year, $36,668 next year, and then it goes to $37,768 the following year. So he's still increasing his rent every year. What he's done is he said, yes, you only pay me $20,000 now, but I'm also going to collect some money from those subleases. So while Time Leadership will tell you about the reduced cost that they're paying, they're not telling you that they're also now suddenly reducing their revenue, right? Because that was being booked as revenue now that they can't book as revenue. And on top of that, they've got the taxes, like they said, and then what they end up owing still, even after that subleasee, is anywhere from $7,000 this year per month to $8,000 next year to finally $9,768 per month that is just getting deferred. And so if that's the case, it ends up being well over $200,000 at the end of those 2 years that they owe. Even with the tax piece that Dr. Ramirez talked about, it still ends up being over $150,000. That is then suddenly, at the end of that time period, is suddenly payable in 3 equal monthly installments immediately at that point. And what's most concerning is that that liability of somewhere between $250,000 to $150,000 doesn't show up anywhere on those multi-year budget projections. So that liability just disappears. So again, while I appreciate the enrollment piece, you've still got the unrealistic attendance rate, you've still got the unrealistic additional revenues, and now you have this additional liability that you somehow have not booked. So we still have serious concerns with that fiscal stability plan, even that latest one that was submitted on the 5th.
Shimoni Tari.
Thank you. Also for LACO staff. I also want to acknowledge the families, students, and educators who spoke today. And these decisions are always difficult ones to have. So please know it's not a reflection, no matter what the decision, on people's individual commitment, dedication. And I hope that I know the students will continue on their college trajectory and to continue to push themselves. I did want to be very clear about timelines. Because as Member Olken said, when students, particularly at this age, are at the end of a school year is a different conversation than when they're in the middle of a school year. If the board decides today to not issue a notice of intent to revoke, and or tomorrow decides to makes a decision tomorrow, if there's another chance granted, is there a timeline that stipulates when this might come back to the board if not resolved? Does that make sense?
Unless the board issues another notice of violation, you probably won't see them back until renewal.
Which is?
When is renewal? 2026?
Barring any new legislation, there's legislation that could potentially extend charter terms out.
So I think it's 2025 or 26.
Even if the fiscal situation stays as is, or gets worse.
Issues another notice of violation.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Member Olken, you're leading in again.
I just, I felt like I ought to give Dr. Ramirez a chance to respond to the same question I asked. Yeah.
Ramirez?
Thank you. So I guess I just want to reiterate, when I talked about, I did not misrepresent the lease. That's exactly what I had told you. The lease says very specifically that we're only liable for $20,000. And yes, I did say as well that the sublease is now, the money does not come to us. It does go to the owner. So everything I said is true. There's not a misrepresentation in that. The question that you had asked is that it was the intent to provide us some space. Yes, that's what it did. Now, there is that differential that I talked about. That's about $5,000 because even with the original lease, with the $12,000 that we brought in from income, it did not meet the $35,000 total. So that's where the accumulation comes of the balloon payment that comes in the third year. So that's why, again, when I mentioned this new sublease that we acquired today will help really minimize that cost, so that we're only paying around $40,000 to $50,000 when we have to make that payment in the third year. Now, again, in our budget now, we do not address that balloon payment in 23, 24, 25, 26, these next 2 years. We address it in the third year. So the idea that it's not in our budget, that's just not true. It is in our budget. It's just in the third year when the payment needs to be made. In regards to fundraising, I also want to address that as well. So the fundraising that we're doing, T.I.M.E has been approved to do bingo. So we have been doing bingo now for 5 weeks. As you can imagine, and even for me, I didn't realize it's a huge undertaking. It's a lot of work. We get on average about 100 people a week. I've showed those pictures to Lakewood so they can see that, there is a desire for that. The expenses are high for the first month or two is what I was sharing. I didn't realize it was that high immediately, but just so that you know, last week when we ran bingo, our profit after paying expenses was about $3,500. So when we talk about making those futures for this upcoming year of 90,000 to 100,000, yes, that's accurate, because bingo, as we minimize our expenses, obviously then our profits go up, and then that's what we have included, because to us that is a critical fundraiser that we want to utilize to continue to support our efforts, so that we then can pay off our debts more quickly. And he did mention one more other thing.
Thank you. I think that was very helpful.
I just want to make that clear, because, I guess the last thing that I'll say, first, a couple of things. I do apologize for my emotional distress in this time. This is a really important day. And it's not just an important day for me, it's an important day for my families, for this community. And it's something that weighs on me very heavily. I'm a different kind of administrator. I could have become an administrator after my 4th or 5th year, like many people do, but I didn't feel that I was adequate. I was a nationally board certified teacher after my 3rd year. I was committed to high quality education, but I did not want to become an administrator until I felt competent. So that's why I went back to school after 14 years of teaching and being in the classroom, and I went back and I got my doctorate. And even then, after I got my doctorate, I still took a little bit of time before I entered into this career of being an administrator, because I wanted to do it well. I wanted to understand all the elements of it. And so that's what I believe that I've done. I believe that I've made these choices really for the betterment of families. This is not, I hate when people say to me that this is my legacy. This has never been my legacy. This has been the legacy of this community that wants something different. And the fact that I have the privilege to serve these families has really been the greatest joy for me. So when I share these numbers for you, I don't in any way do these things to misrepresent. I really wholeheartedly believe that I'm being honest. I work very closely with our back office provider. As it was mentioned in our audit, we had no findings against us, because I believe that we are ethical and hold ourselves to the highest standards. I'm just asking for this opportunity to continue to meet these projected number of 82 students, which I don't believe is unachievable, so that we can continue to serve these families. And I hope that as you make this decision, that you take all these things into consideration, because I believe if you were to look at our budget, and I believe if you were to look at these things more closely, you would see that I believe truly that they are achievable. I'm open to, even working more closely with LACO, to having more feedback from them. Whatever it is that you all think that needs to be done so that we can meet these goals. I mean, again, we're not opposed to any of those things that will help us get to where we need to be. And so thank you again, and I really appreciate your time.
And we really appreciate all that you have done in this school. I think many people have mentioned how important it is to offer young people the opportunities that you're offering. Are we coming back to Vice President Glover Woods? Does anybody else want to say anything? Okay. Coming back to you.
Thank you, President Darling-Hammond. And again, thank you, Dr. Ramirez, and everyone who has called in. I believe, based on the conversations we've heard, the presentations and comments, that we have heard enough information that does demonstrate that the fiscal viability of the school is of grave concern and even has impact on some of the academics, such as the special ed provider not providing services anymore and LACO not receiving additional student data. And for that reason, I move that we issue a notice of intent to revoke with notice of facts to T.I.M.E. And that concludes my motion.
I will second.
The notice of intent to revoke is the prelude to the hearing that then reviews all of that evidence.
Yes.
All right, everyone understands the motion. Is there any further discussion before we vote? All in favor? Say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so we will have a hearing tomorrow on the evidence. Thank you. Joyless vote. We did take a break right in the middle, so I'm going to try to continue on. If you need a break, take one individually. Item 12 is the presentation of the California State Plan for Career Technical Education, which was developed to offer CTE program and pathway guidance on a regional basis. It was approved by California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee at its March 10th, 2023 meeting. This item is information only. There are no recommendations at this time. And the item will be presented by Pete Callis. Thank you, Pete, for coming twice before us today. Please begin.
Thank you for, this is great this afternoon and worked out well. So we started on this journey about 3 years ago. In 2019, it was before I became division director for Career College Transition Division, and we've been working with the Chancellor's Office in developing this plan. Normally we develop a state plan for CTE through our Perkins federal funding, and we have that already, and that was in place. And the group at the time, before I became division director, decided that we should put together a state plan of guidance for pathway development for CTE programs across the state. And so the context of the plan is to make a difference with guidance to develop pathways on a regional level with significant changes happening with the economy and global trends that impact skills and demands in the labor market. We also wanted students to have access to multiple on-ramps, post-secondary education programs and training programs that would get them into high skill and high wage careers. So that's what we were working from. The plan is strategic and sets a bold vision, key priorities and themes, short-term goals and strategies, longer-term goals of focus, and call to action for achieving California's aims for student success and meeting employers' future workforce needs. The plan seeks to improve equity, access, and outcomes across the state's diverse geography and diversity of student and worker populations. It also sets a course to align and strengthen current efforts and build on previous ones to improve and leverage CTE, including building the capacity of the field to make strategic use of current and future levels and sources of funding. The implementation phase will explore what state, regions, and local actors can do to drive towards the goals of the plan. So the overview of this presentation is looking at the timeline, the structure of the California State Plan for CTE, public review and comments that we received, updates to the California State Plan, and what our next steps are going to be for getting this plan out to the field. Over the implementation phase, we'll explore what the state and, as I said, the regions will work with. Over the next 3 years, California will aim to achieve the 4 main goals, which are the core of the plan and have foundation threads of equity access woven throughout. The 4 goals are to expand work-based learning in all regions, grow dual enrollment programs, as we've seen now that we've got a new investment in dual enrollment across the state for us to work with our local community colleges and expand that piece. So that's a big help to this plan. Boost data-informed decision-making for equity and impact. And later in the presentation, I'll do a little bit of the thing. I'll show you some of the data that we've been reviewing with the QuapJack team and our leadership team at the state level with the Chancellor's Office. And then understand and plan to address CTE teacher and faculty shortages. If we've all realized over the last few years, the shortages have become much more impactful on what we're trying to do with our schools and deliver this education to our students. Upon review of progress in 2 years, the short-term goals will be revised, updated, and expanded as needed, and additional goals will be added for future progress. So we really want this plan to be fluid. We want to be able to make those changes as the economy changes, as trends change in all of our industry sectors. So we want it to be a living document, and we'll periodically revisit it and make those changes. Again, it's a guidance document, so it's not mandated for any of our LEAs to use, but we hope that as we move forward and we really start working with them at the local and regional level, that they'll implement a lot of what we have in this plan. It was a phased approach. Phase 1 activities were including engaging stakeholders, understanding the context of what we wanted to do. We also, the Chancellor's Office contracted with Jobs for the Future to help us work through and develop this plan. And so they worked with us on the timeframes and drafting the state plan. We worked through some study sessions with the QuapJack group. We worked through some focus groups across the state, and that was through the Jobs for the Future group, and they supported us through all of that work that they did. And so we wanted to be able to synthesize everything that we worked with. We brought in guest speakers from across the nation to talk to the QuapJack group, give them input on what they did when they developed their state plans. So there's a lot of context that we put into this before we even worked on drafting the plan. Tough part was we switched over with our QuapJack members, so right in the middle of developing this, we got 2 new QuapJack members on our committee. So educating everybody, getting everybody up to speed took us a little bit of time, but we did work through all of the drafting of it and got it done. Phase 2 activities are supporting regional convenings, which will start this coming fall. We've already had letters of interest for hosting the convenings. We have more letters of interest than convenings that we're going to host. We're going to host 10 across the state going forward. We did do a public comment period. We did a 45-day, public comment period. We did multiple email announcements to receive feedback and opportunities for feedback. The 45-day public comment period began on October 3rd, 2022, and it closed on November 17th, 2022. We dedicated a web page that was available for the public to be able to review the plan, submit comments, and we received a total of 84 individuals responding to this. We had 314 comments submitted. Once the public comment period ended, Jobs for the Future took the public comments, synthesized them into themes that they felt were part of that. And so we ended up with 9 themes from the public comments. They represent a synthesis of insights, perspectives, and frequently mentioned issues. Some of the themes include tackling CTE teacher shortages and credentialing issues, addressing challenges to implementing high-quality work-based learning programs, supporting sustainable funding strategies, and recognizing student leadership development, so our CTSO programs. Aligning across a wide range of sectors and stakeholders, supports and services to ensure equity for all populations, and again, expanding dual enrollment. So a lot of the public comments that we received can be used during the implementation phase by the local and regional groups that are working on their implementation plans. Since the plan was guidance, we couldn't really focus on mandating. There's a lot of comments wanting us to mandate funding sources to certain groups and subgroups, wanting us to mandate credentialing processes and requirements. And so those are the things we couldn't do. But I think the plan is comprehensive and moving forward. It'll give them a good document to move forward at the local and regional level. Sorry, I started talking and missed my slides. All right. So through the process of receiving the public comments, we looked at previous versions of it. We'd made edits for formatting and structure. We really wanted it to look as a positive plan. So we made updates to the language throughout the plan to better reflect intent as being positive. We edited the plan to better ensure applicability across the state and in any region. So very useful document. Next steps for us is to publish and announce the California State Plan for CTE support, and we wanted to bring it to you before we actually published it, along with bringing it to the Board of Governors next week so they can see what we've put together for this support. And it's really a K-14 plan. It's not a K-12 plan. It's supporting K-14 and beyond, hopefully, and building those structures down the road to work with our four-year universities. So those are our next steps, is really working with them on the regional implementation. Our goal is to convene a broad range of interest holders from each region, including K-12 and post-secondary education, the private sector, workforce boards, community-based organizations, in order to support the regional teams in planning for implementing and building promising practices for career technical education, support strategic alignment and activities in existing funding streams across sectors and industries, and really looking at being able to scale with the funds that they have and being able to use those funds in those regions so they can support each other in the regions. Engage in peer learning, idea sharing, and knowledge exchange. And understanding that piece of it, after being a high school, middle school principal for 20 years and understanding how to partner with other schools and other districts in your region and being able to scale your projects, I believe makes a really big difference. And looking at data and making a difference with data and understanding that, but also looking at programs and what we decide what a good program looks like. And it could look different in every region. So some of the other pieces, as I said earlier, we do look at data, and part of QAPJAC is looking at data and looking at programs. And after I came on as the division director and really working with the QAPJAC team and the CAS team, which is the Community College Chancellor's Office, along with SBE staff, we really started looking at programs. And with my experience at the high school level, I was able to look at what I did in the past with some of my programs. And these are just a few of the things that we've looked at over the past year with the QAPJAC to really dig down deeper into our data and see what we need to do to support CTE programs. So example, the California Partnership Academies, that program has been around since 1985. And it's an integrated program with really driving home students completing their A through G requirements, along with completing a pathway. Superintendent Thurman, I know he's not here right now, but we've had a number of discussions about paid student internships. We've been able to take some of our California Partnership Academies and drive them into paid student internships in the last 5 years. And we've grown those, and I have an example coming up. Youth apprenticeships, our middle school foundation academies. I started that in 17-18, and we were actually funding 14 middle school academies a year, and those academies feed into their feeder high schools into those pathways. And that was our goal. So currently we have about 60 middle school academies, and I've got some really nice information and things that have happened with those academies in the past couple of years. And then CTE data review, we've been looking at high school graduation rates. And the other key piece that we weren't sure about, but we started looking at is attendance rates for our CTE students. And does CTE make a difference for getting students to school and getting them in school and staying in school? Again, our CPAs started in 1985. Academy components include rigorous academic and career technical education with a career focus, a committed team of teachers, and active business and post-secondary partners. So looking at the 400 academies, we invest about $30 million a year in the academies. 10 of our academies currently are multi-craft core curriculum pre-apprenticeship CPAs. So basically, they're construction-based academies supporting those students into getting into an apprenticeship when they graduate from this academy. We have 18 clean technology and renewable energy academies currently, along with the student internships. Our middle school foundation academies, as I said, I started those in 2017-18. We fund them at about $1 million a year, $25,000 for a planning grant, and $50,000 for implementation grants. They feed into their high school pathways, their high school CTE pathways. We started out at funding 10 a year. We're up to 14 a year right now. Our youth apprenticeship and apprenticeship programs is expanding, and it's expanded in the past year. We've been working closely with the Division of Apprenticeship Standards to build that out. I have a phenomenal arts, media, and entertainment consultant that works for me. She has taken this to the next level with apprenticeship work. She's amazing. Allison Frenzel. I talked about the student internship piece. I visited Coachella Valley. We have a number of California Partnership Academies there. At Coachella Valley High School, we have a Hospitality, Tourism, and Recreation Partnership Academy. They originally partnered with 2 of the Marriott resorts in Palm Desert. They started out, 11th graders do some job shadowing, and 12th graders are supposed to do an internship. This is where our paid internship program started at Coachella Valley. They're up to 5 resorts in Coachella. We've worked with the HR manager at one of the resorts, and we've actually been able to expand it to 20 resorts in Southern California now, and not just Marriott's. So we've been able to build that out. The paid internships, I actually got to meet some of the students this year when I did the visit. They were really excited about what they were doing, and they get to do different parts of the resort. They do front desk, they do accounting, they do culinary arts. So they get at least 5 choices of rotations throughout the year. We actually met one that had already graduated from high school, and she'd come back to do a visit the day we were there, and she had just finished college, and Marriott's had just offered her a job. And the other thing they're doing is they let them do summer work full-time as an internship, but also if they're going away to college, they will set them up with a resort wherever they're going to college to continue to work in this field if that's their field of choice. The middle school foundation academies, Windsor Middle School, Guy Fieri's son was a 7th grader when they received their first grant from us. Guy Fieri matched the grant of $25,000 that year as a startup grant for planning. And then he kicked in another $10,000 in 2021 to expand it even more. So they're partnering with Windsor High School's Vineyard program. And so they're building out this entire culinary program with winemaking at the high school, and then the culinary builds from the middle school and feeds into the high school. So that's just one of the examples that has happened. We had three girls, a 6th grader and 2 7th grade girls, go to the Skills USA national competition, and they got 3 first places in engineering. And it was based on what they learned from the academy that their teachers developed at their middle school. So we're doing some really nice things for them. They're really understanding pathways and how it can make a difference for them starting in the middle school. Apprenticeships, as I said, we started the pre-apprenticeship program with a multi-craft core program in the building trades. Actually, Superintendent Thurman 2 weeks ago was at a high school here in South Sacramento, and we had a build design competition. And it was middle schools and high schools, and he actually went out and participated and worked with the students for a bit that day, rolled his sleeves up, cut some wood with a saw, and did some really cool things with them. And so he got to experience what these students are experiencing in these programs. Allison, with our arts, media, and entertainment, she currently has 28 schools or districts developing youth apprenticeship programs. 3 of the key districts are Inglewood, Compton, and Centinela. Our industry partners range from DreamWorks, Epic Sports, Warner Brothers, Paramount and Netflix. She sent me I asked her for a little bit of information for the president. She sent me 20 text messages with lists of all of our business partners that we're working with. Right now, in the past year, they've been able to secure about $12 million, and it's not all for high school students. It's 18 and over also, and so they're working with community colleges in these regions where these high schools are located, and they're partnering with the community colleges on the apprenticeship programs. So this is some of the data that we've looked at with our QAPJAC committee members. Graduation rates, you can see all students. This is the cohort from the 2019-2020 graduating class. 491 students overall. Their high school graduation rate was 84.2% overall. This is students that completed one course in CTE. And you can see down at the bottom, those students, their graduation rate was 90.8. So a bit higher than the overall cohort. We also looked at students that completed a pathway, and their graduation rate for that cohort was 97%. So they're staying in school, they're doing the right thing, and we're making a difference with our CTE programs. Again, this is the similar data, just in a different table. Then we asked them to look at by gender, and the numbers are pretty much the same by gender also. They improve as they either take a CTE course or a dabbler, and I don't know if some of you know what a dabbler is, which I thought was some different term that somebody made up, but it's actually in the Perkins language. A dabbler is a student that takes 2 CTE courses that are unrelated in different pathways or different industry sectors. So that's a dabbler. And our completers are ones that finish at least 2 to complete a pathway. But as you can see, their attendance rates are much higher when they're taking the CTE courses. Then we broke it also down. I had our data team, and we've been working closely with the AMAR data team. We meet once a week with 4 of them and my CTE team. And so we looked at data, and I asked them to look at attendance, and they're like, "Are you sure you want to look at attendance?" And I said, "Let's try it." I mean, there's got to be something there and everything that we've looked at thus far with attendance, no matter how we look at the different groups, it's all been positive improvements in attendance. Also, socioeconomic, we looked at that piece, same thing. And then I asked them to look at regions and how things are based on the region. You can see in the far right-hand column, the CTE completers are all above 96% in their attendance rate. And then the bottom just shows you which counties are in each region. And then I also looked at industry sectors. They're all doing well. It doesn't matter which industry sector you look at. their attendance rates are almost 95% and above all the way across the board. That's what's going on with CTE. That's our plan that we developed. We want to take it to that next step. We wanted you to be aware of what we were working on, and really some positive pieces that we see in California happening right now and taking it to the next level. We just got done with our federal review of our Perkins program. The last time we had a review was about 6 years ago, and we had 7 findings. This time, we're not sure if we even have 1 finding. And if there's 1 finding, it's going to be a positive. It's going to have a positive impact across the state for students. So their only concern was that they were wondering when I was going to retire. Because we've made some really good impacts in the last 2 years and made some positive changes. So we just want to continue this work and make a difference.
Thank you so much. And we've got the public comment slide up. So members of the public who would like to call in and comment can do so by calling the number on the slide and using the access code. And while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask our liaison, Member Rodriguez, if she has some initial comments.
Sure, thank you. And thank you so much, Mr. Callis, for that wonderful presentation. And what you're talking about, I see manifesting at my high school, that transformation that occurs with our programs. So thank you for all your hard work with that. Just a few comments. The California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee, QAPJAC, that Pete just mentioned, consists of 3 members of the California Community College Board of Governors and 3 members of the State Board, and an ex officio member. The committee typically meets quarterly to address systems alignment, policies specific to career pathways within the context of recent and future state and federal investments. So our last meeting was March 10th. We met the day right after our state board meeting and heard a presentation by the CDE and Jobs for the Future on the final draft of the state plan that you just saw, and for career technical education. After the presentation, the committee voted to approve the California State Plan for career technical education. The CDE also presented an informational item on Career Technical Education Incentive Grant, the CTEG data matrix. The data highlighted, as we just saw, the positive impact that career technical education has on student attendance. And I immediately shared all of that data with my with our administrators, because we get very excited, and they were like, well, obvious, because they've seen what we're talking about. The next QAPJAC meeting is scheduled for May 25th, and the agenda includes updates on the state plan for career technical education, CTEG data matrix, and the K-12 Strong Workforce Program Dashboard, which examines CTE engagement and completion for students at institutions awarded Round 1 K-12 SWP funding for the school years 18-19 and 19-20. And that concludes my report.
If there are commenters who are in person or on the phone, I think I see someone in person. Turn on your microphone, please.
Okay. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Leangela Reed on behalf of the of KROP, the Association of Career and College Readiness Organizations. We're very excited about the plan. I know in the interest of time you want to focus on some key things, but I will say that the largest group of students participating in these CTE programs are in our ROPs, do have the highest graduation rate. These programs are working. And we appreciate the work of the department, the support of the governor and this board of our programs. They're working, and even during COVID, they were what kept kids together. So thank you.
And is there any telephone comment?
There are no callers in the queue.
Okay. This is really just an information item, and we want to open up for board discussion. Any questions, thoughts, comments? Member Yoshimoto-Tari?
Just briefly, thank you. In my experience, I've seen higher graduation rates, higher attendance with this work, and it makes learning really come alive. Question, I've got to, first of all, thank you. The state plan's really exciting. I think it's exciting to have a comprehensive guide for the state that includes regional and local CTE work and integrates state funding programs. Question about Golden State Pathway programs. I see a lot of dual enrollment in the draft plan, but I was searching for Golden State Pathways program. Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
Yes. So Golden State Pathways is not, this was strictly for CTE today, right? And so that's why I didn't bring up Golden State Pathways, because Golden State Pathways, you can develop pathways outside of CTE programs or in CTE programs. So it's available for both. We're working on that rollout. We worked on a framework for the pathways. And so I have people in the field reviewing the framework right now to get feedback from them. And once that's done, then we can move forward with getting our RFAs out for the Golden State Pathways program.
I think because it's available within, and also because it's available within the CTE pathways and also without, I think there's overlap.
There is.
And perhaps there's a way to, I don't know, get feedback on that from additional stakeholders.
I'd love to follow up and just ask a question about that. What does it mean to be inside the CTE pathways or not inside, in the sense that the existing pathways that,
right,
like linked learning or something, are all career oriented, but right. Are there some career oriented programs that are not considered part of CTE?
They wouldn't be part of any of the industry sectors.
Well, they're in industry sectors. They've got.
I understand. So the CTE pathways, we have our model curriculum standards for CTE. And so that's what they follow when we're doing a CTE pathway. So when we worked on this framework for Golden State Pathways, we made it more general than just CTE in how we build CTE pathways.
I probably should not use our time at this hour to get deep into that, but I will want to follow up and understand that more fully. Because my understanding of the ones that came from the Pathways program earlier, was that they're all in industry sectors. There's 600 pathways in the state, and they have business partnerships and so on. So
correct.
The layperson like myself would think that that was part of CTE. And you're saying there's a thing that we're calling CTE that is not the big global umbrella that I'm using, but is a specific programmatic approach. Is that accurate? That has certain...
CTE would be under the global umbrella of pathways.
And pathways would be under the global umbrella of CTE is what I'm asking.
Yes.
All right. Well, we'll actually... when we're not exhausted, we'll go into that in another time and try to understand the differentials. But to member Yoshimoto-Tari's point, I think we would love to see in the state plan how this all fits together, so we really do have an overview. I'm thrilled about the data because, we do know that when kids are applying their knowledge and they're getting a chance to really do things that are meaningful, they want to come to school. So, and they do well. So I appreciate that. You're aggregating that. Any other questions or comments? All right. Well, we really appreciate seeing you twice today and getting this wonderful report.
Thank you.
And we're going to go on to reopen item 1 and take action on the preliminary report of actions draft March 2023 meeting minutes to take up revisions to the terms for 2 March 2023 appointments to Advisory Commission on Special Education. And then I will say, depending on what time we're at, we can then do liaison assignments or we can do them tomorrow. But I think this will probably go pretty quickly, right? While we're waiting for any members of the public to call in, do I have a motion from a board member to approve the March 2023 State Board of Education draft preliminary report of action meeting minutes? Okay, we have Member Rodriguez motioning and Member Orozco Gonzalez seconding. Thank you. And is there any public comment?
There is no public comment.
All right. Is there any further discussion? All right. For all in favor of approving our minutes? Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right. That motion is approved. And now we want to move on to Vice President Glover Woods, who, as chair of the SBE Screening Committee, will present the committee's recommendations for the revisions to March 2023 appointments to the ACSE, the Advisory Commission on Special Education.
Thank you. So at our
I didn't do public comment by phone, did I?
Yeah, we didn't have it.
We didn't have any. Okay, so I just want to be sure we.
No, I'm saying we can put the slide up before this one. That way, well, Vice President Glover Woods gives her.
We'll have public comment again.
Do both.
We're at the end of the day. We're getting a little tasking. All right, Vice President Glover Woods.
Well, at our last meeting in March, we approved 4-year terms for 2 people who were appointed to the ACSE, and because they're taking over for previous incumbents, we need to make an adjustment from a 4-year term to a 2-year term for them. So I move that we adjust the terms for Russell Michaud and Matthew Wilkins so that their term ends December 31st, 2024, as opposed to, I believe it was 2026. So we just need to make that adjustment.
All right, so you're.
And I believe I made a comment and a motion at the same time.
Okay, so I think we'll come back for the motion. We'll take the comment. We'll see if there's any public comment. We're trying to triple multitask here. If you have a public comment, please call into the number shown on the screen with the participant access code shown there. And we'll take a moment to see if there's anyone who has public comment on this item. All right, seeing that there's no public comment, I am open to a motion.
Thank you. I move that we make revisions to the terms for the 2 March 2023 appointments to the Advisory Commission on Special Education, and that would be for Russell Michaud and Matthew Wilkins, adjusting their terms so that it ends December 31st, 2024.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Member Rodriguez. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? The motion passes. So that was very efficient. Let us go to our board member liaison reports. And we're going to report out on liaison activities that are not related to any items on our May agenda. And we'll start with Member Escobedo.
I'd like to report, as part of my role in being the liaison for NASB, on April 25th, I was part of a webinar they had a partners with NCSL, NGA, and CCSSO. We hosted a webinar with Dr. Manna, and our focus of the webinar is how to create state policy with state boards and universities and local districts in support of creating high-quality principals. So I shared our experience when I was superintendent, what we do also here in California, and creating these assessments that are connected to the work, Cal APAs, and we're great interactions from many states that want to duplicate what we're doing in California, and creating leaders that can enhance culture, that can enhance collaboration with teachers. And so it was very well attended, and again, just want to share that October is our annual NASB conference, and hopefully everyone will be able to make it here, all my colleagues. Secondly, last week I attended the regional English learner meeting and had a great conversation with our regional English learner specialist. And, you know, as they work with districts, especially in the implementation of designated and integrated ELD, and so they all were sharing and supporting one another. One specific topic was of great interest is the long-term English learner community of practice that California Department of Education, along with the Sobrato Excellence in Teaching at Stanford, they're establishing a community of practice that will meet over 24 months. The first meeting is going to be, I believe, at the end of May, and the goal is to increase awareness of long-term English learners in the high school arena, 9 through 12. They're going to engage in professional learning, improve data literacy, use data to identify specific pain points that LTELs are experiencing in the high school. And they're going to try to encourage innovation. I think we heard in a previous talk that LTLs sometimes are tracked, right? So, and they never get to be exposed to A through G courses. Well, this community of practice is going to be a little bit innovative and see how can we reimagine how LTELs are educated in high school. So I look forward to those findings and to hear what they'll uncover in this community of practice that will happen for the next couple of years.
Perfect. Thank you. Vice President Glover Woods.
Thank you. First, I'd like to share about a few things that have happened with CCEE, or the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. They are just cooking with gas, if you will. Executive Director Matt Navo and all of the staff there are just really doing some things to keep our supports in place for our LEAs and educators. There was a convening for the statewide system of support, which I know we all know is a critical piece to the accountability and continuous improvement system. They were able to hold that convening first since really we closed with the pandemic, and that was done on May 8th in collaboration with CCEE, CDE, county offices and whatnot. And this is really, it was a really great opportunity for all of those agencies to really collaborate on, again, what that statewide system of support will look like and how it can support LEAs in our continuous improvement system. So I wanted to share that had happened, and as well as the Community Engagement Initiative end-of-year peer leading and learning network convening took place in April as well. There also is a CCEE Advisory Council, and I don't know how many of us are aware that it's composed of, there's 22 county offices and LEA leaders that advise CCEE on the impact of opportunities and policy implications. So one note that I have here is that one priority that was highlighted by the leaders in that advisory council really related to the number of plans they're engaged in that communicate priorities, strategies, and outcomes over all of the statewide initiatives. So probably similar to a conversation we had way earlier today about alignment of plans and what does this look like. The counties and the LEAs have expressed considerable interest in addressing that challenge again. We have a lot of different plans, and it's really about looking at how to best communicate, coordinate, and align all of those plans and what's being asked for in them. Last thing I will say is that the next CCEE meeting, the last one for the school year, will be in June. I believe it is June 15th. And at that time, we'll get really a good year, end of year review, if you will, as well as an update from each of the 3 CCEE centers. So definitely one to watch or one to tune into after it's already done. But again, kudos to CCEE team, staff, and all. They're, again, really trying to do what it is they've been called to do. Thank you. Oh, wait, no, I have more. No, thank you. No. And wait, there's more. Okay, but this isn't about CCE. That was like, thank you for CCE, but there's more. Okay, so for IQC, I'll be very brief because I know Member Lewis has information to share. Just again, we looked and we approved the bylaws on the consent agenda, so I won't go into that. And just wanted to share that the commissioners at the last meeting, they were given a presentation and an update to guidelines for piloting textbooks and instructional materials, because that will be continuing during this year. So just wanted to give you a heads up that they've received some training and overview on that, and there'll be more to give and more to talk about. And I will let Member Lewis on her turn give you the rest of IQC. And that is it. Thank you.
Member Lewis, you're up.
I want to see her jet lag more often. Part of the other discussion topics. Oh, I'm so sorry. Tell me to turn it on. One of the other items covered at that meeting was a discussion about the alternative means to a diploma project. And if you're not aware of that project, it was authorized in the Budget Act of 2022. And the purpose of it is to identify and develop alternate coursework and projects, performance tasks for educators to be able to use with students with disabilities, to provide them another means of completing the coursework for graduation requirements for the state of California and through alternative means. So that's really good for our students with disabilities. And the Special Education Division at CDE oversees the contract that Westhead has to carry out this project, and there are certain outcomes, deliverables that should be a result of this project, and they include ready to implement course outlines for educators to be able to use, standard aligned rubrics, lesson plans that are aligned to the state's high school graduation requirements, and sample expression options. And so during the first year of this contract, which this is the first year, Westhead has conducted a national scan of states and other strategies that they use for providing students with alternate means to show their understanding of core content. And from this scan, they interviewed several states to learn more about their specific models. And for instance, Colorado has their capstone project model, Connecticut, their mastery-based learning model, New Jersey, a portfolio-based assessment model, and Vermont has a proficiency-based graduation requirement model. And Westhead has also surveyed LEAs within California to see about what current strategies that they are using to provide means for our students with disabilities to meet graduation requirements in alternate ways, and get their thoughts about reimagining LEA graduation strategies, and also inquire about what type of state supports that they might need to build out these alternative means for students with an IEP. And Westhead is also conducting statewide focus groups to learn more about the local efforts that are going on and their needs. And for anyone interested, a recording of the March 15th meeting is available on the Instructional Quality Commission's 2023 public meeting notices, agenda, minutes, and webcast on the California Department of Education's website. And that concludes our report. Thank you.
Much. Member Olkin.
Thank you. I'll keep mine short and sweet today. But I just want to quickly say what you were talking about a moment ago reminded me of our study session at the March State Board meeting. And so I'm looking forward to that coming back around at some point. It's good stuff. I'm going to just talk briefly. I don't think I need to give any updates on the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, because we have a lot of that today and tomorrow. I also am the liaison for environmental literacy, and that work, which is building curricular units at every grade level to integrate environmental literacy standards into our classes, continues. It's work that's being done by different folks across the state, and I'll have an update with more on that next month or next time we're together. And then the other project that I am part of is the statewide IEP template expert panel. And the work of that group is to propose some modifications to the statewide IEP template that was proposed last year, and to sort of bring it further into a student, build more on student strengths and student voice as part of that process. And that work is continuing. We met a few weeks ago with folks from the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, because they've just recently rolled out a new statewide template. And they're now thinking about how to make sure everyone knows how to use it well to make sure that the IEP meetings are inclusive and thoughtful. It was a great meeting to learn from their experience, and we're going to all come together for a full-day meeting in June. So just wait in July. I'll have a lot to tell you. And that concludes my remarks. Thanks.
All right. Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Thank you. Let me see if it's on. Okay, so as part of my role with the Assessment Committee liaison, we met on April 20th. And from our meeting, I want to highlight the developments and updates related to the CASP and LPAC, and the CDE and assessment contractor, ETS, continue to work in redesigning the student score reports for the CASP and LPAC. The goals of the redesign efforts are to improve the reporting of test results provided to students, parents, guardians, and include actionable information, provide students, parents, and guardians with timely access to test results. Overall, the concept designs were seen as improving the student score report's ability to providing parents with valuable snapshot of their child's learning, with further detail regarding highlighting areas of success as well as identifying areas with opportunities for improvement. As we improve the reporting of test results, the hope is that it will provide opportunities for reflection to help students understand what they know and how they learn, and as they develop strategies for metacognition, amongst the most important abilities students can acquire. For students to develop this capacity, educators can provide them with multiple opportunities to reflect on their work, the choices they make, and the strategies they have chosen in the learning process. These reflective opportunities will be part of our continuing work. As a classroom teacher, our summer will include reflection of our practice, professional learning, and school team collaborations to use the assessment data to drive instruction. I encourage educators, classroom teachers, and administrators to visit the CAS webpage to view professional opportunities this summer and provide educator input, which is key to any change that we make to this process. And as a personal note, I just think as a teacher, it's a reflective practice. I think the end of the year, finalizing the school year, is the most exciting time. It's filled with personal joy. It's a celebration of hard work and growth and dedication. I know every single teacher has been assisting and helping through the process of assessment. And I'm grateful to be a teacher and to make a difference in these students' lives. And I know that reflection is key when it comes to assessment as we embark to the next school year. And I want to remind not only administrators, but educators and parents that there's so many tools that we have at the CDE website, and to navigate them are easy. Visit the dashboard. And again, I encourage you to visit the CASP webpage to view some of these professional learning opportunities, because they will help our students move forward. That's it.
Great. Student member Porter.
Thank you so much, President Darling Hammond. Good afternoon, or I guess now evening, board members and members of the public. There are three quick aspects of my work that I want to highlight from these past months in the interest of time. So first, I've met with student leaders and staff from Chino Hills, Shasta County, and Alhambra Unified School District to help them with frameworking a student advisory board for their district at the start of the school year next fall. Second, I presented to the Los Angeles Office of Education's Student Advisory Council meeting yesterday with about 26 students who represent the 1.5 million students in LA County about how to make the most of their education and opportunities for them to take advantage of. And more importantly, I heard their ideas about improving financial literacy and equity, two very prevalent concerns for these students. And lastly, I was able to speak on two panels by nonprofits about mental health, education, and advocacy. And as always, a highlight for me and my work is being able to speak to local elementary schools, encouraging our youngest learners to pursue their own path and to enjoy learning. And that concludes my report.
Okay. Member Rodriguez.
Thank you so much. Good early evening, board members and members of the public. I have a few brief updates from the Commission on Teacher Credentialing and Tad on my work as co-chair with NASB's Education, PEP, Public Education Committee. So at the April meeting, the CTC completed an 18-month strategic plan process, adopting a strategic plan with an inspiring 21st century vision and guiding principles that center equity, linguistic and cultural diversity, and the well-being of students and educators. CTC's focus is strong, relevant, and needed as we continue to face a dire teacher shortage post-pandemic. The Commission is committed to high standards in teacher preparation and educator program accreditation, multiple high-quality, accessible pathways into the profession, including those highlighted in the budget in recent years, such as residency and integrated programs. I echo Superintendent Thurman's and President Darling Hammond's enthusiasm for the teacher-related language in the Governor's May revision, which is supportive of strong residency programs, reciprocity for military spouse educators, and, of course, for the National Board incentives that they continue. In my work on the PEP committee as co-chair, I'm moving on now. I almost said bye, but I'm moving on. So on the PEP committee, the committee that I'm chairing is school redesign, so looking at high schools with more of a focus on adolescent development and how to best serve them. As we heard, CTE pathways and opportunities like that are very enriching for the adolescent mind and the adolescent development and looking at their futures. We heard a presentation on assessment for the other team that's working on that. We had Christine Pitts from Oregon who presented to the panel. And when I mentioned the work that we did at our last assessment, the work study, everybody got really excited about that. They were like, wow, that's awesome. And something came up with a lot of the comments of NASB's members, throughout other states regarding the need for transparency with assessment data. And, I mentioned what we do here in California and, how our scores are posted, the process that the local control accountability plan goes through with the county offices. They're on the websites, and it was really nice to share something that I feel we're doing really well, and how we communicate the information in the home language of the child. So, it was very well received information. And lastly, I just wanted to share some good news that I was accepted to a week-long Democratic, it's a Civic Summer Institute at Acadia State Park in Maine. And it's sponsored by the Democratic Knowledge Project from Project Zero at Harvard. And so it'll be a group, I think, about 10 teachers, and we'll talk about best practices in civics education and hopefully come back and share some good information. Thank you. That concludes my comments.
Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Hi, I already mentioned the confluence of community schools with our students with disabilities and inclusive environments. But on English learners, I did want to make one note because today we looked at Criterion 1. And as of this month in May, the OPTEL, which is the Observation Protocol for Teachers of English Learners, is for Criterion 2 and Criterion 3. And that's in its final field testing, and it will come to the SBE this fall for review and approval, which will give us a standardized protocol for those other two criterion. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will simply add to the notes on the assessment front that we're continuing to work with members of the CDE staff and ETS around what may happen with innovative items on the science assessment. So we'll be hearing more about that and hearing from different national experts who've been involved with performance assessments, et cetera. So we'll be continuing to hear more about that in the months to come, and it's exciting to think about students getting more deeply engaged in inquiry science in California. And with that, I am going to simply let us know that tomorrow we're going to meet in closed session at 8:30 to discuss and or take action on the following legal matters: Mirabelli versus Olson. And for our information, we'll be meeting upstairs on the 5th floor for that meeting. And I'll continue the meeting and end today's session as of 5:10 p.m. and look forward to seeing you tomorrow.